Hello, wonderful people of the internet. Welcome back to another episode of Simuleos. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I wanted to start streaming at noon today. That didn't happen. This morning, I ended up having a lot of stuff I had to do, a lot of chores, laundry, going shopping, all this kind of stuff. And I was like, fine, fair enough. Let's do all that kind of stuff. I got back in at 11:30, had everything done. But then I decided, well, let's do one more thing before starting stream, and that was the ye old update. So I updated my system. And after updating the system, there was one application that just didn't work, and that application was OBS. So I had to basically redo all of my stream settings in the past hour or so, and that's kind of why I'm a bit later than I wanted to be. Now, for the record, 2 o'clock is usually when I start streaming on weekends, so it's not like anyone really noticed. But if there's like sound issues or audio issue or sound and audio, same thing. If there's like video issues or audio issues or anything like that, just let me know. The setup is significantly different now, but it should still be fine. And I do have quality options, so everything should be okay. Hello, wonderful, another of the back. Welcome, internet, to episode of Simuleos, people. ATS Joust, how are you? Right, so let's go ahead, talk about some stuff, and then we're going to jump right into ray tracing. So I'm going to open up a new terminal, type in Zernal pp. Oh, by the way, after the update, something new happened. Now, Xterm has an enormous setting. I don't know if I'm actually going to be using this setting, but it exists now, so now I can make text even larger than it was before. Not that that's really too big of a deal. Maybe we'll figure out whether we need that for our stream or not, but, we'll get to it later. Okay. So some very quick, I don't know how to put this, but some very quick bookkeeping stuff before getting started. Some of you guys may know that we are now doing a writing, let's see if I can do that better, Wednesday. I'm not going to talk about this too much. I just wanted to make sure I highlighted it at the start of all the streams that we're doing. Essentially, for those of you guys who are interested in creative writing, which obviously is not my primary audience, but I will say some of the people in the audience are probably interested in this. Every Wednesday from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be taking a break, doing stream, and focusing on some of the writing that I've done over the past week and some of the writing that you guys have done as the community. So if you're interested in creative writing, feel free to hop onto Discord, which was recently posted by Bachuleos up there just a second ago. And the idea would be just go there, go to the writing channel, and just write something. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, just a short story a week. The idea is that if you want to improve your writing in some way, like you want to focus on exposition, you want to focus on detail, something like that, it doesn't really matter what, just kind of write a short story, and then after that's done, we'll read it aloud on Wednesday and do some very light critique. Now, you guys know that when I do critiquing, especially on stream, I don't like to be mean about it, so you can almost guarantee that I won't say anything like particularly off-putting, but I might say some things that could help out here and there. Then that said, I'm not like a pro writer myself. I would love to be able to be an author, like it's one of my dream jobs, but it's not like I'm there yet. So that's it. I just want to point it out that this is happening, and some people might be interested in it. Now let's go ahead and hop on to ray tracing. And also, guys, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Unlike previous streams, I am actually able to hear the music during the stream as it's going on. So there could be a few troublesome tracks. If, for example, the music sounds too loud or something like that, let me know. Again, I think I may have set the volume too high on your end. But some of the songs might just be too loud, so I can maybe weed out songs that we don't want to use anymore because they're too long or annoying or something like that. I suppose I could open up for song requests, but I don't know. I do post these on YouTube, and the issue is if you post these videos up on YouTube, YouTube will remove sections of the video that have any copyright infringement to them. So I want to make sure that I don't have any issues with that. So that's why I've been using the music that I have here. Okay. So without further ado, let's move on to ray tracing. Whoa. Okay. So the music volume seems pretty good. Okay. Appreciate that. So ray tracing. What is ray tracing? Okay. Just for the record, I have missed like half of the streams this past week, just because I've been particularly unmotivated. I don't really know how else to explain it. I've just been tired this whole week. I did a writing stream on Wednesday. We did 2 ray tracing streams, but honestly, about half the week I haven't been doing streams, specifically because this ray tracing exercise is for the MIT lecture. Now, don't get me wrong, this has to be done, but it's frustrating to me that I have to do like work stuff for non-work, you know, during non-work time. So that said, I'm still pretty excited for this. I'm actually incredibly excited to do this, and I'm happy that I have a job that lets me, you know, learn and explore stuff like this with an audience, all that kind of stuff. But if I sound a little bit sad, that's why. I do apologize for that. Foking Delicious, thank you so much for following, really, or thank you so much for the subscription, really appreciate it. Let me go ahead and put a single account in chat. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate all the support from everyone on stream. Ray-tracing, drawing balls in a cube, something like that. Where do you work? I work at MIT, MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I've been working there for about, well, since January. I'm not sure how much longer I will be working there. I will certainly be working there until this upcoming January, but I'm thinking about maybe taking a break from academia and focusing on my online content at that point. I'm not really sure. I mean, I've got 71,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I figure if I just push that, it could turn into a cool independent researcher position. Anyway, let's go. So we're no longer going to talk about MIT drama. That was it for MIT drama. If you're here to listen to MIT drama, that's not happening anymore. We're done with that. Let's talk about ray tracing. In particular, today we're going to be implementing 2D ray tracing, which is also sometimes called ray casting. So I'm going to call it that for now. There is, of course, 3D ray tracing, which we'll be doing next. So the hope is that by the end of today's stream, we have a really cool 2D ray casting example that we can kind of pull on and work from. So what exactly is it that we're going to do? Well, we're going to have some sort of box. And similar to what Akira said just in chat, ray tracing is just going to be drawing balls in a cube. That's exactly what we're going to do. So we're just going to have a few balls in this cube. Pretend these are balls. Okay, a few ovals in a cube. It doesn't really matter what. The idea is we have some sort of point light source in here, and it's just going to be casting rays all around. And these rays are going to be hitting some of these balls. Some of them will represent lenses, some of them won't. And so basically what we need to do is just some sort of refract function and some sort of reflect function. And then some sort of function to say, hey, are we in the regime where we need to refract, or are we in the regime where we need to reflect? This is kind of where we're at. We're going to be going through a lot of math today to get to this step where we can implement these two functions. And then from there, we're just going to do some very basic, just again, 2D stuff, which will then turn into 3D visualizations later. For the record, after we do the 2D stuff, we'll have the refract and reflect functions basically ready to go. And the next thing that we'd have to do is basically make it so instead of being in a 2D plane, we're now in a 3D cube where we have some sort of observer. Here's our eyeball for the observer. Maybe we make it like 3 parts blue, 1 part brown. Oh no, can I do that? Here we go. So here's our observer over here. And then the idea is we have some sort of object over here, and light will be cast predominantly from the observer here. Some of it will bounce off this and go towards a light source. And so that's kind of the idea. We have light coming from the light source to the eye, and we just basically pay attention to all the rays coming into the eye, create some sort of canvas. But ultimately, the idea is kind of the same. We have the reflecting and refracting across the circle. So that's why I wanted to do 2D first, figure out how this all works, and then move on to 3D, because it's not too far of an extension from one to the other. Now, in principle, when we're doing this for the lecture, we might actually do something called path tracing instead, which is basically the same as ray tracing. It's just you do a Monte Carlo approach so that you don't do all of the rays being sent from the eyeball. You just do like kind of a Monte Carlo approach, a random subset of arrays. So that's kind of the idea there. Okay, cool. So with that said, I think we can go ahead and move on to creating these refract and reflect functions. So let's see, let me move this down just a little bit from me, and good. Also, like, after I changed my motherboard and my CPU, my sound system changed, like my sound drivers and stuff like that. And after the most recent update, none of my like keybinds are working for like changing the sound up and down. So I like have to do it manually like that all the time, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. It's not too big of a deal. I'll have to figure that out one day. Okay, so journal, new page before. Let's start with refraction, because refraction is going to be slightly more complicated than reflection. Didn't I just say to make a new page? I do not see a new page. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. Okay, So we're going to start at the place that everyone starts at, and that's going to be at Snell's Law. Snell's Law. Okay. So what is Snell's Law? The idea here is that we have some sort of surface. So I'm going to draw a rectangle, and we're going to make the surface blue here. And then we have some sort of line coming off the surface. So here, I'm going to try to make that as straight as possible so it's perpendicular, but I'm not particularly good at that. What's going to happen is we're going to have light coming into this, this new medium. And then after it goes into the new medium, it's actually going to change direction. And then when it leaves, it's going to go back to the direction it was at before. Okay? So the idea is that as the light goes into this new medium, the refractive index changes. And as it changes, the angle at which the light is moving also changes, right? So you'll have some sort of theta here. That's theta 1, which is the angle of incidence, the angle that's coming in at. And then you have an output angle, theta 2, right? And basically what we can say is that sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2 is going to be equal to n2 over n1, where n2 is the index of refraction of the inner object, and n1 is the index of refraction of the outer object. Hey Gibbous, how are you? So again, the index of refraction is basically a way to tell us how light is going to move through this medium, and in particular, there's one other thing that we can say here, saying that the velocity of light outside of the medium and the velocity of light inside of the medium is also going to be changing based on this index of refraction. So basically the idea is light moves at a certain speed, and then as it moves at that speed, on the outside of the medium, when it enters a new medium, it will change speed and also change direction. If you take a look at light as a wave, it kind of makes sense as to why it does that. Sorry, I didn't want to hear that song. It was just really annoying. Every time I hear it, it annoys me. So basically the idea is outside of the medium, you have some sort of speed of light. Inside the medium, you have a new speed of light. Now, some of you guys might be asking the obvious question, well, isn't the speed of light always a constant c equal to 3.0 times 10 to the 8th meters per second? That is correct. Light in a vacuum is always the speed. So light in the absence of any medium is always the speed. And it's roughly that same speed in air. Because, you know, there's very few particles around in air. It's close enough to a vacuum. But as it enters new mediums, let's say glass or something like that, the velocity does change. And we can talk about why that's the case and all of this kind of stuff, but for the most part, that doesn't really matter. Okay, so if we start with Snell's law, right, we can get this idea of how the light bends and all this kind of stuff. And that's literally what we need for our refract function. Now, if you were here last time, which was a few days ago, I was having significant trouble turning this into a vectorized form. Vectorized? That is to say, I wanted a form that doesn't have these thetas in it. So I wanted to get rid of those thetas because trigonomic functions are slow and all this kind of stuff. So when converting this to a vectorized form, I was having a lot of trouble with it. So I took stream off yesterday, and I decided let's take a step back and let's try to figure out exactly, you know, what we need to write down Snell's law in a vectorized form. And it turns out it was already on Wikipedia. I just was an idiot. So let's go to Snell's law here, and I should be able to just find it immediately. It was just, I just didn't go far enough down on the page. So here it is in vector form. So we're probably just going to go through this to start today's stream off, because honestly, this velocity refract is exactly what I have down on my in my code. So yeah, that's where we're at. So I'm gonna open this up. We're gonna go through the math, try to make sure it all makes sense, and that will be the start of stream. Then we'll be able to create our refract function, our reflect functions, and we should be able to create a very simple two-dimensional ray tracing example. Hopefully by the end of today's stream. I mean, we have plenty of time. I'm starting at 2:00 p.m. And in principle, I should be streaming until 8:00 p.m. So I have like 6 hours just to focus on this and get it done. And yeah, I'm hoping it turns out okay. We'll see. Scrolling is an art. Yeah, right? That was anticlimactic. Exactly, right? RTX on Tomato Cool. Yeah, so we'll be doing the more RTX-like stuff, probably tomorrow or the next day or something like that. That is to say, usually the thing that's important about RTX ray tracing and stuff like this is the fact that you can do it in 3D in real time. Now, for the record, I did bring up path tracing before, which I had written down, but then I failed to keep written down. So I'm just going to write it here, path tracing. What a lot of video games do is they take an approximation to ray tracing Path tracing, and they call it path tracing for video games. I was watching some ray tracing on YouTube earlier. Cool. Yeah, ray tracing is super cool. It's one of those things that, like, I don't actually know why it's... Because I don't do computer graphics, I suppose, as much as other people do computer graphics, I tend to feel that I'm not as wowed by this kind of stuff, you know? But on the other hand, I realize that a lot of people are pretty excited about this. So yeah. So are we going to design some silicone to do that? No, we're not going to do that. My toaster strudels are cinnamon roll flavored. Dude, I love cinnamon. Like, it's one of those flavors that cinnamon and mint, not together, but those are two separate flavors that I really enjoy. Like on Wolfenstein 3D. Yeah, so I guess in some, I don't really know. I haven't seen Wolfenstein, but I assume it's something like Doom-esque. Let me see, Wolfenstein. 3D. Images. Yeah, I guess it's something like this, actually. So, okay. Let me get some water, and then we'll go ahead and go through the math. And yeah, that should take maybe 30 minutes to an hour. I don't know. See, that's the thing. A lot of people don't like mint, but to me, it's like my number one flavor. Like, there is nothing I like more than mint. Like, I'm not even saying that facetiously. I cannot think of a single flavor that I enjoy more than mint. Like, mint chocolate chip ice cream is by far my favorite ice cream. I just wish it didn't have the chocolate chips in it, you know? I can't stand a race starting at 1, but whatever, to each their own. Mint is ice cream. Mint as ice cream is the best one. Yeah, so also Thin Mints are great. Candy canes are by far my favorite sweet. I love candy canes. Pineapple mint, I've never had pineapple mint. But yeah, I'm not sure either Wolfenstein or Doom are real 3D. Yeah, I think it's gonna be, but so what we're doing today is gonna be kind of like this, except there's a single ray for each vertical line on a 2D grid. It's really easy to code it. Right. What are you insinuating? I am not sure if you're talking to Legal Logan or me, but I don't think Legal Logan was insinuating anything. He was just kind of joking around. Okay, so let's get Snell's Law. I'm actually just going to pull this page out, and we're just going to move it over to our Zonal PP page, and let's just have them both on screen at the same time. Why not? There's enough room for everybody. There is not enough room for everybody. That is, yeah, that, well, maybe if I, let's see, maybe if I move this over here. Oh, there's still not enough room. Let's make it a bit smaller. Okay, so now I think we can fit everything in there. Good, okay. So here's the vector form. Now we're gonna move the Zonal PP page over here, and then we're just gonna kind of go through it step by step. So journal, new page before. We have a new page, and we're just gonna go. So vector form for Snell's. Let's just do Snell. There we go. This is an early stream. How are you, Prutz? Let's see. I think Quake was the first full 3D game. That's probably true. Quake was certainly the breakthrough game for full 3D. The first full 3D game was probably something like Elite or some obscure arcade simulator thing. What is ray tracing? So ray tracing is here. Let me just Google it for you. Ray tracing. So ray tracing is a way in which. Okay, that's fine. That wasn't exactly the page I thought I was going to pull up, but it is a decent enough page. Ray tracing is a method for people to generate high-resolution graphics. Let's just do ray tracing. Okay, and then graphics. So it's a way for people to create high-resolution graphics, kind of like this thing over here, by basically, yeah, literally tracing rays. Yeah, so you have some sort of ray of light that comes from some light source and enters your eye, and so the idea is that ray tracing kind of traces that ray that would come from light to your eye, and then puts it on a 2D grid of some sort to do high-resolution graphics like this. Now, there's a lot of, this is a very computationally costly technique, so it's not used all the time. Or rather, when it is used, people find tricks in order to go around using it, like they use tricks to make it so it's a bit faster, essentially. Is the source code available, or are you just uploading it when it's finished to the archive? Yeah, it'll be available at the end of stream. I haven't written any code yet. So you're applying something like geometric optics here? Yeah, something like that. In fact, exactly like that. Question, is it from the source or the camera or vice versa? So physically it comes from the source, it comes from the light bulb, but in order to save some sort of computational time, we actually trace it from the eyeball to the light source. And the reason we do that is because the light source has basically 360 vision, or like it can output light in any direction from that point source, whereas the eye must go in a certain direction. So it's a bit, it's slightly less computation. Can you modify ray tracing to simulate the physical optics of film to make 3D animation look like live action? I don't know. I would imagine people would probably be into that with Pixar and stuff. How is it different from just increasing the smoothness of the object? Okay, so I don't know exactly what you're comparing to. So what I'm going to say is this. I think increasing the smoothness of an object does something dramatically different. This is on the textural level of the object. I would say that ray tracing is how you get the visualization in the first place, whereas increasing the smoothness of an object is kind of like maybe in After Effects or something that you do that after you get the image, right? If I'm understanding the question correctly. Octrees and binary space partition are used a lot to optimize speed of this kind of thing. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Like we can definitely, we just talked about octrees recently, and there's no doubt that these are super useful for this type of stuff as well. But we're just going to do something basic because again, this is for my lecture class, so we want to do something that gives people a feel for what we're doing, not necessarily show them how it's done in practice. You can see the balls in the image and give very realistic reflections. Right. That's kind of the cool part. So you'll see that light's kind of coming from some source, hitting this pink ball, hitting the orange ball, and then hitting your eyes. Ray tracing is how you can get subscattering in skin. Yes, I imagine so as well. Okay. So let's start by going through the vector form for Snell's law, and yeah, going from there. M2K2, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. By the way, I do hope that you guys saw a notification for that. If you didn't, let me know. I think I set it up so we have notifications appearing on stream, but I'm not sure if it exactly is working correctly because again, my entire OBS setup just died just before stream. Here comes the balls. Let's add cube next. We're gonna get there step by step. It's gonna take some time. Ray tracing is a direct simulation of optics as a rendering method. Other rendering methods use a bunch of shortcuts in order to approximate those optics, but aren't as good. I think there was. Cool, thank you. Okay, so let's go into vector form. So again, what I'm going to start with is writing down Snell's law. So we're going to make this, let's do magenta, because why not? So again, just for the record, Snell's law is, actually, I can just grab it from down here, can I not? Let's just, let's see, grab this. Will this work? Maybe? Okay, then I can make it a bit smaller, move it up north. Okay, maybe I cannot. All right, let's try scrolling up a bit. No! Ah, dang it. All right, let's try it again. I was just going to move this up so we had the equation, but now I'm just bad at life. Okay, up a little bit more. A little bit more. Okay. And now we'll just kind of move it, make it bigger again. And we'll move stuff around again. So let's go here, grab this. Oh, actually, let's erase up here. And move the equation up a bit. Yep. Okay, good. Okay, so this is Snell's law. Basically, it says, again, that the velocity of light on the outside changes when it comes into a medium. And essentially, there's some sort of angle of refraction that says light will come in at some angle, and when it's in the medium, it will change that angle, bending towards the normal. Cool. So that's the idea. So now what we want to do is turn this into a vector form, and that's exactly what we're working on now, turning that into a vector form. Cool. So I'm going to start over here. Given a normalized light vector L pointing from the light source towards the surface and a normalized plane vector N, one can work out the normalized reflected and refracted rays via the cosine of the angle of incidence theta 1 and the angle of refraction theta 2 without explicitly using the sine values or any trigonometric functions or angles. So we'll say cosine of theta 1 is going to be equal to the negative n hat dot L hat, where hat here denotes a vector, and L is essentially the normalized light vector coming in, so this is going to be L hat, and this normalized vector for the normal of the surface is going to be n hat here. Okay, I don't fully know where this equation comes from. I feel like I should. Oh, no, this is obvious. I'm just dumb. So the reason this exists is because a dot product is going to be the magnitude of L and the magnitude of n cosine theta 1. But in this case, L and N are normalized, so they're both 1. So essentially we can just say that the cosine of theta 1 is going to be equal to the negative normal dot L. And now, one thing I don't understand exactly why this negative here is here. I'm assuming that's because what we need to do is, yeah, to give the acute angle. Right, so the negative here is for the acute angle. That's what I was about to say. Acute angle. Okay, so, and I'm just going to erase this for now and make sure the negative is there. Okay, good, so that makes sense. So note, cosine of 1 must be positive, which it will be if n is the normal vector that points from the surface towards the side where the light is coming from, the region with the index n1, If cosine 1 is negative, then n points to the side without the light, so start over with n. So start over with n replaced by its negative. So v reflect is going to be equal to, oh, okay, I see. So if theta 1 is less than 0, then we reflect. Okay, in that case, we're just going to say that the velocity of the output wave is going to be equal to whatever the normalized light vector was, plus 2 cosine 1 n hat. Okay, so that would be the reflected ray. Now, I'm trying to think of where this comes from exactly. So I know that there's like a double angle formula, which I feel like we might be using here. This is also hat. What is the double angle formula? I'm sorry, guys. I found this yesterday, and then I just said, all right, we'll do this on stream. I feel like this is not what I was looking for. It does kind of have a similar form, but let's see. I'm going to try to make a prototype class in the course of trying to refactor my code to fit the observer pattern. Oh, cool. Yeah, good luck. Okay. So I don't think we're actually using the double angle formula. So the question is, where does this come from? 2 cosine theta 1 n. So we have cosine theta 1. Why is it L plus 2? This reflected direction vector points back towards the side of the surface where the light came from. So, okay, so let's just think about reflection real quick. The same equation for collision of a particle with wall. Yeah, it should be, right? The thing is, I've got a PhD in physics, and it's been so long since I did momentum transfer. So let me do reflecting particle along a wall. And let's just look for particle motion between parallel walls. Not what I was looking for. I was hoping for wall effect motion of single particles. How can you get particle of reflection? New boundary model, reflecting boundary condition for classical. Okay, so let's say, I mean, obviously this is something that you do in freshman physics, right? So in principle, I should be able to find some sort of textbook that tells me what I'm supposed to be doing here. So, angle of incidence equal angle reflection. Right, that's correct. I do understand that. So what I was going to do is actually start from that. So let's go down here and let's talk about reflection. So starting from that, we're just going to have some sort of medium here, some sort of normal here. And the idea is we have some sort of object coming in. I'm going to change the color here to be white. And then it reflects off here. And the idea is that we have theta 1 is going to be equal to theta 2, right? Yes, but all three were essentially 2D add-ons with technical level. Didn't know ray tracing was so hard, hence why you can't create a multi-story anything in Doom, and why you don't need to aim up or down. Right. It's also, just as a note, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. How many people here actually play first-person shooters? I'm curious because first-person shooters were like one of the few genres of games that, okay, one of the many genres of games that I could never get into. Isn't just subtracting cosine twice from projection of L normal? Okay, so it seems like a lot of people do play for FPSs, right? Cool. I don't play Cyberpunk though. Cool. I was just wondering, I could never get into FPS games because I was never very good at aiming, and it was just not a fun experience for me. But it was one of the things that, I mean, a lot of people play FPS games, and I just never got into it. So I was wondering if a lot of people here got into it or not. I didn't know if it was like, you know, certain nerds just didn't get into it or certain nerds did. I played the first one when it came out. I just don't play with touchpad, and you can get into it. So actually, I'm completely the opposite. I cannot play, so I'm very bad with controllers. Like, if you give me like a Switch controller, I can play like Super Smash Brothers, but FPS games, no, there's no way. It's just too hard. But if I use my tablet, I found that I can do aiming pretty well. And so that's why I kind of was asking, because I feel like the only time I've ever been able to aim is when I'm using my drawing tablet. And I didn't know like if other people were kind of similar. You're good at VI instead? Okay, fair enough. I don't play very many games anymore anyway. I was just asking. Is it just subtracting cosine less than 0 twice from projection of L to normal L? Are you OSU kind of guy? I've never played OSU either. Maybe I should? Okay, so what do we have here? So we have an angle of incidence. How do we get, so we have a velocity coming in. So the velocity in, you are correct. I think you're correct. Right. So the idea here is that we have the original angle. Okay. So we have the original angle that we're coming in at, which is going to be V in. So V in is going to be equal to L hat times some sort of velocity, which I'm just going to call V. So whatever the magnitude of that vector is, it's going to be multiplied by the direction L hat. Okay. And then we're just going to add in plus 2 cosine theta. So now my question is, where's this n hat coming in? And that is because, yeah, so we're adding in 2 times cosine theta is equal to negative L dot n, then V is L minus 2 L dot n, normal vector of the surface. I understand what n is. My question, so why is it cosine then? Because, let's see. Start with L dot V is cosine of theta 1 plus theta 2. You can project the incoming vector onto a normal vector with the dot product, which gives you the normal component of the incoming vector. Subtract that twice from the incoming vector, which will give you the outcoming vector, where theta 1 is equal to theta 2. Okay, so what did we say up here? We said the output velocity is equal to that? Okay, so I think what's getting me is, why is it the output velocity? And why is it not the output velocity direction? Does that make sense? Because L here is just going to be the magnitude of the velocity. Or rather, it's going to be just like the normalized velocity vector or something like that. So I guess the question is, isn't there like a magnitude or something like this? Frey just did a pretty good code example of this the other day. Oh, cool. That looks like a cool game for the time. I think it's just L for light and V for view vector. They're both normalized. Right, so they're both normalized. So the question is, how could this possibly be the velocity of the output? Because that can't be the velocity. Okay, so I realize, yeah, I'm asking a dumb question here, but L is normalized. So this is normalized. N is also normalized, right? But V is not normalized. V output should be equal to some sort of V is the view direction. Right. So in the end, it's a view direction. If it's a view direction, that's fine. Okay, it says a reflected direction vector. Okay, fair enough. Good. Yep. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's a reflected direction vector. Okay. So now the question is, we have LV. So now that's fine because it's just a reflection vector. I'm happy enough saying that L here is the original vector. And so if this is a unit vector, okay, then the idea would be that we have to add in a new vector, which will, so 2 cosine theta. I don't think it ever worked with velocity and ray tracing. Oh, probably not, right? Probably we only have to deal with the direction. Let's see. Unit means normalized? Yeah, it's the same thing. Well, yeah, it should be. Right, you normalize to 1, so that should be fine. By the way, K Stazewski, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Okay, so we've got our unit vector in here. So now the question is, where does this 2 cosine theta come in? Right. So we could start with L dot D V is equal to cosine of 2 theta. Do you have some tutorials on computer graphics on your YouTube channel? No, not right now. This is gonna be my first one for ray tracing and stuff like that. Okay, so let's see, what do we have then? So let's actually start with L dot V hat is going to be equal to cosine of 2 theta. Is this actually a good place to start? Because is that even true? I am not convinced that's true. What I'd be more convinced is true. Oh, V is the output vector. Correct. V is the output vector. So that's the output vector. That's the input vector. Okay, good. Then that is true. Because this is L coming in. L, N, V. That's what we have. Okay, good. So that's definitely true. Then we're going to say that... how do we get that to be... I'm sorry. Nate DXR, it's tied with the Maze War for first, which is available on ARPANET. Let's see. You skip through this. Let's see. I'm not going to open up a YouTube video, sorry. 1974. Actually, no, Maze Wars is in 3D. Spasm is, or at least per your question, is it 2 cosine theta because the incoming and refractory angle? Yeah, so that's what I thought to begin with. But the issue is the change in angle is 2 theta, not 2 times cosine theta. I mean, I guess we could do like a small angle approximation, but I don't think that's going to work here. I'm really sure that's not going to fly. So cosine of theta n is incoming vector projected onto the normal. Try drawing it as vectors. Should make it obvious what's going on. Right, I mean, I'm already drawing it as vectors, right? So, I mean, you're just saying that... So, cosine theta 1... Okay, so we'll be projecting... So, yeah, so cosine of theta 1 times n. What you're saying is... you're saying that that's projecting it, so then we're projecting it onto here. So... Let me draw this in like green or something. So then we have the project. Ooh, that's an ugly green. Let's try that again. Light green. So then we project it onto here. Cosine of 2 theta is equal to cosine squared theta minus 1. Right. Which doesn't really help too much because we don't have a cosine squared at all in this final formulation. So we'll say L, obviously we need to start with the initial vector coming in. So it's coming in here. It's coming in here. All right. And so that's our initial vector. And then we need to make it so it comes out here, right? Because it needs to come out to V. Where theta is L dot N and 1 equals V dot V. Okay, cosine theta. Let's see. The length of the green vector should be as tall as the normal component of L. Right, that's true. And then add as a vector twice to the L vector. Oh, okay, I totally understand now. Right. So you're saying that, yeah. So if it was just V in, actually V out, sorry about that. This is out. If it's just V out is going to be equal to L hat plus cosine of theta projected onto N, then we would get simply the X component of L. So this is going to be equal to LX. But we want LX and flipped in Y. So in that case, we need to multiply it by 2. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right. That's an intuitive argument that I'll buy. Right, because obviously this is going to be equal to the Y component here. Right, and so if you just add the Y component once, you're going to have to you're going to basically cancel out the y component. So essentially all we were looking for is, so the x component stays the same. The lx is still going to be lx. It's still going to be lx, but ly is going to turn into negative ly is the issue. So that's what we're trying to do. Okay, now I got it. And the 2 cosine theta, I got it. Yep, it's exactly like momentum. I just forgot my momentum equations. All right, so I'm relatively happy with that. In fact, I'm going to write that down because I'm going to forget otherwise. CD projects, ray tracing, Simuleos, ray tracing, ls here, vi 2d.jl, and I'm just going to go up here and I'm just going to have like a quick note for reflection, and I'll put this where I need to put it later. The lx goes to lx, but ly goes to negative ly. I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you guys so much. In this case, the y component of L is going to be equal to, should be cosine theta dot n. Let's do dot n for that. Well, whatever, dot n. And then we're just going to say, so the new L, so new vector is going to be equal to v. V is going to be equal to L plus 2 cosine theta dot n, or something like that. So I just want to write that down so I knew I had it. Okay. Ray tracing has a lot of uses. Yeah, it definitely does. Let's see. I wonder if there exists any prop knives that have stamps at the hilt so as to simulate a stab wound, since the blade would have just collapsed into the handle on such a move. I feel like there are, but I'm not really sure. I feel like usually people put the blood bag or whatever on the person. Okay. Early stream? Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest, this shouldn't be an early stream. On weekends, I should be streaming at 2 o'clock p.m. Like every like on Saturday and Sunday, I've been meaning to stream at 2 o'clock p.m. The issue is that I have not been able to do that because I always have meetings. There's something that always gets in the way of my weekend streams, and it's very frustrating because I spend all of my time working, obviously during work hours, and then after work hours, I then have to do more work related to my MIT job. Again, this goes back to what I said at the starter stream, where as much as I do appreciate my MIT job because it allows me to do this type of stuff for work, it also means I have to do this stuff outside of work as well. So, could you elaborate on the 2 cosine part a bit? Yeah, I can. Vossware, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So let's do journal new page before. Okay, turned out it happened after. That's okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a triangle here, and we're going to have some sort of angle here. And the idea here is that we have 3 different operations. Sine of theta is going to be equal to the opposite over hypotenuse. Cosine theta is going to be equal to the adjacent over hypotenuse. And then the tangent of theta is going to be equal to the opposite over adjacent. Also, sorry that my thing here is a bit different. So what I was simply saying was that if you want this component, the y component or the x component of the triangle here, the idea would be that you take the vector, so you take the hypotenuse, so the hypotenuse times the cosine of theta is going to give you that adjacent value, right? Now, the issue here is that, you know, in some sense, we're kind of cheating a bit because this vector is just, you know, the x vector. But to generalize that, and again, I'm kind of taking a stab at this. I might be saying this incorrectly, but to generalize this, it's actually going to be, you actually have to multiply this by the n hat vector. So in our case, we're kind of flipping the script a bit, and we're having the n vector be here, and then we're going to have an angle coming in here of the L vector here. And so the idea is we want, again, this side, this edge here, right? And that edge is going to be, in our case, the y component of Ly. So Ly in this case is going to be equal to this adjacent value, which is going to be equal to the hypotenuse times the cosine of theta, which in our case, the hypotenuse is going to be equal to 1 in value, but it's going to be n hat in direction. So it's going to be equal to cosine of theta n hat, because you have to give it that direction as well. So that's going to be the y component of the incoming light ray. So we have Lx. So after it's reflected, what's going to happen is the light's going to come in and it's going to bounce off. And after the reflection here, Lx is still going to return into Lx, but Ly is going to turn into negative Ly. It's going to flip and go in the opposite direction. So the idea here would be that simply what we need to do is we need to say Lx is going to remain the same, but for Ly, we just need to do Ly minus 2 cosine theta n hat. So that's what we have to do there. And because this is specifically in the y direction, we can just say the output vector v is going to be L plus 2 cosine theta n hat. I might be, correct me if I'm wrong here. And the plus here is because we needed a negative n, because in principle n is coming out when we want it to come in. So we just had to flip the sign there. That was really kind of wishy-washy, but that's kind of the idea. I'm sorry about that. Let me catch up on chat to see how off I was. Let's see. Can you elaborate on the 2 cosine part? I mean, if it's not too much, let's see, Simuleos, the names on the notifications are small and gets jumbled up by the chat window. Yeah, so the idea was that the notifications are on top of the chat window. I can take a look at that later to see how bad that is. What happened was, as I had to make the terminals bigger because people constantly wanted the text bigger, I had to make the text window or the chat window smaller. And so then the notification window, which was on top of the text window, had to become smaller still. So that's kind of what happened. So then I can't make the notifications any bigger, but I might be able to go onto Streamlabs and make the text bigger from that side. So I'll see. Okay. The names and notifications. 2 cosine x is also part of the scalar product, if I remember correctly. A lot of people flip the cosine and sine when first dealing with angled forces. That's where the 2 comes from. Yeah, cosine theta n is pointing up, while L is pointing down. So you want the y component of L. You would need negative n. Right, so that's why I flipped the sign at the end. Again, the core what you said is correct. I mostly get that, just not where the 2 comes from. Draw it as vectors, then it should be more clear. Yeah, so I thought I did draw it as vectors. Sorry about that. Shouldn't Ly be negative VE when coming towards the surface and L plus Ly when reflected? Shouldn't Ly be negative VE? What is VE in this case? When coming towards the surface and plus Ly when reflected. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. So in principle, the Ly, we would say that Ly is actually going to be negative coming in and positive coming out. Yeah, you should. That's probably more correct. So because L is an incoming light vector. Connect the vectors at their tails. Right. Okay. So yeah, I think this is kind of right. I mean, it's a bit wishy-washy, you know, but I'll kind of clean that up before I do it for lecture. But this is kind of where it is. Again, the 2 here is just, if we were to just subtract, so if it was Ly plus cosine of theta n, this is going to be equal to 0. Ly plus cosine theta n will be equal to 0. So because you want to flip Ly, you have to multiply this by 2. And so then what would be a negative Ly becomes a positive Ly afterwards. I'm sorry I'm doing such a bad job of explaining this. I'm doing my best, but I'm kind of tired. Right. So, okay. This is, again, my wishy-washy explanation. I'm not going to say it's the best explanation. I'm just saying this is what I have right now, and this is what I'm working with. I do, by the way, guys, doing Twitch streams of this kind of stuff is always fun, because you guys always have different perspectives. And generally speaking, you guys are smarter than I am as a whole, so I'm really happy that you guys can come in and you guys can correct me like this. Dragon ECC, thank you so much for the subscription. Really appreciate it. Let me go ahead and put the Simulecow in chat. Yeah, I hope you're having a great day. And thank you so much for all the support. So it's basically a directional change for the vector's normalized components. Yes. Also, 2 theta is because the total angle, angle of incidence, and angle of reflection. Yes. Yeah, that's the idea. We're flipping it in that way as well. Right. Makes sense to me, but on 3D non-axis aligned plane, this is probably a lot more complex, I'm guessing. Yeah, probably that's why we're doing 2D for today. We'll come back to 3D when we need to come back to 3D, which will be either tomorrow or the day after that. I'm not really sure exactly. Okay, so now I think we have almost an okay understanding of this reflection part. So now we're moving on to the hard part, which is the refraction part, or what I say is the hard part, but might not be the hard part. I have no idea. I'm just reading Wikipedia at this point. Let me get some water. Did I say thanks for following, Deli Kurt? Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. And guys, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. As you can see, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, feel free to let me know. I know I've got a PhD, I know I'm working at MIT, but I don't know everything. As you guys know, I'm going to say a lot of stupid stuff. I'm counting on you guys to correct me when I say stupid things. So it's incredibly useful to have you guys here. And of course, I'm hoping that, you know, we get somewhere by the end of today's stream. But we'll see. This is one of my favorite streams because of the knowledge being shared. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, again, the way I see it is it is being shared. Like, it's going 2 ways. It's not only me to you guys, but there's a lot of knowledge coming from you guys to me, and that's incredibly important to me. Can I ask what area you did your PhD in? I think there's actually a thesis command here. Yeah, there is. Nice. So my thesis was in computational quantum physics, I guess you could say. In principle, what I did is this is just the algorithm that I used. Let me go to github.com and give you my actual thesis link. Should be here. Yeah, there we go. So here's my actual thesis link. Here, feel free to take a look at it. If I go to the thesis, finalthesis.pdf, which by the way, actually, this is not the final thesis. I forgot to commit the very last changes that I made to the final thesis. I do apologize for that, but it's close enough to the final thesis that I'm not going to worry about it too much. But the thesis was in massively parallel split-step Fourier techniques for simulating quantum systems on graphics processing units. In principle, what I did is I did normal simulations of superfluid systems. And then I ran those simulations on a supercomputer, or on a graphics processing unit on a supercomputer. So in particular, I was working with vortex simulations. Let me just go down here and just show you really quick. I don't know why I'm going into this. I don't think anyone really cares. But yeah, so I was doing simulations like these, essentially in a superfluid. If you rotate said superfluid, instead of getting like a super large vortex, you get a bunch of smaller vortices, and they all kind of align themselves like this. And so I spent a lot of time basically creating vortex dynamics and stuff like that. I think the most impressive stuff that I did was when I did this in 3D. Let me just scroll down to the 3D stuff. That's all GPU stuff, so we did some vortex tracking and stuff like that in 3D. Here's a simple ring, but I think I have some really cool, 1 second, that's 2D still. Oh, this is 2D vortex chaos. That was kind of cool. Let me see, where's 3D? Come on. Still not there yet. And here, okay. So I think part of the coolest stuff that we did was actually this image in here. Can I just view the image? Okay, whatever. Essentially what we were able to do was we were able to manipulate the vortices on the inside of a superfluid to take basically any arbitrary shape. There's some qualifications to that. But this is kind of cool because we could like make the vortices like kind of move in on each other and stuff like this. It would be one of the first kind of order approximations to doing like a vortex knot or something like that, which is kind of cool. Quantum computing is like science fiction to me. So we did not do quantum computing, just for the record, we did quantum simulations. Quantum computing is usually specifically of qubits and stuff like this. That wasn't what we did. We did simulations of quantum material, which is why we did it on a supercomputer. Super cool though. I don't think my GTX 1050 Ti will handle these computations. This one it would, actually. This one could be done even on my GTX 970. It would take 3 days, but you could definitely still do it. So yeah, we were using V100s at the time. They had just come out, and I mean, I finished my thesis last year. So, and 2019, actually, I left OIST December 2019. And in fact, the paper for that actually might have just been published recently. Google Scholar. That paper, let me just do James Schloss. So this paper in here that I just recently showed you, I have an H index of 2. Oh man, one day. Here, so this paper here was very recently accepted into PhysRev A. So yeah, it's there if you want to read it. Here, I'll give it to you guys. Anyway, that was a sidetrack. Sorry about that. Let's go back to ray tracing, which everyone likes way more than whatever I was talking about there. I did actually a lot of that live on Twitch. It was, I don't know, whenever I lose motivation to do something at work, I end up just streaming it, because even though I'm not motivated about it, usually talking to new people about it, they're motivated about it, and, you know, motivation is infectious in a way, so I found that I would be more excited about it if I could share enthusiasm with other people. What's your favorite resources for finding computer science papers? Call me old school, but I still go to the archive. Oh, hello there. Archive.org. Let's see. It would take 3 days in a very generous definition of what it means to handle computation. Yeah, I mean, it could do it, is what I'm saying. I hope you keep doing, since you are motivating me now. Okay, thanks. I heard good things about archive sanity. Archive sanity, I haven't heard of that. But yeah, so, okay, so I did just clear my browser history, so I haven't looked at this week. But essentially what I do is I will literally just go to the archive and just read papers. I don't know, a lot of academics don't do this, but I do. I don't particularly enjoy watching YouTube videos or playing video games, but if there's one thing that I do love doing, it's just reading papers. Don't know why, I love reading papers. So for that reason, I end up like cellular automata can reduce memory requirements of collective state computing. That's interesting. Shape illumination and reflections from shading. That's interesting. Maybe it's even relevant to what we're talking about now. The point is, I'm very easily clickbaited. That's a word, right? Clickbait? Yeah. I'm very easily clickbaited by these titles. In a way that, like, I've never had like a YouTube thumbnail or something really do this to me, but like when I see like just a random paper, I'm like, wow, that's amazing, and I want to read it. So I don't know, I think just maybe I'm just wired differently, I don't really know. But I find that this stuff really is quite interesting to me, and I love reading papers. Can you share, do you share cool papers you find anywhere? Sometimes I'll post them on Twitter, but not too often. What is WAP? Join board, what? Oh, okay, yeah, that's quite nice. Here, let me open that up. 1 second. Yeah, so this is the explanation. So that's n cosine theta, and then 2n cosine theta is exactly that. That's actually probably the best visualization. Oh, I can see my mouse moving around on my side screen now. Let me close that and go back over here. Okay. So yeah, this is actually a good visualization. Does this stay up if do I have to export it? Export as PDF? Sure. Okay, thanks. Save file, okay. And I'll have that saved over here as well. Okay, so now I'm confused. Is that word used elsewhere for something else? Is it 3 something? I think that's what it is. And we're just gonna call it simple pic .pdf. Sure. Okay. So let me do ocular simple pic.pdf. I think that was it, right? What did I just download? Yeah, it had to have been that one. 3899. Yep. Yep. Okay. Good. Just wanted to make sure I had that saved. Thanks for that, by the way. Well, clickbait usually means getting the attention of a viewer with the title or thumbnail, not presenting said information in the context. Well, okay, so I guess that's a question. What does clickbait mean? In a typical fashion, content whose main purpose is to attract attention and encourage visitors to click on a link to a particular web page. I don't think clickbait needs to be visual, does it? Like, if you give me a certain word, like the word algorithm is clickbait to me. You know, like the thumbnail doesn't have to exist. It could be a completely black or white thumbnail with no context. But if the word algorithm is in the title, I will click. Like, that's just, unfortunately, that's just how it goes, unless YouTube precedes it. If it says YouTube algorithm, I probably won't click because there's just too much drama associated with that. I've seen plenty of clickbait titles and thumbnails that provide the promised content. Yeah, I think that's true as well, like, right? So, I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to ray tracing. We're now going to move on to the refract function and go from there. Bring up Zernal again. Perfect. Okay, good. So now we should have refract function. Okay. This reflected direction. Okay, so now apply Snell's law to the ratio of sines to derive the formula for the refracted ray's direction vector. Okay, so we say sine. I'm just going to write this out, and we're just going to go. So we're going to say sine of theta 2 is going to be equal to n1 over n2 sine of theta 1. That is correct. Which is going to be equal to n1 over n2 square root of 1 minus cosine theta 1 squared. Yep, that's also fine because we're just using sine squared plus cosine squared equals 1. Now we're going to say cosine of theta 2 is going to be equal to square root of sine 1 minus sine theta 2 squared, which is going to be equal to square root of 1 minus n1 over n2 squared 1 minus cosine theta 1 squared. Yes, because this is going to be plugged in here, and then it's just 1 minus sine squared. Great. Okay. So now we say the V refract is going to be equal to n1 over n2 L, which is the incoming vector. And then we're going to add a modification to it, which is going to be n1 over n2 cosine theta 1 minus cosine theta 2 n. Okay. There's also a band called The Algorithm. Sounds like metal with some electronic influences. Fair enough. The Cybermenti and Ed the Dagger, thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so this is following similar logic to what we had before. Ola Seth, thank you so much for following. We have... The formula may appear simpler in terms of the renamed values R, n1 over n2, and C is negative n dot L. Okay, I am having just a little bit of trouble figuring out where this equation came from. So we have... Right, so before, I mean, it's similar to the reflection one, right? So if cosine theta 2 is that, sine theta 2 is that, fine. So then we have 2 cosine theta 1. So, okay, my main question is, where does this n1 over n2 come from? So where does this come from? Oh, hello, let's try that again. Let's just highlight that. So this is the thing that I'm having trouble understanding. Where does the n1 over n2 times L hat come from? Because I'm more than happy saying that, you know, the output, whatever we're going to call it, is going to be equal to whatever it was coming in. Again, plus, you know, cosine of theta 2 n hat. Cosine of theta 2 plus cosine theta 1. N hat, or something like this. Is the refracted ray representing the direction when changing mediums? Yes, that is what it's doing. Multiply all with n2. Yeah, so let's just kind of go through that really quick. So cosine theta 2 is going to be this thing in here. That's not helping. It's not helping at all. n1 over n2. If we multiply everything by n1 over n2, then essentially what we're saying is that this is going to be equal to L hat Is there an n1 over n2? Wait, maybe this is the equation we're looking for. Maybe it's plus n2 over n1 cosine theta 2 plus cosine theta 1? Is there a reason there's an n2 over n1 in front of this cosine theta 2? If that's the case, then I totally buy this formula over here. I just need to think about why that would be the case. So theta 1 is the incidence angle. So let's just do journal, new page before. How does sine theta 1, sine theta 2 relate to the ratio of cosines? I am not entirely sure either. It seems n1 and n2 are components needed to correct for the medium. So every vector has ni with respect to their medium. It seems n1 and n2 are components needed to correct for the medium. So every vector has ni respective to their medium. Let's see. So let me just read the rest of this. The formula may appear simpler in terms of this. Fine. Okay, that's literally the same equation. Yeah, it's the same equation. So R is going to be n1 over n2. Oh, is it the same equation, actually? Oh, wow, they did a lot of simplifications. Okay, we're really going to have to step through this one bit at a time. I was not expecting this to be so complicated, but that's okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and draw down a box again, like we had before. And the idea is, again, that we have some sort of line here. And we have light coming in. Let's draw this in white. Here. And then it refracts there. And then we say that we have some sort of angle theta 1, some sort of angle theta 2. Okay. Where did they replace C with? Yeah, this is an interesting bit. If you multiply V refract formula with N2, this seems more obvious. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So then you're saying that V, the output V, is going to be equal to N1L plus N1 cosine theta 1 minus N2 cosine theta 2 N hat. Okay. So the question is that correct? And the answer is yes, that's definitely correct. Because N1 is these are all going to be scale factors for how much the velocity vector goes into the new element. Yeah, so I buy this. I buy this formula. Yep. So this formula I like because I buy that intuitively. The idea is that we have some sort of light vector coming into our medium, right? N2 V. N2 on the other side. There's an N2 on the other side. Now I don't buy it. Where's the N2 coming from? Oh, N2 on this side. I see what you're saying. N2 on the left-hand side. Now I understand. Yep. N2, V2. Yeah, okay. That's fine, I think. Because again, the idea is that light is moving at some sort of velocity, right? Coming into the medium, right? And so the idea is this is its direction, and this is its speed in a way, right? And so then again, we have to multiply this by that, and then we have to add this by that. So then when it enters a new medium, it has a new speed associated with that vector. I just discovered VS Code region folding, and my life has forever changed. Oh, okay, fair enough. There's a lot of cool VS Code features, no doubt. Okay, so I'm okay with this at an intuitive level. I'm not going to say that that's the best description, but I'm okay with that. Okay, so now how do we get to their next bit? So now they define two different variables. They say R is going to be equal to, okay, I'm okay with this formula now. And let me also write that down in our terminal over here, just so I have it. Yep, 2d.jl. And again, I'm just going to write down some more notes here. Note. What am I going to say? I'm going to say light moves at a particular speed with respect to the medium it is moving through. So what was I going to say? It's going to be N2 dot v is fine. I'll remember what that means. Is going to be equal to n1 times L plus n1 times cosine of theta 1 minus n2 dot cosine of theta 2 dot n. Alright, I'll remember this when I'm going through it. I just had to write it down somewhere. Okay, back to Zernal. And now let's get that last bit. We're adding magnitude normalized... essentially, that's what we're doing. We're adding some sort of magnitude to the normalized vector. Yeah. So, we're going through ray tracing. Not Burby. So we just got to the point where we covered reflection, and we figured out this formula. And now we're doing refraction, where we figured out this formula. Now we're going to figure out the final bit, which is this guy down here, before we implement it in code. Oh man, we've been at this for about an hour, so we are very close to finishing the math section before moving on to the coding section. And I'm really happy with this. I think we've made significant progress, but there's a lot of math here. A lot of math. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to delete some of this that we don't need anymore, and I'm going to move this equation up. Oh, I needed some of that. How am I going to write this out? Okay, so I'm happy with this. The last thing we have to do is figure out how we get this formula in here. This V refract is going to be RL plus RC minus 1 minus R squared. Okay, so let's just go up here and let's do it there. So the last formula that we have is this one here. So I'm going to make this, I don't know, magenta again. And we're going to say V is going to be equal to RL. Well, let's just define R and stuff like that. So we're going to say R is going to be equal to N1 over N2. C is going to be equal to negative N dot L. Okay. And now we have, again, cosine theta 2 is going to be equal to square root of 1. And I'm going to put this in R notation. Minus R squared. And then it should be 1 minus, it should be 1 minus C squared. Yeah, that's what it has down there. Perfect. Okay. And this is times N hat. Okay. Is that right? 1 minus R squared. 1 minus, yes, so this seems correct. My C's and R's, one second, my writing is awful. Turn this into a proper C. Okay. It still looks bad, but that's okay. So now we have to do, what is N1 cosine of theta 1? Cosine of theta 1 is just going to be, that's just going to be C again. Yes, so now we should say that V refract then is going to be equal to, okay, so it is literally just R dot L plus, and then RC is going to be the N1 cosine theta 1. Is that correct? RC. Yes, because there's an N in here. So that should be R. Why is the N vector there? Because I was, oh, there shouldn't be an N vector here. Sorry about that. You're right. Yeah, that should just be for cosine theta 2. Okay, so R dot L, I believe that, because that's N1 over N2, and so that's the reason why they divided everything by N2. So if we divide everything by N2, 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 then it's R dot L plus R C, because C is going to be cosine theta 1, essentially, because it's N dot L. And then we have to do a minus cosine theta 2, so that's just going to be minus 1 minus R squared, 1 minus C squared, N hat. Okay. Right. So let me write this down again. Other approximations. Summations. R is going to be equal to N1 over N2, or is it N2 over N1? No, N1 over N2. And C is going to be equal to negative N times L. Okay. So I think we are finally at the point where we can do some sort of programming. Let's see. Not Burby, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Do you mean substitutions? Yeah, so I mean, we were literally just plugging these guys in. So I was plugging all of this stuff. I was plugging into this guy in here. So I was just substituting it. That was what I was doing. Let me get some water. So, yep, that's what I was up to. Okay, cool. Let me do something really quick. I just realized so again, my OBS settings were, oh no, this should be fine. Yeah, okay, it's fine. So my OBS settings were all screwed up this morning. That's why, I wanted to start stream at noon, but I actually started stream significantly after noon, like 2 o'clock p.m. So we've been doing this for about an hour and 20 minutes. I think this is a good place to take a 5-minute break before jumping into the code. So I'm going to do that now. And I will be right back, and then we can start working on this in code. Pretty excited. Okay, so see you guys in just a second, and yeah, I hope you guys are all having a great day. Yep, see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Give me just a second to get all set up. And yeah, I just refilled my water a bit and should be good to go. Yeah. Okay. So we have all the equations written down. And I think we can just go. We'll see how this goes. So let's move this over. Actually, in fact, I think we want the Wikipedia article up there. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this bigger and move this over here, move that over there. We're on the Raytracing directory, and let me just go over here and move into the same directory over here. I think I can move it down just one hair. Cool. So now we're going to CD into projects, Simuleos, and then Raytracing. Music is so nice. Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate it. So the music is done by Josh Woodward. If you go to Josh's website, I think you just Google Josh Woodward. Josh Woodward. You can find the music available here. So we use the instrumental versions of basically all of these songs. The Windows Manager that we're using is just called OpenBox. Yeah, I quite like it. I have my own custom theme, which is actually available on the Discord if you want to check that out. Because, I don't know, if you want to check it out, feel free to check it out. It's called Grayscale. It should be pinned on the Discord or something like that. If you need to figure it out, go to Discord, send me a message. But it's essentially just OpenBox with a few custom colors. So I just made it so everything on my desktop is one of 3 colors, is either black, white, or gray. Those are the only colors I have. And I like to keep it minimalistic. I mean, look, this desktop has nothing on it. It's literally just black. Now, a lot of people don't like that. I understand if you're one of those people that really want some really cool, like, you know, Linux, just like you want to spice out your desktop, totally fine. That's just not my jam. I'm more of a simple guy, so I do simple stuff. Okay, so we're in the Raytracing directory. Let's go into vi2d.jl and let's see, what do we want to do? Have you ever considered a tiling Windows manager? I have, but the issue with tiling Windows managers is that I'm what you might call a noob. So I'm not very good with the tiling Windows managers. Also, let me go ahead and have just a video playing so that, you know, we have more than just, I want some sort of visual flair. What? For Pete's sake. For Pete's sake. How do I? Okay, let's try this again. Open up a new terminal. I'm very bad with UIs in general, so maybe I should be using a tiling Windows manager. Oh my gosh. Oh, for Pete's sake. Come on. Okay, there you go. CD projects, Simulaos Raytracing, MPV out. What did I call it? Oh, huh. Oh, maybe. Let's see, out.mp4. MPV out.mp4. Okay, so this visualization in here is kind of the visualization we'll be going for. Let me see. Let me just Control C, put this on loop. 0. Oh my gosh, I can't type. Okay, so this visualization here is kind of the visualization we'll be going for. Just for a basic setup. Again, we're just going to get this done first, and then we'll do the raise from going everywhere type of thing. Right, so what are we looking at here? Essentially, we're seeing a weird refractive index lens. So it's a lens with like some sort of weird like pattern on the inside, so light kind of goes everywhere. And we're watching light as it comes into the index and kind of bends around to the lens's will. So this is the visualization we're kind of going for. Again, we'll have a different lens, so it's going to look significantly different. But this encompasses a few different things. So the first thing we need to pay attention to is how exactly we send these rays in. So we have to think about how we're going to hold all these rays in some sort of data structure, which we did kind of talk about before. And then we have to basically say, hey, how do you know what refractive index you're at and all this kind of stuff. So we have basically 3 parts that we need to consider. 1, just the propagation of light rays, which shouldn't be so bad. It should be relatively straightforward. 2, how do you know what index of refraction you're looking at and whether you need to reflect or refract. And then 3, what we need to do is just deal with the time stepping itself, moving each ray forward with time. So these are not lines. Well, okay, so they are lines, but they're being bent by. So the index here isn't a standard lens. It's a lens with some sort of weird refractive index. So because of that, the light kind of goes all over the place. So, yep, that's kind of our visualization that we were thinking about doing. Still using your color quantized wallpaper. Actually, I'm pretty excited to hear that, if I'm being honest. So I'm going to have this playing up here in the corner, and then I'm just going to move my Julia shell down a bit. And I guess I'm just going to move this over, so it's on that desktop for now. Cool. Okay, so now I'm just going to run Julia. We have a Julia shell available. We have some sort of idea for a struct ray. We have the notes from our reflection and refraction stuff that we just did. Dubro-san, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So I think we can just tackle it. Again, right now it is 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. I think I'm just going to keep going until we finish today. I started at 2 o'clock p.m., so I've been streaming for about an hour and 30 minutes now. And yeah, we're just going to see how far we get. In principle, I can stream up until 8 o'clock p.m. I have not, unfortunately, been able to write my short story for today, so I'm not going to be able to stream after 8 o'clock p.m., just because I am trying to make sure that I get a short story written every day. For those of you guys who may not be aware, and were not there for the last Wednesday stream, I will be doing Writing Wednesdays from now on, so every Wednesday I will be doing a writing stream where we talk about like creative writing and stuff like that. So if this is your jam, if you're interested in reading stories or writing stories to be read, feel free to go to Discord and go to the writing channel there where we're talking about it. Okay, so right now I have this idea for a struct ray. The struct ray basically has some sort of velocity vector, some sort of position, and then a set of positions, which is basically a tuple. What day do you stream games? I do not do gaming, unfortunately. Gaming stresses me out. I'm not really a games guy. Sorry about that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I did used to play a lot of games. I mean, I used to play Guild Wars a lot. And like I said, I'm familiar with games. But I just don't play them much at all, and I'm really sorry about that. I suppose I could be convinced to play a game on stream if there was, like, if everyone on stream was like, hey, you have to play this game. Like, if every single person well, maybe not everyone. If we'll say 70% of people were like, yeah, you should play this game, it's gonna be great, I might consider it. But nah, I'm not really much of a gamer. Again, because gaming stresses me out, and it also like makes me, I don't know. It's hard. That's all I'm gonna say. No more about games. Okay. Get back to it. I'm working on it. Among Us is a new cool thing. I don't know which one that is. Is that the one where like is that the 3D one or the 2D one? Because there are two that came out in quick succession. One was 3D and one was 2D, but it looked like they had the same characters, so I assumed it was from the same studio. Where one of them you walked around and killed people, the other one was like a war of attrition where you had to make sure that you didn't die or something like that. I'm not really sure. Among Us is 2D, Fall Guys is 3D. Are they made from the same studio? Among Us came out a few years ago. You should totally try MX Snake in Emacs. It's the best game. We did that for a while. They're not related. Okay, to be fair, the characters look identical. Let's just Google this. You said it was Among Us and Fall Guys? Among Us. Images. Okay, so now let's do Fall Guys. Look, I mean, come on, they're identical. Like, you can't... Look, here, it looks like he's in a spacesuit. I mean, the only difference is one of them has arms and the other one doesn't. I don't know. Let's see. Among Us quite old games, just seen a resurgence. Yeah, it's cool. I'm glad that people are enjoying themselves, you know? Multiplayer games, especially competitive ones, stress me out a lot too. The truth is, I don't actually mind competitive games so much. It's the PvE elements that get me. We'll do a quick ramble session. I'm sorry, I do a lot of ramble sessions, but I think it's important, you know, just to talk about things. Why not? Let's do journal, new page before. So you have these two different aspects, PvP, and then you have PvE, right? PvP is actually, I kind of like PvP games. It's really fun. I enjoy it a lot because, like, you know, they're usually quick. It's like 5 to 10 minutes. You're playing against, you know, an opponent, and then you either win or lose and you move on to the next game. So when you're playing a PvP game, really at most you're going to sink maybe an hour a day into the PvP game, right? Because you're going to be playing, you'll play like maybe 3 or 4 rounds and then you're done, right? So you play 3 or 4 games, you're done, you're out. PvE games though stress me out so much, like so much, because you can spend like 4 hours a day just playing this game and you get nowhere. You're just constantly like, it's like PvE games are so stressful to me because like you're constantly grinding for more gear, trying to raise your level up, you know, like, and of course I'm specifically talking about like maybe MMO trends, MMO trends here. Like PvE is incredibly stressful, right? Because I'm spending all of my time grinding and like I'm always afraid that I'm not as good as the next person. There's all of these meta builds that you have to follow, and if you don't follow the meta builds, you're not going to be considered part of the team. You've got raiding, you've got like, you know, weird dungeon things. It's all crazy. Like it's all really difficult. PvP, you jump in, you play a few games, you're out. So that's kind of my perspective on that type of stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, like Animal Crossing is fine. Animal Crossing is quite fun for a PvE game. The reason I like Animal Crossing is because there isn't a competitive side to the PvE nature. You know what I mean? Like PvE, I don't know how to put this. This makes me feel sad. This makes me feel meh. You know? Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, I don't care about PvP, but I'll play it if I have an itch to play video games. PvE games, I just get sad when I'm playing PvE games. That's it. That's all I wanted to point out. I'm sorry, I'm rambling again. That's it. Among Us, Fall Guys are unrelated. They just happen to both be Star Bean dudes. Your game is all games look the same to you? I guess maybe. This is why I like Team Fortress 2. It is a very fun-loving community. You can just go on servers and chill out and meme about, and people usually won't mind and will not kill you. Your experience is very unusual. Same, one time I managed to MVP as FAT Scout on Harvest. What about coding game? I don't know, coding games feel to me like, why not just do programming? Programming's fun anyway. Let's see. That's my attitude for PvP. But you don't have to worry about someone being better than you. I see. What about story-driven player? I don't like story games. I find like story games like are just boring. Like, what are you doing? You're just sitting there listening to... I just don't get it. I don't understand. I guess I just don't understand them. Like, Spyro is fun. Like, Spyro is a fun game that I used to play a lot of. Digimon World games I used to play a lot of. but there wasn't really much of a story to those games. Same with Pokemon. There isn't really a story that you're following, right? When there's a story, it just gets boring, because then why am I playing a game instead of reading a book? Reading a book is a better experience, you know? Anyway, I didn't notice the obvious TF2 reference. Let's see, back to coding. I'll get back to coding. Yeah, sorry about that. If a heavy update ever releases, then I want them to make something that replaces the minigun so that can turn Fat Scout into a real playstyle. Interesting. Like Demo Man Shield? Okay, so you guys are beyond me. I'm completely lost. Let's get back to programming. Okay. So that was another rant. Sorry about that. I do a lot of rants on stream. That was just another one for today. I figure we have plenty of time. So, you know, doing a few rants here and there, it's not bad. Specifically on Twitch, a lot of people play video games. You know, I figure it's important to talk about this kind of stuff. Or it's fun to talk about this kind of stuff. Okay, so we have the idea of array. So what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to have array propagating in space, and I'm going to plot all of its positions. So that means I'm going to need a function for... Ooh, hello there. Let's try that one again. So that means I'm going to need a function for plot rays is what I'm going to call it. And it's just going to take a vector. We're just going to call it rays. It's going to be a vector of ray. Something like that should be okay. And it's just going to plot them. Okay. And there. And for now, we're just going to be using the plots package. So in here, I'm just going to do using plots. Again, this is going to be really, really dumb. We're just going to get something working and go from there. I did some working out for the reflection. Oh, yeah, cool. Let's see. Not sure about the sign flip, though. I think the sign flip is just because the direction of N is the other way around. Let's see. L, yeah. This is right. The sign flip, I think, is just because N points out of the normal. Yeah, we need to think about the sign flip. I'm going to put this over here so I don't delete it. Okay. So, function plot rays, again, we're just going to do something basic just to get something working. And so, what are we going to do? We're just going to say, we have a vector of positions. Let's just see how plots works. Let's go over here and let's do using plots. And let's just try to plot some. The goal of volumetric refraction, like in animation 2. Yeah, something like that. Where we'll do reflection and refraction. The idea is just to do a basic 2D ray tracing example. Let me get some water. Okay, so we're letting plots precompile, which takes a variable amount of time. You know, sometimes a lot of time, sometimes a little time. You never really know with plots. I mean, refracting inside a volume of varying index rather than just at the surface. Yeah, so I think I haven't really decided. I like the idea of having variable refractive index calculations, but I do understand that that's not traditional ray tracing. Traditional ray tracing says that some volume has some standard refractive index. So I think we'll talk about how exactly we want to do that when we get to the propagate function, when we talk about how we're going to propagate light. But we're not there yet. So we're right now just at the plotting step. So we're just going to have a vector of elements, and we're just going to shoot them off and in free space, just to make sure that we can plot a bunch of rays and go from there. Cool. So again, I'm hoping that in the next few hours we can generate something like this. It's not going to be as pretty, because honestly, this animation, it's just not going to be as pretty, but it will hopefully be something similar to one of these visualizations in here. So yeah. Man, plots takes forever to precompile. There we go. Okay. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to create an array of tuples. So we're going to say x is going to be equal to, let's just do 1, 2, and then maybe 3, 4. And let me see what happens if I just plot x. It should plot 2 points, 1, 2, and then 3, 4. So it should just plot a line. Right. So cannot option. Oh, okay. So maybe we need to do pyplot here. So we'll use a pyplot backend, and then we should be good to go from there. I'm a bit concerned about the fact that plots does not seem to plot for me anymore. So I might want to investigate that a bit. Let's see. I just had a silly idea. What if, as a replacement for the minigun, Heavy had climbing gear or something to climb walls? That way he gives up his major source of firepower to become more mobile. I don't know. Okay, so this seems to plot correctly. Good. So I think then Let me also Control D, and let's just do using plots again. Sorry about this. For some reason, my libgr is not working, and I'm not exactly sure how to fix that. So I'm gonna just poke at that really quick and see what happens. So let's just do x is equal to that again, and now let's do plot x. This should fail so this should fail with the error that we had before. Yep, so can I open, so let me try saying x is gonna be equal to 1 to 10 or something. Okay, so now we're gonna say plot x, and this should also fail. Great, okay. So we have some failures here. Let's see what the issue is. Cannot load library libgr.so. So let's just look up plots.jl. There we go. And let's figure this out. Plots, Julia. Okay. Erica, couldn't load library libgr. Let's see. Okay, so we say, please rebuild gr environment. Gr is equal to this. Package build gr. Using pkg. Build gr. Let's see what happens. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Feel free to let me know any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that. And yeah, we'll just keep going. Also, what do you guys think about the current stream time? So I am planning to stream more regularly in the afternoon. What is wrong with that plot? It's not even a... Maybe we should just always use the PyPlot backend, because honestly, this is kind of embarrassing. It's also really slow. GDP primitive. What is this? GDP primitive not supported for X11? Let's go here. Yeah, I don't know why the text was missing. GKS using plots. For any reason you are using X11 as output device. Do you have environmental variables like GKSW type or G? Please try environment. Okay. Yeah, let's see what happens. So now you're using plots. Let's see what happens there. So I don't know why GKSWS type would be... Okay, so we'll have to figure that out. Seems like a font rendering problem. Yeah, I just feel like plots was working fine like a week or two ago. So let's do X is going to be this. And now we're just going to plot X. Give it just a second. And yeah, so that works just fine. So what was the issue then? So for any reason you're using X11 as an output device, do you have environmental variables like GK or set in any of your profiles? How would I check that? So if I go over here, how do I check my environmental variables again? I'm not using Pluto. Use check environmental. Let's see, Linux. Okay, give it just a second. Oh, G-Ronk, thank you so much for following, or G-Runk. Thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Print environment. What was it? GKS. What was it again? GKS. Underscore WS type. Was that not right? No, that seemed right. Only as a shotgun. Is the text missing? Seems like a font rendering problem. Right. Tries to reply to a single comment, but is completely clueless as to how to respond to the TF2 conversation we're having. Right. That's why I kind of skipped a few comments, because I have no idea. Like, I know nothing about TF2. I know that I tried to play it once because it came out on Linux, and at the time, like, the only reason I've been playing games recently... Oh, okay, so, like, let's say 2014, right? Like, Steam for Linux just came out, and really the only reason I played any games that year was because some of those games came out on Linux. And I was like, great, okay, if these games come out on Linux, I will support them. So I played, like, for example, Don't Starve. I played that game a lot because it came out on Linux. I played, there was, like, this Costume Quest game I played a lot of. And games like that Brutal Legend I played some of. I played a lot of these games because they came out on Linux, so I played them. So Team Fortress I played just a little bit, like one map worth of, and then I got bored of it, and I played it just because, again, it came out on Linux, and I was like, okay, if it comes out on Linux, I should play it. I had this idea in my head, like, I don't know if anyone else was this way, but as I started seeing more and more of these games come out on Linux, I really wanted to, like, become a contender where I'd play all the games on Linux, because I naively thought that if gaming on Linux becomes popular, that more people would flock to Linux as an operating system, right? Like, I was thinking that the only thing holding people back from using Linux as an operating system was that the software that they wanted to run was not available on Linux. And therefore, they would spend all of their time just trying to find, you know, basically learning new software. But I was like, well, okay, if their software is just games, which at the time I figured most of their software would probably be games, then if we can get the games working on Linux, then probably they will use Linux. But the truth is, most people just don't care about installing operating systems on their computer. So because of that, no one's going to switch to Linux. I mean, like, that's just how it is. Unless you're building your own computer, which is already very hobbyist, you're probably not going to install Linux on that computer. I don't understand not supporting multiple OSs, like the languages used to compile for all those platforms. The issue comes with Windows, right? So, thanks, by the way. Appreciate that. Let's just run this. Enter? Yeah, I don't have anything set. Which almost says to me something's wrong with Julia. Okay, so my understanding is that the issue is with Windows. I know personally when I'm doing OpenGL code and stuff like that, okay, this was back when Mac worked with OpenGL. I didn't have any problems writing code for Mac or Linux. They were both relatively easy. Writing code for Windows was a pain in the butt because you had to constantly use new, like, basically OS commands and stuff like that that you weren't familiar with. A lot of this stuff was very difficult to do on Windows and incredibly easy on Linux and Mac. But of course, I'm biased because I know how to use Linux. So whenever I had trouble, the trouble was always with Windows, and the other two platforms were usually relatively easy to develop for. So saying that you don't understand why not supporting multiple OSs is, or you don't understand not supporting multiple OSs, I agree with that in principle, right? Because, like, really C++ works on all operating systems. But the problem is, if you're very used to doing something for Windows, it's going to be very difficult to change your workflow for Linux because they're so remarkably different. And the issue with Windows won't be fixed because Windows is big into backwards compatibility. Yeah, that could also be true. I'm not really sure. Swifty Fish, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so I don't think I had any environmental variable set for GKS. So I don't fully understand why I needed to set the environmental variable. So for any reason, you're using X11 as an output device. Do you have environmental variables like GKSWS type or GK SWS type set in any of your profiles? So maybe capital GKS is what I need. GKS. No. But both of these guys have GKS in them. So I'm just gonna, whatever. I mean, maybe I just use the PyPlot backend. Because honestly, this shouldn't be an issue. At some point, I predict that Windows itself will be primarily used for backwards compatibility. That could be true as well. I don't want to get into operating system wars here. I use Linux, I like Linux. Other people use Mac, they like Mac. Other people use Windows and they like Windows. That's perfectly fine. It's just, all I was saying that was, you know, when I played TF2, the only reason I played it was because I could play it on Linux. Most of the time, like when I do play games, most of the time what I find enjoyable about games is that -i is case sensitive. Okay. Thanks for that. I didn't realize that -i was case insensitive. But what I was saying was, I really want to support Linux. I don't really care about supporting game developers. But I thought, if the game developers were developing stuff for Linux, that's at least a whole bunch of software that's coming onto our platform that people have to support. So, you know, I thought it'd be kind of nice if we could get more games on Linux, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm a Windows user, totally fine. Like, if you like using Windows, use Windows. I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. All I'm saying is that I like Linux and I want to support it. That was all I was saying. Anyway, let's keep going before I dig a deeper hole for myself. I'm fine with this. I don't care that much. Okay, so now we're going to say x is going to be equal to this. We're going to plot that, make sure it works. Does. Great. So now let's go into 2d.jl and let's just plot. Windows is turning into Linux anyway. I've been noticing that recently. Like, I feel like the most recent editions of Windows have been more Linux friendly at the very least. Like, you've got the Windows subsystem for Linux or whatever, which I personally thought was really good. Like, I thought it was like one of those things that was very useful for developers, because now they could just write all their code for, like, now they have all their Linux tools and stuff like that available in Windows. But apparently it's shoddy, and most people just use the just a Linux partition anyway. Microsoft is trying to do their classic EEE strategy. I thought it was RRR. Wait, no, what is EEE again? I'm sorry, I'm completely lost here. EEE is like extinguish, embrace, extend, extinguish. That's what it is. You're right. Yep. Thanks. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at that. I feel like they might be trying that, but I don't know. I'm hoping they don't. Like, to be fair, since they took over GitHub, it's actually been much better, honestly. GitHub has been, like, even though, yeah, it's under Microsoft domination and all this kind of stuff, honestly, GitHub's great. They launched the GitHub Sponsors program and stuff like that. Troubled Incel, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Okay, so now we've got plot rays. So what I'm gonna do, we have a bunch of rays in here. So we're gonna say for ray in rays. So let's just go up here and let's just go ahead and plot. PLT is gonna be equal to, can I do this? PLT is gonna be equal to plot. Oh, hello. There we go. Okay, so now I'm gonna do plot onto PLT X. Yeah, great, that's what I wanna do. So I'm gonna say PLT is gonna be equal to plot here. Go down here, and now all we have to do is say plot exclamation mark PLT, and it should be ray dot positions. And I think I want to rename that. Whatever, we'll keep it as that. We'll change it later. So in principle, this should allow us to plot all of the rays. So now I'm going to create a super simple propagate function propagate. And in here, we're just going to do, again, we're going to have a set of rays, which is going to be a vector of rays. And here. And I guess I'm also going to say a number of steps, n. So I'm going to say for I is equal to 1 to n. And let's try that one again. All right, now we're going to say, I had my spacing wrong. Okay, so now we're going to say for j is equal to 1 to size of, well, let's do length of rays. And here, and now we're simply going to say that rays of j of I is going to be equal to, I'm just going to create a step function. This is really dumb, but rays of j of I minus 1. And we're just going to have a step function in here. We'll explain all this in a second. So this is going to have to go for 2 here. And so now let's go down here and let's create our function step. Again, I'm not saying this is the best way to do it. We're just kind of writing stuff for now. Step. And this is going to take, it's just going to take a ray. In fact, it might just need to take a position, but we'll say ray for now. It probably only needs a position and velocity, actually, now that I think about it. So let's probably just needs to raise position and velocity. And also I guess we're gonna need J as well. No, we're gonna need J. So let's go in here, we're gonna say ray, which is gonna be of type ray, and then index here. So we're gonna do this in a dumb way, and then we'll make it faster later. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. Improve, erase, overcome. Let's see. Commanding rat. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. At some point, one's going to get good enough for most things, and it'll be feasible for new computers to be set up on something Unix-based. At that point, other Windows will be used increasingly exclusively by governments and businesses who rely on proprietary stuff designed for Windows XP, or Windows will itself become Unix-based. That's probably true. I'm not really sure. Has anyone used GitLab? What's the difference? A lot of people migrated to GitLab after GitHub became owned by Microsoft. So I don't know. A lot of people like it because it's less corporate, but I don't really know many differences outside of that. The XP source leak might help wine developers. That'd be interesting. I haven't used it, but I find another Git repo hosting. They're currently in alpha, but I think they're really good. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for that. Okay. Right, as far as, Microsoft's future and all this kind of stuff, I don't really want to postulate so much on that. Like, I figure the way it is, the way it has been for years is we've had Microsoft having dominance over the desktop market, but honestly, Linux has won most other markets, like, it's incredibly useful for servers, it's incredibly useful for supercomputers, and so because of that reason, Linux will always have a place. Now, will Linux have a place on the desktop? I don't know. I hope it does, because quite frankly, I like my desktop. I like everything about it. I set it up specifically to be perfect for me, and it is currently perfect for me. I like it a lot. Does that mean that in the future, there's not going to be a better operating system that comes around? There could certainly be a better operating system that comes around that I like more than this one that I have right now. But I like it, and I'd like to keep it if I could. I've been using the same setup for... How old am I? I'm 28 years old now. I've been using the same setup for the past 13 years. So I don't want to change it. I'm very much a stick in the mud there. As far as what's going to happen to Microsoft, well, who knows? I mean, maybe they do turn into a more Linux-friendly operating system. Maybe they don't. I don't really care too much because I don't usually deal with things on the operating system level. I don't know why. I don't really have anything else to say about that. Yix3, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let's see. I've seen that before, but didn't like the interface. Didn't realize that it was new, though, so I'll keep an eye on it. The interface is probably not great, but it's simple. Look at the pricing plans. You might be surprised. Open source software will never go away. I don't think it can go away, honestly. Like, open source software is too big now to go away, if that makes sense. Okay. So we have function step ray, and what am I going to do here? I'm going to say we have some sort of position and some sort of velocity. So we're simply going to say, oh yeah, this should be easy. Okay, great. So we actually don't even need the index here because we have a position and velocity. Here, there, position and velocity here. So we're going to have to deal with reflection and refraction in the step process, but for now, I'm just going to say the velocity is going to be equal to... In fact, let me do something really, really dumb here. We're going to say that the velocity is going to be equal to... I think I just want to do this. Step, exclamation mark, ray. And then we're just going to say Rij is going to be equal to step, exclamation mark, ray. So why don't we just do step ray? Rays of j. Yep, that should be fine. And then we're just going to say, this is not the best way to do it, but this is just how I'm going to do it for now. Dot position. That'll do. Okay, so up here we're going to say the new velocity is going to be equal to, I'm just going to say it's going to be equal to ray.velocity. And again, this will be updated later, but for now we're just going to say ray.velocity. And here we're going to say to do implement refraction / reflection. And then we're going to say the position dot p is going to be equal to, it should be a tuple. So I think we need a dot equals here. And a dot equals there. So it should just be x times the time step. So we'll say is going to be dot plus equals ray dot velocity dot times dt, I suppose. And so in here we're going to read in a dt, and in here we're also going to read in a dt, and in here we're going to read in a dt. Okay, so that should work for our propagate function. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a bunch of rays, and I'm just going to have them moving just straight in some direction. So we should have basically a bunch of parallel lines that just move forward. That's the idea. So here I'm going to create function, and we're going to call it parallel propagate. It doesn't really matter what it's called. I'm going to read in n. which is going to be the number of rays. Ray number is what I'm going to call it. End here. And I'm also going to give it n, which is the number of time steps. This is dumb. I'm just going to keep going from here. So we are going to generate a bunch of rays at some position. Yeah, so I guess let's do it. So we're going to say, how are we going to do this? We're going to say, I should be able to do rays is going to be equal to vector of ray. Or maybe I need, let's just do it this way. It's going to be ray of velocity is going to be, let's do 1, 0. 1.0, the position is going to be, I'm going to define the position here. So we'll define the position as I. We want it going down in the Y direction. So, one second, I'll catch up on chat in just a second, guys. Sorry about that. So it's going to be 1.0. So the ideas are moving in the X direction. And then we're going to say that in the Y direction, they're all going to be set at 0 in the X direction. And then Y direction, they're just going to be like just I, I'm going to say, and then 0.0 in the Y direction. And then finally their vector here is just going to be zeros of n. And that should be correct for I equals 1 to ray number. Okay, so what this should have done is it should have created a bunch of rays that currently have no positions associated with them, but basically they're all set. So we have one at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on going up, and then they're all moving exactly just to the left. Oh, dude, I just missed a raid. I'm so sorry about that. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat here. What do we have? Open source software will never go away. Should rays be a vector of vectors? Tim, I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for the raid. Feel free. Okay. Let me just start from the start. I'm so sorry. I was so hyper-focused on writing this random function. I was not paying attention to what was going on chat. Thank you so much for the raid. If anybody has not checked out Tim, he's an amazing streamer. We raid him at the end of our own stream a lot. He does a lot of stuff working on racing games and stuff like that. Definitely check him out. He's really cool. If you guys are hopping on to this stream and you haven't been here before, hello, my name is Dr. James Schloss. I am currently working at MIT, and right now I'm working on a lecture for MIT working on ray tracing. So what you see up here in the upper left-hand corner is a ray of variable refractive index, or rather a lens with a variable refractive index, as the refractive index is kind of changing, and then a bunch of light rays being shot into the lens. I'm trying to recreate that animation. We made this animation a while ago, but I'm trying to recreate this animation in Julia in a way that we can kind of teach it to the class. So we're doing 2D ray tracing, then we're going to take a step back and do 3D ray tracing after that. I missed a follow from Hubzato. Thank you so much for the follow. And I think that's kind of the brief introduction. Of course, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to let me know and I'll totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. I did miss a lot of chat, so let me go ahead and catch up now. Source Hut pricing. I actually have political opinion about open source software. This is going to be interesting. I'll not share it, but I want to let you know that I do have one. It's an approving position. Basically, I think that open source software is good, is an excellent example of a political idea. I probably think so as well, but also I do hear the Soviet national anthem being played in the background, so maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't say it so much here on Twitch. Peter, how are you? Oh, Raid, let's see. TS Jost, how are you? I know you were here earlier. You were at the start of stream. So I don't know why I said, how are you? See, that's what happens. Anytime people put emotes in chat, for some reason, I assume that they haven't been on stream for recently. So I'm like, hey, how are you? But they've been there for a long time. Let's see. He's thinking, let's see. That's okay. I do the same sometimes. Just get in the zone and go with it. Seriously, do not worry about being in the zone. Dr. Schleim's Joss. What, did I say that? My bad. Anyway, so that's what we're working on right now. So what I did right now is I generated a bunch of rays that are all stationed on 0, and I'm just kind of shooting them off in one direction. So what I should have is all these rays going in that direction. So now I should be able to do propagate on the vector of rays. And then we should have the number of time steps and then dt, which I'm just going to set to be 1. And what I'm going to do is change this propagate function to have an exclamation mark. So this is going to break. I don't exactly know how it's going to break, but I know it's going to break. And then after this, we're just going to do plot rays on the set of rays. Okay. What I should probably do is I should probably make it so I need like an initialize raise function or something like that. Just to make it so the initial element. Well, I guess it's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. Let's just do 1 here. Yeah, let's just see what happens. So we're gonna do include. That's not what we're including. We're gonna include something, and it's gonna be this 2d.jl. It's gonna break missing separator and array expression on line 43. Yep, I figured it was gonna break here, so that works fine. That is also fine, but I think it needs to be this. Yep. Try it again. Okay, so now we have parallel propagate. Let's just give it a go. Parallel propagate. And how about at the end here, instead of plotting rays, we return the rays. Oh, hello. Write that, go over here. Try including it one more time. And now we're going to do parallel propagate. Yep, parallel propagate, and we're going to have the ray number is going to be 10. The number of time steps is also going to be 10 because it doesn't really matter. Let's just run it. Error. Nice. What do we have here? It's not a communist opinion. This is awesome. I wish I could stay and work through to understand this in depth, but this is probably a task for some other time. Yeah, so we were just talking about it in more depth just a second ago. Like, we literally went through all of the math. Like, that was, here's my discussion about PvP and PvE. But yeah, we went through all of the math just earlier in stream. So we've been streaming since 2 o'clock. So I've been streaming for the past 2 hours. We went through all the math that was necessary. So now we're just kind of doing a basic implementation. This is also, let's see, in propagate, there is a double index on a vector. Okay, that's probably the issue. I'll fix that in just a second. It's not a communist opinion. I mean, I can probably stay, but I won't understand. No, I mean, stay. Ask questions. You should use your amazing prowess at algorithms to break RSA. Why would I do that? I'm also not that good at algorithms, but, like, why? Okay, so there's a double index here, and the issue is that that should be fine. Let's see. So let me see what line is breaking on. It is breaking on, can it convert object type float64 to object type tuple? This is going to be on line 43 again. Okay, so it's ray of... Did I just do something wrong? I know I did something wrong. I just don't know what I did. RSA the crypto. Yeah, I assumed it was RSA cryptography. So let's see, 0, 1. That's going to be its velocity. And then it's going to be... Do I just have to make that a tuple? Try it again. Okay, that I don't know why I did that. That obviously is not going to work. Use quantum. What's he doing? I'm basically recreating this visualization up here in the corner. We're just shooting a bunch of rays of light at a lens and watching them refract. We're just getting started where we're actually sending all the rays of light moving forward. That's what we're doing. Simulus is so cool. He can do anything on classical. Yeah, let's not go there. I do appreciate that you think I'm cool. Unfortunately, it's probably, never mind. Can I convert object of type float64 tuple of float64 to an object of type tuple? That must be because let me just make it so these guys are tuples and of any. Or maybe I should set this to be float of I, maybe. Interesting. Convert tuple 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 tuple. Closest candidates. Convert tuple tuple to. Okay. Am I just not able to generate a ray? So let's go over here and let's just do ray. And let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this. Ah, okay. So good. We've replicated the error. Cannot convert an object of type tuple in 64 to an object of type tuple blah blah. Closest candidates are the following. Okay. So I think what it doesn't like is the fact that inside of ray, we have all of these, is tuple type automatically any dimensional. What I've got a feeling is that, I've got a feeling that the issue is that tuple might be defined at compile time. So I think maybe this ray struct isn't going to work. Yeah, let's see what we can do here. I've got a feeling that we might... It's tuple automatically... I don't think... It should just be two-dimensional, so it should be fine. Angel for Hair, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So tuple of float 64, tuple of float 64, and then we have the set of positions. This is not the best way to do that, but it's what I have. Okay. So what if we modify the struct ray? Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to close out of the Julia REPL, and we're going to open it again. And now I'm just going to mess around with the struct and see what we can do here. So we're going to have a struct, and we're going to call it, well, we'll just call it check. Why not? Inside of this, we're going to have some sort of object, which we're going to say V is going to be a tuple, and then we're going to end. Okay, so what I should be able to do is check of 1, 2, and that should work. It does work. So if I were to change ray such that the tuples were not defined as explicitly float 64. Oh, I'm dumb. Let me try that again. I did not copy anything like what I was supposed to copy. Okay. So I'm going to make these so that they are of just type... Oh, you know what the problem might be? The problem might be in... Might be in this. Zeros. Can I do zeros of type tuple? Of n? Okay, wait, let's try that. So we're gonna do include should be in here. Hopefully that works, and then we'll go from there. Don't know, Julia. Yes, so that seems to run. So now let's try parallel propagate 1010, and the error is now no method matching 0 of type tuple. There you go. There you go. Okay, so this is gonna be. How are we gonna initialize a vector of tuples then? Good news, I updated my code, and now instead of having 9 to-dos, I have 9 to-dos. Which is 1 less. What? No, that's the same number. You just started counting in 1-based indexing instead of 0. Should not be tuple, float 64, float 64. Maybe. Let's just mess around real quick. Zeros of, let's try tuple of float 64, float 64, 10. That did not work. Should not be 0. I think tuple of float 64, but maybe you're right. Maybe all of our things are messed up. So what if we do... Oh, okay, let's just see. What is this type? 1, 2. That is type of 1, 2. Try it again. It is in 64. Okay, you're right. So if we go up here and we do float 64, float 64, 64, we do the same thing here. We do the same thing here. Go over here, Control D, open up Julia again, run the last include, see what happens. Let's see. Martini4446, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. What does it... Wait. I wonder if Simuleos' significant other gets annoyed with how much Simuleos talks about another girl named Julia? No, she's fine with it. Parallel propagate. So the issue is still no method matching 0 of type. Okay. Right. So now we're at the stage where we have to figure out how to initialize that array. I also added another to-do, but that's for later. Fair enough. Let me get some water. Okay. So we've got no method matching 0 of type tuple. Could just be that there's no such thing as a 0 for a tuple. So let's try zeros of tuple. Oh, so zeros of 10 will create 10. Okay. So what if we do the following? Wait, I gotta think about this. Zeros of, I'm just surprised. So zeros of tuple, just to make sure. Float 64, float 64. This is not gonna work. Yeah, it doesn't. No method matching 0 of type measure length. Yeah, that's not gonna work. -1 indexing, nice. Yeah, you can do -1 indexing. Oh, it probably does have a zip function. So probably we could do zip of zeros of 10, zeros of 10. Oh, that did not do what I thought it was going to do. Yeah, no, that... Yeah, okay. I was thinking that would create 10 tuples of 0, 0. So the issue is I specifically cast these onto tuples, which I probably shouldn't have done. But now I'm kind of like, I'm digging my grave here, and I'm saying, let's stick with tuples. P2A2020. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Oh, P2A 2020. That's probably how I should have read that. Thanks for following. Really appreciate it. Okay. So how do we... Okay, can we do tuple... Okay, let me think. So the reason I wanted this to be an array of tuples was because essentially I wanted it to be an array of all of the past positions of the ray. So the ray moves forward, and the idea is we just keep all of the past positions in this array of tuples. I could, I could make this an array of any's, which would solve the issue. But also, like, it feels wrong, Like, you don't want it to be an array of any's. You know the type. So, okay. So can I do zeros? Can I do undef? Array of type tuple. Let's do 10 undef 10. Haha. All right. So we'll say array of type tuple of float 64. Float 64. Okay, come on. And then we're going to say it's undef and n. Let me just do some spacing really quick here. I'm not a big fan of any of this at all, honestly. So let's just... Okay, this is dumb. I just don't know how to... Okay, we'll just leave it. No, that's some pretty ugly looking code, but... Okay. We got past that line. That's the good news. Okay, no method matching step for ray and then int64. That is because when we go to the propagate function, this is something that someone mentioned earlier. I was just dumb and I wasn't thinking about it. So ray step. No method matching step ray int64. Change this to 1.0. Include parallel propagate. Okay, no method matching step. Oh, that's because it's capital, or it's exclamation mark. Try it again. Parallel propagate. Okay, method error. No method matching copy to. Oh man, I'm unfamiliar with Julia's type system, so I can't give any advice as to what you should do. It's okay. We got something that was kind of working. Now I'm kind of stuck again. So method error. No method matching copy to. Tuple of float 64. Base broadcast broadcasted. Okay. What line is this on? This is on line 47. In propagate, fair enough. On line 35. Step. Okay, line 27. Ray.v is going to be dot equals ray.v. Okay, so the issue here is I think that should just be equals, and this should be ray.p is going to be equal to ray.p dot plus this. The reason that's the case is because we cannot update tuples at runtime. Immutable struct type ray cannot be changed. Control D, try it again. Okay, we are getting there. Are tuples in Julia mutable? They are not, I think. So I think that was the other error that we had. Okay, so now let's try the last parallel propagate. Error. No method matching set index ray tuple float 64. Ray tuple float 64 in 64. Okay, what line is this on? It's on line 36. It says rays of j of I. Rays of j of I. Okay. So rays of j dot positions. Try it one more time. Yeah, okay. We have something. So now we try plot raise. And then we go to raise. Oh, I forgot to return raise. So now if we do this and we return raise, it's going to be equal to that. Now we can do plot raise of raise, and hopefully it works. We'll see. Yeah, guys, I do hope you're having a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to let me know. That didn't work. So let's just try it on our own. PLT is equal to plot. Here. This should open up plot. And then I'm just going to run this for loop. Right. Okay, that didn't work. So let's just go through our raise and see what we have. So raise of 1. Dot positions. Okay, so this is going to be 1, 1, 1. Okay, so it does look like... It does look like it's... Okay, so let's do plot ray1 raise of 1 dot positions. And this is a straight line going up. I was hoping it'd be a straight line going left. But let's try plot exclamation mark raise 2 dot positions. Okay. Raise 3 dot position. Okay, so here we can see that we have I was really expecting that to resize when I did that. It did not. So I will close it and we will use the pie plot back in. And then we'll try it again. Oh well, it is what it is. So now we're going to do plot here. And that should create a plot that hopefully we can resize. Scripting languages. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Julia is more than just a scripting language, right? Like, it's incredibly useful for a number of different things. But for some reason, it just... Plotting is just... It's not good at plotting. Okay. So we're going to plot that. We're going to plot... well, let's just do it here. 3. And then we'll do 4. Whatever, 5 or something like that. Okay. So if we go here, and I make it bigger, we see that we have a line starting at 1 going up, line starting at 3 going up, line starting at 5 going up. So the idea is we started a bunch of rays, they all started at the bottom and they went upward. I was hoping they would start over this way and go that way, but whatever. Our propagate function is working, everything's kind of sort of happening as you would expect. So I'm happy enough with that. Like, it's fine, you know? Okay. So we now have the ability to propagate rays forward. Our plot raise function is not working, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I think I'm just going to save fig plot at the end here. So we're going to do plot raise, and we're going to call it, we'll have file name, why not? And then down here we're just going to do, I think it's just save fig file name plt. Okay, so let's go include again, and now I'm going to run plot raise, plot raise of the raise, and we're going to give it a file name to be check.png. Error, no matching save fig. What it needs is save fig abstract string. Okay, let's Google save fig in Julia. See what we got. Output plots. Save fig, sure. Plot reference function. What is... Oh, file name. Okay, so I just had these backwards. Okay, let's try it again. Include plot raise. Yeah, okay. So let's try Mirage. Out. Okay, let's do an ls. Check.png. .png. Okay, good. So here we have a bunch of rays of light moving upward. Again, I was expecting them to go right, but that's okay. We have them propagating. I'm happy enough with that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a reflect and a refract functions. So I'm going to start by saying, So we need some idea or some concept of a lens. So the question is, how exactly do we implement that? So I'm going to go ahead and commit what we have right now. Git add 2d.jl git commit -m. So that means we have the ability to propagate light. Good. The question is, how do we know whether when we enter a lens we reflect or we refract or all that kind of stuff? Maybe what I should do first is I should actually do reflection first. Let's do reflection first because I think that'll be easier. And so we have the concept of a mirror and we implement reflection and we go from there. So your velocity have them going up, so change the initial to go right. Yeah, we can do that. It's fine. Like, it's obviously easy to fix. So we're going to do git commit m, adding simple skeleton for propagating. Okay, git push, origin master. Okay, so it's now available on the Simuleos directory on my GitHub. Feel free to check that out under the Raytracing subdirectory. So let's go into vi 2d.jl and let's keep going. Okay, so I know in the end I'm going to need some concept of a lens or object. I'm not really sure how we're going to do that. So for now, what I'm going to do... So, okay, let's think about what we want for an object. So let's do mutable struct. I'm going to call it a lens. And then I suppose we also want mutable struct. I'm going to call it mirror. End. Okay, so we'll get the mirror done first. And then we'll work on the lens. So I'm just going to comment this out for now and say this is all to do. So this is all going to be to do implement lens. Philip 9i, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so for a mirror, what do we need? We need obviously n, which is going to be a normal. This is going to be a tuple. 1 second. Float 64. Float 64. What else do we need? So we need some sort of object position. What's the name of the language? The language is called Julia. Okay, so what I need to do is find some concept of its spatial location, right? So we can do something dumb, and we can just say that, how do I put it? Mirrors can only be, okay, so for the first order approximation, we can say that mirrors are only going to be maybe like horizontal or like aligned such that they can't be diagonal. That's kind of dumb. I think we need some sort of object of a shape or something like that, which we can do later. Flat mirror, original normal width. Yeah, so, right. Yeah, that's the question. Do we want some, like, okay, so I suppose we also want like a to-do statement up here, which is a global one. Allow for different shapes. Okay, are you a math god? No, I don't think so. But I do have a PhD in computational physics, and what we're working on right now is specifically for a lecture that I'll be teaching at MIT. The reason I say that is because I do have a significant amount of experience that I would imagine a lot of people here in chat may not have. So if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, feel free to just let me know. I do my best to answer things as quickly and as intuitively as possible, but sometimes I don't get there. Sometimes I don't have the best definition. And I will say earlier, when we were going through all the lens equations and stuff, I was completely lost. I forgot everything, and I'm very happy that Twitch chat was there to move me on, to help me get to where we needed to go. We can do something dumb. It's not good for future proofing. Right, yeah, so kind of what I've been doing is I've been doing something stupid, and then we've been iterating on that stupid thing. Yes, chat shall worship him at all times. Please don't do that. That's really, like, weird. You're a math god then? I don't even do math, if I'm being honest. I'm more of a, like, I do physics and maybe computer science, but I'm very far from math, I would say. Also, it's almost 5 o'clock. It's like 4:30. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 30 minutes. I feel like, oh man, I feel like there's a lot left to be done here. So hopefully we'll be able to get more, like, I don't know where we're going to end up on today's stream is my point. Why not use Python? a number of reasons why I don't want to use Python. The first of which is I know Julia better, and quite frankly, Julia is faster at runtime than Python is. Now, Julia does have significantly more pre-compilation time than Python does, but overall, I just prefer writing Julia code to Python code. It's as simple as that. And again, it's faster, and there's really no reason to go back to Python. Also, the class that I'm teaching is in Julia, so I need to teach it in Julia. Python struggles with parallel processing. We'll see Python anyway. Yeah, well, we're not going to be doing too much parallel today. Thanks for uploading the live streams on the other channel. Yeah, so as far as the other channel is concerned, the Julia programming language channel with the... Oh, you mean the Simuleos channel. Yeah, I've been trying to do that more frequently ever since... I think you were the one that told me to do that. So every day after stream, I'm making it a habit to upload some video to YouTube. It might be, you know, not the right video, but there will be a video up on YouTube after every stream. That doesn't mean every day, it just means after every stream. Fafuja, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Yeah, okay. So allow for different shapes. We need to think about how we're going to do that. So for now, we're going to have n, which is the normal vector. And in fact, let me do some comments in here, because honestly, this is all dumb. Velocity vector. And down here, we're going to say position vector. And then down here, we're going to say set of positions. Okay, so here we're going to have the normal vector. Okay, so what else do we need for a mirror? We need some sort of location, I imagine. And maybe a size? I'm not really sure. Should we... Okay, so let's talk about how we're going to implement mirrors. Anonymous Cheer, thank you so much for the 3 bits. Really appreciate it. Juan Zero, thank you so... Juan02, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so let's see. Let's go over here and let's talk about mirrors really quick. Yeah, let's just do it here. So right now we have the idea that we're in a box. Where's our... 1 second. So we have the idea that we're in a box. And we can send light rays kind of, you know, this way. Well, any direction, right? Light rays can go anywhere. So I'm just going to send a bunch of light rays going this way. Okay. So the question is, how do we implement a mirror? Will mirrors absorb light in this simulation? For right now, they're just going to reflect. There's going to be no absorption. However, in principle, every mirror does have some level of reflectivity and some level of transmission. But again, we're not going to worry about it too much. I think for now it's just the path of the rays, not their radiance or color. Yeah, right now it's just the path. We'll do the color later. We just need to get something kind of working. Okay, so for a mirror, how do we want to implement mirrors? Do we say they're going to be just, let me draw it in blue. We could, in the end, we're going to want a mirror to be like a reflective surface or something like that. So we'll have an object. So I think what we're going to move to is we're going to have some sort of object with some level of reflectivity, some level of transmittance, and some level of absorption, I guess, or something like that. And the idea is the object will have some sort of position, but we're not there yet. So right now we're just going to do a mirror. And I think because, again, we're just doing mirrors and we just need a test to see if it works, I'm just going to implement the mirror as a square that just sits there, right? And we're just going to shoot light at it. And we're just going to make sure that the light, you know, is, you know, leaves or is pushed off the mirror appropriately. In fact, maybe I don't even do a square. Maybe I just do a line. You know, so we just say mirrors are on the edges of our domain over here or something like that. And we're just testing the reflectivity or the reflect function that we're about to write. So maybe that's what we say. So that means we need a normal vector. And the normal vector for anything coming off, I know this is really dumb, but so the normal vector going here and here. Okay. So the question is, how do we define position and size? Okay, maybe that's just maybe we just call it position and size, and we say, okay, so we have to figure out if, it's like when it's exactly like when the power DVD bounces around. So I think we're going to have a position, which is going to be the position of mirror. And then we're going to have a size as well, maybe. And then we're going to do size. And again, it's just going to be like an XY size again. So I guess we're going to say, I don't want to say size, so maybe scale is what we want. Scale, maybe. we'll call it scale for now. And this is again going to be a tuple of float 64, float 64. So it's got a position, it's got a scale, how big it is. So now we can just set up a bunch of mirrors and we can just shoot light and have it, you know, reflect. See what happens. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is in our propagate function, we need to check to make sure that none of our rays have reflected or hit. So we need two things. One, we have to tell, the mirror is going to be a box in this case, is what we're going to do. I know that's kind of a bit weird, but we're just going to assume it's a box. So what we need to do next is we need to ask ourselves, is the ray within a mirror? Okay, that seems fine. So we're going to need two new functions here. So to deal with the mirror, we're going to need one function, which is going to be called reflect. It's not how you spell reflect. Let's try that again. Reflect. And here we're just going to take a ray, and we're going to take a mirror. Okay, and then we're also going to have to do a function, which, what are we going to call it? Like interact? I'm not really sure. Emilio Bono, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So now we need a function to basically say when, the question is, has our ray interacted with our mirror? That's the question. So, it's going to be dumb. I'm just going to say, if you are within a mirror, yeah, intersect. Yes, I do know C++. In fact, this animation was done in C++. Intersect, and we're just gonna have ray and mirror again. And here. Since we already have the nodes for the reflect function, let me go up here and let's add that. So, D4D, and let's move this down to the reflect function in here. Okay, so now the intersect function is gonna be a bit different. I think what I might do is I might create like a function that says in mirror instead of intersect. I'm not. Okay, we need to think about that, how we're gonna do that. So let's get the reflect function down first, and then we'll go from there. So the ray here, we're gonna say that ray dot velocity is going to be equal to whatever the ray dot velocity was before, plus 2 times cosine of theta, but we don't have a theta here, dot times mirror dot n. So theta in this case is going to be the dot product of the normal and the light vector coming in. So we should be able to do the dot product is going to be so it should be 2 times something like V. Isn't there a way just to do a dot product? So what happens if we do 1, 2, C dot 3, 4. I think that works. Dot not defined. Never mind. Can I just do dot? Okay, let me think. Maybe I need to do linear algebra. Let's see. So, you know, path tracing, I've read is more realistic than ray tracing. It's not more realistic, it's just more computationally feasible. They're basically, path tracing, my understanding is path tracing is a subset of ray tracing. How do you do graphics in CPP? I personally use OpenGL to do graphics in CPP, but also I use CUDA for most of my graphics computation. So for general purpose graphical processing unit computing. SGL is simple C++ library for graphics. Yeah, so SGL2 is the layer that you do. Like, so you have OpenGL and then you have SGL2 on top of that. But also, this was done in Cairo. This right here was done in a completely different vector drawing library, not with OpenGL. So, okay, you can do sum of a dot b. Yeah, I can do that. But I think c dot's defined now. Yeah, it's defined. Sum of, I think I can even use c dot if I want, but let's just do it that way. Let's just do dot of ray.v and then mirror.n. And then we're going to do dot times, wait, so the dot product is going to be the magnitude of A times the magnitude of B cosine of theta. In this case, the magnitude of A and magnitude of B, it should be normalized. That means I have to be the one that does the normalization beforehand, so that's fine. And just to show that that is the dot product, let's just do dot times, and let's do sum. So it should still be 11. Okay. So in that case, let's go up here and do using linear algebra. Okay, so we have ray.velocity is going to be whatever the velocity was before. Is it plus, or I feel like it should be minus, shouldn't it? But plus 2 cosine of theta dot n. Is that going to work? Maybe. Let's just see what happens. In principle, yeah, okay, so in principle, mirror, it could be like any object. It doesn't have to be specifically a mirror. So there's some wishy-washy stuff to that as well. I might have to look at the old C++ code to see exactly what we did here for that code. Yeah, let's see. But in principle, that should work. This channel is so cool. Yeah, I'm happy you think that. If it's a box, I think the normal property doesn't really make much sense as it has 4 sides. You are correct. Yeah, you're definitely correct there. Okay, so in that case, we need to define a surface of an object. In that case, we have to define the surface of an object, which is going to be a bit of a pain. So how about we start with refraction instead of reflection? We're gonna come back to reflection in just a second. All right. So reflect ray, and then we're just gonna have it read in n, which is a normal vector, and we're gonna come back to it. So we're gonna come back to that. And we're gonna to-do this later. So let's go down here, go over here. So we're gonna fix that later, because now it just got more complicated because we have to deal with the surface. Probob, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? I hope it was okay. Can you implement mirror as a line and then an object? Can you implement mirror as a line and then an object as a vector of mirrors? Yeah, you could technically do that. In fact, some, how do I put it? Some, like, you know how you can have a negative refractive index? Do you guys know about that? So, the refractive index of air is like 1.0. The refractive index of like, water is like 1.6, and the refractive index of a vacuum is again like 1.0, basically the same as air. But it's possible to have a refractive index that's under 1. In fact, I think you can even get it negative by doing these things that are called metamaterials, where you essentially have a series of mirrors that all reflect back up. So what you just proposed there was actually a way in which you could do a metamaterial that allows for you to have this negative refractive index and stuff. Okay, so what I've realized here is that, we're also going to do, we were also ray tracing, GLSL, real-time ray marching, also refractions and stuff. Yeah, so we're just getting started here. So the goal here, so for the record, those who just came via the raid, maybe weren't here before, the idea is that I'm working on a very basic 2-dimensional ray tracing example, which we'll be doing to teach a lecture on my, which we'll be using to teach a lecture for the MIT course coming up. So that's kind of the idea. I was taught that n1 over n2 is less than 1. n1 over n2 is greater than 1. Interesting. So yeah, so right now we're working on a 2D example, and we'll come back to a 3D example later. What if the ray is emerging from a material? Yeah, so, okay, let's talk about that. That's actually a good point. So let's do journal, new page before. Right, so what you'll typically see is, like, let's say we just draw like a, let's say we draw like a, one second, I'm doing a very bad job here. Like what do we call this? This will be called a fiber, an optical fiber, right? So what'll happen here is you have light coming into the optical fiber, and I'll draw it in yellow. And the idea is it'll come in here, right? as it enters the optical fiber, the refractive index of this guy is like 1.6 or something. Something like that. And so as it enters, it's going to bend towards the normal. So let's try drawing this again. So it's going to bend towards the normal. So we have it going in here, you know, way in here, and then it bends a little bit towards the normal. So then it kind of goes like this. Okay, let's draw that as a straight line. So then it kind of goes like this. Now, when it hits this point right here, if the angle is under the angle at which it can refract out, what's actually going to happen is it's going to reflect back through a process known as total internal reflection until it hits here, and then it's going to come back out at the angle it came in at before. So this process here is called total internal reflection, TIR, reflection. So there are these things that we need to take into account. For this visualization over here, I only did lenses. In principle, I should have done mirrors as well. I just didn't, because we were talking about impossible lenses at the time. And I think the reason I didn't do mirrors is because it was actually easier to consider. It was way easier to consider basically a series of, or rather, when you thought about a lens, you could think about it as just some sort of variable refractive index object or something like that. And so it was pretty straightforward to think about. Whereas mirrors, I think, are more complicated because you have to think about the surface of the mirror and how to interact with the surface of the mirror and all this kind of stuff. So I think that it was refractive index. Yep. Guaravalgo. Hey, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. Okay, so we do have the ability to propagate rays. Let's do the mirror first, okay? And what we're going to say is the mirror can have either two normal directions. It can be, yeah. So we can have either a horizontal mirror or a vertical mirror. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it a position, and I'm going to give it a scale, but the scale is going to be of type float 64. All right, so the idea here is we're just going to create a very thin mirror that goes, like, it's either horizontal or it's vertical. I'm sorry, it's either vertical. It's either horizontal or it's vertical. I drew those directions incorrectly. And it's just going to be of some size. We don't know how big, it's of some size. Okay, so then the idea is we're just going to shoot a bunch of rays at the mirror, and we should see them reflect. Pravad, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I hope your stream went super well. I'm happy to see you guys here. Guaravalago, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to create a few constructors. I always forget how to do constructors in Julia, so I'm just going to say function, and we're going to create horizontal, and this is going to be, no, I'm going to make an outer constructor. Screw it. It's an outer constructor. You guys are just going to have to deal with it. Function, horizontal. And here it's going to take in, essentially it's going to take in its position P, which is going to be of type tuple, float 64, float 64. And then after that, we're going to do the scale. I could cast it, but I'm not going to. And then we're also going to have vertical. And we're going to rename these so it's vertical mirror. And this is going to be, again, taking the same arguments as before. I accidentally copied too much. 1 second. And let's do horizontal mirror. All right, underscore. And so we're just going to go in here. We're going to return. So if it's a horizontal mirror, that means it's going to be going along the like this direction. I don't know how to say that. So that means the normal must be in this direction. Now, what I learned was that which direction is Y and which direction is X. So the direction here, we have ray of 0.0, 1.0. And so all the rays went upwards there. So it must be X and then Y. So for the horizontal mirror, we're going to say, we're just going to return a mirror. Did I make it capital M? I should have, but I didn't. Capital M. So we're going to return a mirror. And this is going to give it a normal. The normal is just going to be in the vertical direction, so 0.0, 1.0. Then its position is going to be whatever the position is, and its scale is going to be whatever the scale is. Okay, so that's fine. And now for the vertical mirror, we're going to do the same thing. It's just going to be, we switch these positions here. Okay, so now the question is, how do we write this intersect function? How do we know if the ray of light has hit a mirror or not? that is the bit that I didn't actually know, and so I need to think about it really quick. So we have, hey Tokto, how are you? So we have all these rays of light that are moving forward, right? And the question is, do any of the rays intersect with any of the mirrors? Fair enough. Angelo, and also Mandarinas, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay. So the mirrors have a scale. It's just how big it is in X or Y. It has a position. I suppose what I could do is actually make this even easier. I could make the mirror, because, you know, we don't really... I like the fact that it has a normal vector, but also maybe we just say it has a direction in here. So, and in here we just say, dir is going to be equal to, is going to be an int64. And I'm just going to have an enum at the start here. And I know this is kind of dumb, but it's just what I'm going to do. Enum at the start is going to be either horizontal or vertical. And then we go from there. So that way we can go through, probably at enum is what I need. Is that right? Does that work? No arguments given for enum, horizontal, vertical. How do you, is it, oh, it's probably int. I forgot how to do enums in Julia. Let's see. Hey, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. So let's do essentials, enum. Right, so enum color. Eh? I did enum int. Or, oh, there's no comma. There we go. So now anytime I type in horizontal or vertical in the code, it'll be enumerated as either 1 or 0. So now what we'll do is for the vertical mirror and the horizontal mirror, we're also going to say horizontal, and down here we're going to do vertical. Okay. So now for intersect, we can just do the following. We can say if mirror dot direction is going to be equal to horizontal. There's probably a fancy way to do this. I just have to think about how exactly we'll do that. So if it's a horizontal mirror, and again, I know this might not be the best way to do it. I guess what we want to say, I'm going to change this to is intersecting, does intersect. Intersect, maybe? I don't know. I don't know the best way to name that. Is intersect, does intersect. Meh. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to call it that. If it's horizontal, which means, again, it's going to go this way, we're just going to say return. And then we have another if statement. We'll make this prettier in just a second. Sorry about that, guys. So we're going to say if ray dot y, so ray dot position of 2, which is going to be its y position, is intersect, detect, and inspect. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff to figure out here. Mr. Castamon, hey, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. So let's see. So if ray dot position 2, so this means that if it's y position, what we need to do is figure out if its y position is now for some reason above or below the mirror, right? Like if it's past that point. The mirror's normal vector can decide if it's horizontal or vertical in any angle but in between. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, you're correct. I should have just kept the normal, but the problem I'm having is the following, right? So right now, okay, so let's say the mirror is here, and let's say light's coming in here, right? Obviously, it's going to reflect off something like this, right? Assuming that I can draw this correctly, which I can't. That was a very bad drawing. It's actually, try that again. Here, there, okay? So the normal vector is going to be here, right? So you are totally incorrect in saying that the normal vector here can tell you the angle of the light. Also, in a step-based model, you have to be careful that the light doesn't step past the mirror. Right, yeah, I agree with that as well. It's, right, so the question is, so time stepping to me is more intuitive because it's clearly we're just letting light propagate. But also most actual ray tracing methods don't do that. I think most actual ray tracing methods end up just watching light. Like they calculate all of the intersections beforehand, and I'm not sure how to do that. Why don't you simply implement? I don't know how to do the ray segment intersection. So that's the question. I don't know how to do that. So let's do. What if I just do ray tracing? Because I'm pretty sure this is even on Wikipedia, and I skipped it before. Okay. It's kind of necessary for volumetric varying index refraction. Well, right, so time stepping. So you absolutely must have time stepping for varying index of refraction, right? Which is what I was hoping to do. But also, like, we don't need that for the course. And in fact, we probably shouldn't do that for the course. Tokto, thank you so much for gifting a month sub to Zouch K42. Let me go ahead and put a Simul Cow in chat. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Okay. So I think you guys are right. I think what I should be doing is some form of like, you know, ray segment intersection. Again, this means that we can't do varying refractive indices. On the other hand, I think probably for the purposes of the class, we probably don't want to do that. What are you working on? We're working on ray tracing. The idea here is that we're going to be creating a visualization of light coming into a lens and reflecting off and all that kind of stuff. So up here is kind of a visualization we did a while ago with a variable refractive index lens, where the lens kind of changed on the inside. Now we're doing a more standard ray tracing approach. That's a good book. Okay, so yeah, let's just try to figure out this intersection thing then. I think that's probably the best way that we do it. What are you coding? We just said it. So we're coding up a ray tracing example, just 2D ray tracing, light moving all around, bouncing off of objects, this type of stuff. Okay, what I need to do then is figure out how do you know? Okay. Let's see. I just realized that this is a joke about having to deal with a uniform blob in physics. What do you mean? Are you talking about the my spherical cow joke? It's Rolly. Thank you so much for the 10-bit cheer. Really appreciate it. Okay. My spherical cow logo is about that. Yeah. Will be 2D or 3D. So we're doing 2D right now. We'll move on to 3D. Was there reflectivity of a spherical cow? Heck if I know. Yeah, that's the joke. It's the whole reason I have a spherical cow as a logo is because of that. Okay, so I think you guys are right. I think we're going to have to gut what I have here. So we no longer have the concept of a step. However, we do need to have the concept of a like light velocity and stuff like that. So I think the main thing that we're going to have to change is this step computation in here. Now, one thing I do actually really like the concept of having this step computation. And the reason I like that is because it allows me to do some more intuitive animations, right? So the idea is light will be moving forward and then it bounces off of an object or something like that. It would allow me to do a better animation. However, if I'm being totally and completely honest, probably if I'm going to do an animation, I'm probably going to do the animation in C++, not Julia. It's really LE Hacker. Thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let's see. It gives you finer control as well. I agree with that as well. So maybe we just go through with the step example now, just to get something on the board. And then we're going to come back and do the intersection bit. Yeah, we come back and do the intersection bit. So I guess the question is, how do we know if we've passed a mirror? So the problem with the stepping thing is when I did stepping before, I did it just for lenses. And it was relatively straightforward to tell if you're in the lens or you're not in the lens. Because the lens has some sort of, you know, like some sort of position, you know, and some sort of radius. So you know if light comes in, it's in the lens once it passes this point. You can just analytically show you're in the lens. But for the purposes of a mirror, especially if it's infinitely thin, we have to ask ourselves if we're past the mirror, which is why I initially said we want a square. Because a square is an object, and you can tell, has a ray of light entered the object? If so, we reflect it off. That was my naive way of doing it. You could separate that, calculate the path from the surface to surface as a list of points, and animate that as a line propagating along the path. Right, so the problem with that is that light changes speed as it goes into a new medium, right? So yeah, we could do it that way. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. It's actually not so difficult. You just have to make sure you keep track of the new velocity, and then it's fine. With stepping, you have to do some time of impact stuff. Right. Is it not checking if the point is on a line? Well, past a line, right? Which implies segment-to-segment intersection too. You can use dot product to detect if the ray's position has passed the mirror plane. Locatos, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. You can use a dot product to detect if the ray's position has passed the mirror plane. Right, so I need to think about that a bit. So I know we have the normal vector. We have the normal vector, which is this blue vector here, coming off. I don't understand how you can use a dot product for that. Like, I do understand, like, okay, so if light, like, for example, let's say our position of light is here. It's well before it hits the mirror to reflect off. It's way up here. If we do a dot product, it's just going to give us this vector here. Oh, the sign of the, yes, you're right. The sign of the dot product will do that. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yeah, okay, you're right. I wasn't thinking about that, right? Because it's going to be positive if it hasn't hit the mirror, and negative if it has. Yep, you're right. Thank you. Ooh, I just did some crap, and I'm not sure what I did. Let's move that over there. Good. Okay. Yep, that's great. That's correct. That means you're right. We don't need this concept of a horizontal or vertical mirror. We really just need a normal and then a scale, which is great. So that means we can remove the direction here. And then up here, we can remove this. I think we'll keep the horizontal and vertical just because why not? They're easy enough. There and there. Okay, so it does intersect. Yeah, so then we just have to do a dot product with the normal. So, and we do have to account for the 0 as well. So if ray dot position, and I guess we'll just do dot of ray dot position and mirror dot normal is less than 0, we're going to return true. No, false. No, true, because that means we're past the mirror. Else if dot here is greater than 0, we return false. Return false. And then I'm also going to do the case that it's equal to 0, just because why not? And then I guess in that case we return true. So equals, and let's just do d2d and paste it up here. Okay. I suppose I should just do it this way, or this. Okay, dd. Okay, and then we have an else statement in here, else, and I'm just gonna say an error. I'm gonna print line instead of doing an error because I don't want to be, yeah, less than or equal to. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. Oh man, it's a day. I'm gonna print instead of actually leaving the Julia shell. So error, reflectivity, how could it possibly, what am I doing? Greater than or equal to 0? No, if it's less than, this should be greater than. My gosh, there we go. And then I think we're just gonna do that. I don't think we need an error for that one. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I'm so sorry, I'm dumb. Which implies segment, okay, you can use a dot product. Right, yep, the sign of the dot product tells you whether your ray is the same direction. Yep. Let's see, live coding for an audience is rough. I'm used to it by now, you know. Did I say thanks for following Euclid? I think I said that. Anyway, appreciate it. Time stepping is used to render volumetric stuff. Clouds, you might just consider light as infinitely quick. Right, I agree with that. We're not at that stage yet. We're doing time stepping first, and then we're going to come back to that. I have to midif code in front of my class, modify code, and I screw up constantly. Yeah, I know, it happens all the time. Else end. Yeah, I could just do else. Thanks. End. Oh, I'm dumb. Can we not just return the Boolean expression? Does this really improve readability? I think this helps me. So this helps readability on my end. I don't know if this helps on your end. This isn't really does intersect. This is more is behind. Sure, we can change that to is behind. That's fine. Sure. Okay, what's the animation showing? The animation is showing a bunch of light rays entering a lens of variable refractive index. So what we're showing here is that we show the refractive index profile in blue, and then we show the light rays as they go through that lens. Is light rays in a lens of varying refractivity? Yep, so that's what we're working on. Thanks for that. Okay, so now we have the idea of a mirror. We're going to create a mirror that's going to be... Okay, so let's do it. So I'm going to make it so, first of all, these rays of light, we have propagate, we have plot rays, it must be under here. Okay, so now I'm going to make it so these rays are going to move up at a 45-degree angle. So what is that? That's going to be... What is... I need to think about this really quick. What are the x and y? So x and y are going to be... Wait, okay, so if we're gonna move at a 45-degree angle upwards, then it should just be x squared plus y squared equals r squared. So 2x squared is gonna be equal to r squared. So then we're just gonna say, shouldn't it just be square root of 0.5? Yes, that's what I'm looking for. So here we're gonna say square root of 0.5 for both of these guys. Maybe we just use 0.707. Well, no, we'll use square root of 0.5. Oh, we're not, because I can't type. Try that again. And then we're going to do square root of 0.5. Okay, so in this case, when we run parallel propagate, we should see a bunch of rays that are moving in the, moving 45 degree upward. So if we do parallel propagate 1010, and we do, I should have done rays, it's going to be equal to that. And then we do plot rays, check.png, and then I run the last mirage, I believe, check.png. Okay, good. So now we see a bunch of rays that are moving just up there. So now what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to put a mirror, like maybe over here or something, so we should see some of them reflect off. And hopefully that'll work. Is behind will need a vector from the mirror's position to the ray's position, unless the mirror's position is 0, 0, 0. Is behind will need a vector from the mirror's position to the ray's position, unless the mirror's position is 0, 0, 0. Yeah, this isn't gonna, you're right, is behind's not gonna work. Refracting. Yes, that is exactly what we're doing. Okay, let's think about this really quick. So obviously this isn't gonna work. The is behind function isn't gonna work because we have a position and a velocity. Okay, so what are we going to do here? So the dot product, this should be... Yeah, okay, no, this is what I was saying before, and then you guys were saying that I was wrong, but now I think I'm right. So first of all, this should be ray dot velocity, right? So, okay. We have... Yeah, no, this should be fine. Yeah, no, is behind, the way we wrote is behind is not going to work at all, because we have a vector n coming off here. Right, and we have vector L coming in here, where L is our light vector, so it's coming in. Yeah, is behind needs a vector from the mirror's position to the ray's position, which we don't have. That was the whole problem. Like, that was why I wanted to not do that, right? So we have the ray's position, and shouldn't it be the ray velocity? Even if it's ray velocity, it won't matter. Because we don't have the concept of... Yeah, it needs to be what Mr. Kotor said. Here. X6465, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Yeah, but it needs to be what Mr. Kotor said. We need some sort of position vector from the mirror. Okay, then we need some sort of intersection. Yeah, fine. I was trying to avoid writing that because I don't like writing that because I can never really remember the math. So shortest path of intersection Sure. Oh gosh, that's not it. Okay, let's just do it. So let's go over here. Here on new page 4. So we're gonna have some sort of. Oh gosh. Okay, so we have some sort of wall with some sort of normal, and we have some sort of object here. And the question is, why don't we have the? We do have the raised XY position, right? So we have the position here. However, the question is, are we on this side of the wall? Or are we on this side of the wall, right? That's the question. And that's a hard one to answer because shouldn't ray velocity? Yeah. So we have the position, but we don't have exactly the position of this wall, right? We just know it's a line. And we have the normal vector. So the question is, how far away is this from this line? That's the question. Okay. It's just XY. Right, it is just XY. Yeah, correct, because we're just doing 2D, but we could do 3D. Okay, so the question is, how far away is this? And the answer would be, this used to be easy. Like, this used to be like, literally, you know, when I was doing physics, this was like easiest thing. P minus 0.n. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry about that. I have no idea what any of that means. So I understand P is the point's location. But P minus 0.n? Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I assume n is the normal and the origin of the mirror. But why does it have to be the origin of the mirror? It shouldn't be the... Oh, I see. N is the surface normal. O is the base point of the normal. Yeah, so O was the question that I had. So why is it the origin, though? That's the question. P minus origin will give you this vector here. Do we want P minus the origin doesn't give you that vector. It gives you, no, it does give you, it gives you that vector there. So then you're drawing a triangle. Yeah, so then you're just drawing this triangle here. So you're drawing that triangle there. That's the normal vector. And this is your P vector. And then you have some sort of angle here. And the dot product will give you... Yeah, so then the dot product will give you... Yeah, that gives you the appropriate point. Correct. Yep. Okay, so then we want the dot product of ray dot P minus mirror dot P. It should be dot minus. And then we have there, it's less than 0. I suppose this can just be else. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. Let's see. AX plus BY plus C over... Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing. Isn't ray P plus ray dot velocity? Ray P plus ray dot velocity. Why do we need the velocity associated with that? I think we just need the position in this case. I think. Let me get some water. Yeah, I think this should be okay. Okay, so now when we do the... Yeah, so now when we do the we don't want to reflect. What do we want? We want... So we have this propagate thing, and what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to just give it all of the mirrors. The velocity isn't relevant if it has hit the mirror. Yeah, I think it's okay. So let's do mirrors here. And this is going to be a vector of mirrors. All right, just forgive me for this. This is what we're going to do. We say step. So we're going to step it forward. We have a new position, and we're just going to say, if for mirror in mirrors, and if So the reflect, what does reflect do? So I guess what we want to do is we want to say, so if is behind, this is really messy, and we're going to do ray, where's our is behind, and then we're going to do rays of j, sorry, and then we're going to do mirror, and then we're just going to do reflect. Here, and it's going to reflect off of, it's going to do ray, and then n, where n is what? N is the normal, so it's mirror.n. My notation is really crappy. It's to check the intersection. I'm not used to the way of dealing with ray tracing. It's a bit misleading. The velocity isn't relevant. Wait. What do you mean? What's a bit misleading? So this type of ray tracing is the only type of ray tracing I know of, because I only really have done ray tracing for, you know, variable refractive index lenses and clouds and stuff like that. I have not done ray tracing for in the traditional sense. So I'm kind of writing this up, and then we can kind of do it more in the traditional sense afterwards. But I do need the ability to step through because, again, I need to be able to make animations and stuff. So. Okay, so what's my reflect function doing? My reflect function is saying that the rate of velocity is going to change. So what I should probably do is I should probably do the step function here. So let's do d to d. Let's paste there. What if you are approaching the mirror from the other side? It should still be okay. Yeah, because the dot product should tell you if they're going in the same direction or if they're going in opposite directions. So the idea is that we have light first going in opposite directions, here and then here. And then if it's going in the same direction... actually, I think you're right. I think what we need is we need to make it so this is greater than or equal to 0. Wait, no, it starts by the light going in, and it's opposite of the normal. So this should be a negative value. So if it's positive, it means it's behind the mirror. So it should be that. Okay, let's just try including this and see what happens. And now we're going to create a horizontal mirror. And when we do propagate, we're going to propagate with the mirrors. I probably should have called it mirror list or something, but that's okay. So now we're going to say mirrors... And I'm just going to have a single mirror. It's going to be equal to mirror, I guess we're going to call it horizontal mirror. 1 second. And we want to give it a size. So we're going to give it a size. I think it's position first and then size. It is position and then scale. Great. So we're going to give it a position, which is going to be... float I from, I need to think. If it doesn't work, you just made a one-way mirror. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we have a horizontal mirror, and I'm just going to give it a position of 5, 5 or something. And then its size is going to be 5. And then that's just what I'm going to do. And let's just see what happens if we include this missing separator and array expression. 5, I need this. Include it again. Now let's try parallel propagate. No method mentioning horizontal mirror, tuple in 64, in 64. That's because they have to be float 64s, that's okay. Fix that, and then I guess I'll fix that as well. Okay, try it again. Parallel propagate. Mirrors not defined. Ray not defined. This is on line 83. Okay, so reflect on ray. That's because it should be rays of j. Yes. Mirror not defined. Mirror for mirror in mirrors. This is on line 83 again, which is on line 53. Sorry about that. So ray.v mirror.n. Okay, so this should just be n. Let's see what happens. Include, parallel propagate. No method mentioning plus tuple. Float 64, tuple, float 64, float 64. This is probably on the same line. It's going to be on line 53. Yep, so it doesn't like this because we can't add tuples. So give me just a second. You have to compare with the velocity.normal to know whether you're moving towards it or leaving it. Okay. Right. So, okay, so I'm running into an issue here that I can't add or subtract tuples. Vectors are very nice, but kind of difficult to think about in your head. Yeah, so one second, I need to... So this reflect function is not going to work. Yeah, the reflect function is not going to work because we have to add these. So, what if... I can just do the following. This is really ugly. We're going to have to fix this. So we're going to have to change from tuples to vectors. It's just what we have to do, which is fine. I probably shouldn't have been doing... Oh, wait, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Sorry, let's do dot plus. I could just be dumb. I was just dumb. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So now we're going to do... I think we can just do plot rays here. And if we look at the image, it did nothing, which is fine. So now we have to figure out why it did nothing. Abraham Washington 51, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so I thought what I did is I created a horizontal mirror at 5, 5. So here, that was of length 5. So I was expecting it to come in and reflect off. It did not. So I think vectors and tuples. Yeah, probably. Okay. So what does it say? For mirrors in mirrors, we're going to say if is behind. Let me just see if we're even going into that function. Rays of j. Okay, let's just see what's happening here. So we're going to say for mirror and mirrors, if is behind. Let's see if we're going into the is behind function. We should be doing it a lot. So I'm just going to print in here. Let's go over here, include parallel propagate. Okay, let's see, did it do anything? It did a lot of checking, so we know we're going in here. So I'm assuming it's just not reflecting off. So we'll say print line reflecting. And this is probably what it's not doing. Include parallel propagate. Oh, it does say it's reflecting. Okay. So in that case, so then we go in here and we do the reflect function. And we're saying ray.velocity is going to be equal to ray.velocity plus equals, well, let's just do this. Print line ray.velocity. Let's do it again down here. Right here. Now we're going to do include parallel propagate. Misspelled print line. Try it again. Include parallel propagate. See what's happening. So in the reflect function, it is changing the y velocity. So we do see a new y velocity. But what I'm guessing, I don't think I can do dot plus equals, but I can try. I don't think that's going to work, but we can try it. Could. Yeah, it didn't. So ray.v dot plus that. Hey Lucarilla, how are you? So the reason is just because you can't modify tuples. It's kind of a weird thing. P Zezo, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we do have the velocity changing in here. So we do have the velocity changing in there. So let's go down here and let's output the velocity. Don't you have to change signs? Do you have to change signs? The velocities. Do you have to change signs? The answer is probably yes. But also, like, even so, you should see some change in velocity. So let me just make sure the velocity is actually being updated. Rays of j.v. Because now we're going to include parallel propagate. Go up a bit. Okay, so the velocity is changing. Maybe it should be dot minus equals. Okay, so now it is going from positive to negative in each of the cases where we're reflecting. So I think that's correct. So then in the step, we're going to say that the rate of velocity is going to be equal to whatever the rate of velocity was before. In fact, let's just remove this line entirely. Include parallel propagate. Now let's try plot rays, and let's take a look at that. Heh. So we know we have rays that are hitting this mirror and being reflected, right? Because their velocity is changing. But for some reason, in the propagate function, or as we're stepping through it, maybe plot the mirror? I don't know how to do that. That's going to be hard. Because we'd have to find... Okay, we can do that. It's just kind of a bit of a pain. Don't you have to change time? Because we'd have to find the extents of the mirror and then plot a line from one to the other. So, like, what I'm saying is that doesn't help us debug at the level that we need to debug at. Okay. So, let's see. What do we have here? We have mirror check.png, mirage. Okay, we are outputting... Well, let's just see what happens if we remove check.png. Maybe for some reason we're not overwriting. And let's try plot rays again. Okay, I just thought maybe that could be an issue. But it does say that rays are being reflected. And then it says that the velocity is changing. And so we're saying we're stepping through rays of j at dt, and the rate of velocity has changed. And now we're saying rays of j dot position of I is going to be rays of j dot p. So again, we're just doing a stupidly simple time stepping scheme here. We're saying that the ray dot position is going to be whatever the ray dot position was before, dot plus ray dot velocity dot times dt. Okay, so we have the dot times dt, which, fine, fair enough. It's just x is going to be equal to, you know, x is going to be able to equal to whatever it was before. X naught is equal to x plus velocity times time. That's all we're doing here. So we're saying rays of j dot positions of I. So we're propagating. We created a huge vector. Negative ray. How about negative ray dot v plus 2 times dot. That'll give us the same velocity as before. So if we do this, and then we plot the velocity before and after. So we do print line rays of j dot v, and we do that here and paste here. Let's see. We're gonna do. What if the ray is reflecting twice or something? So the velocity changes twice and back to... Oh, that could happen. Like, it could go past, and then it could come... Yeah, that's true. So if we do include, and then we do parallel propagate here... No method for a negative tuple. Negative 1 times. Include parallel propagate. Oh my gosh. Times negative 1? Okay, this is just not working. So I'm going to go back to what we have before. So yeah, what you're saying is that it because it's behind the mirror, the black zillion, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. So the idea is because it's behind the mirror, then it reflects. Then after reflecting, it goes back through the mirror. No, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, let's print the rate of velocity. Also, let's print the ray index. So we're going to print j, and then a new tab, and then that. Let's do that here. You think it's oscillating on the mirror? Well, I mean, we would see that too. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. So we have 1. So 1 only interacts once, 2 only interacts once, 3 only, they all only interact once. So that's not happening. It's going past it and turning around and reflecting again. Yeah, that could happen. That definitely can happen, but that's not happening here. each of the rays is only reflecting once. So we have ray, yeah, it's only reflecting once. And we do see that the velocity is going from 0.707 to negative 0.707. So it is getting the appropriate velocity value afterwards. You'd see it on the plot. Yeah, you would see it on the plot. Let's do... Yeah, no. You're correct. That was a good thing to check. Definitely was a good thing to check. You're not dumb. That was a great thing to check. So let's go ahead and remove check.png. Let's plot the rays again. And now we have a new check.png. Let's run mirage, check.png. Again, they're all moving up, but it says that each of these rays was reflected. The new velocity was changed. So it then says rays of j.position. Yeah, the velocities are looking correct. I think that's correct. Is a reflection off the graph. The reflection off the graph. I don't think so. They should plot the entire extent of the line, I think. Because it should just be plotting the entire extent of the line. Because I didn't like give it edges or anything like that. I just said plot them all. Okay. So the rate of velocity is changing. If is behind, then we print line mirror. If mirror, maybe I just do something really dumb here, and I just print out reflect changes the rate of velocity. Maybe with every step, I do print line ray dot velocity. We're gonna do include parallel propagate over here. And let's just see if any of these are negative. They are all the same value. Could be their plotting's off. Well, okay, so right now when we're doing the step function. Oh wait. Now we have a negative there, and we have a negative there, and we have a negative there. Okay, that's fine. And now they're all negative. Okay, so the rate of velocity is changing to be negative. The rate of velocity is changing. Did you forget the rays equals... Did you forget raise equals ... in the console? Oh, wow. Look at that. Oops. Maybe it's time to take a quick 5-minute break and get a sip of water. Okay, well, it is reflecting. That's good. Okay, well, oh my gosh, I can't stop it. Stop it. Stay there. Oh, for Pete's sake. Okay, make this bigger. So it's working. I'm gonna go ahead and commit what we have. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, get some water, and I'll be back in just a second. So let me commit what we have. Git commit -m, adding time stepping method for mirror reflection. Ah, for Pete's sake, I'm so dumb. 1 second, it has to be 2d.jl. Okay, git push origin master. Yeah, just for the record, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I might be a bit tired. But again, I'll take a 5-minute break, get some water, and I will be right back. It might not even be 5 minutes. I think it was a solid few minutes before we realized. No, I appreciate that. Who said that, by the way? Stream sucks. Thank you for that. Thanks. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Give me a minute. And yeah, I'll see you guys in just a second. All right, see you guys. Okay, I'm back. Give me just a second. I'm sorry about hitting the microphone there. Let's see. All right, I'm back. Thank you guys so much for waiting. I hope you guys are all having a great day. So I've got about another 2 hours and 30 minutes of stream. So there's a couple things that I still want to do before we end stream today. The first of which is that the first is that I want to just modify this. So we're actually going to create a bounded box where we reflect all the rays on. And then after that, I'm going to create a lens in the center that we're just going to send light through. So we have to add some refraction in there, work with reflection just a little bit more. And then that will be it for the time stepping portion of ray tracing, I think. I don't think we're going to do too much more with that. I think we're just going to say that this exists, this is how we're doing it, and then we're going to move on tomorrow to focus more on how ray tracing is usually done in practice, where they don't actually time step it, but instead they kind of like figure out how to intersect with everything and stuff like that. So that's the next step. Peter, what was the issue? Didn't pay attention. Yeah, the issue was literally what Qubit the main said. I was not outputting a variable. I was plotting old data, so my bad. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create 2 horizontal mirrors up here, and 2 vertical mirrors here and here, just to create a bounded box. And I'm going to have light reflect and refract, or reflect in that box. So that's what I'm going to do next. So let's do 2d.jl. And let's go ahead and create our mirrors. So I suppose I'm going to have 2 horizontal mirrors. So let's go here, move there. Well, actually, let's do yank $, and over here we're going to paste it. And so this is going to be one at 0.0. And now we need a few vertical mirrors. Okay, try that one again. Add a comma, and a comma, and a comma, and now a chameleon. Okay, so this is going to be 0, 0, and we're going to make it vertical mirror. Oh, oops, I screwed this up. 5. Okay, so which axis is vertical again? The vertical axis is going to be... Which axis? Did the rays just end? Yeah, so I only have it running for like 10 steps. So I just stopped time stepping at that point. I can make it go for longer. A lot of times when you're doing like ray tracing for 3D and stuff, you only want it to go for a certain amount, for a certain distance, because at some point it's just gonna like go into the void, and you don't really want to, you know, like keep stepping if we're not really tracking the light anymore. By the way, guys, feel free to talk about. So before streaming today, just as a bit of a ramble session before getting back into the physics, my OBS settings were completely just screwed up. So I think you guys haven't mentioned anything wrong with stream, like in terms of like volume or stream quality or anything like that. But if there's anything like that happened today, like, you know, again, Gibbous mentioned earlier that the notifications seemed a bit weird on the text over here and all that. So just let me know if there's something wrong with stream. Again, I just had to recreate all of my settings before stream today. Tomorrow, hey Dave, how are you? Tomorrow I should be back live. I'm really hoping to start streaming at noon tomorrow instead of 2:00 p.m. And I'm just gonna go for it. Like just do like an 8-hour stream or something where we just finish up the 2D ray tracing stuff. There's a lot of things that we need to do there, including, well, first of all, make a more traditional ray tracing example. But on top of that, we also have to do like parallelization and stuff like that. So there's a whole bunch of things there that we need to work on as well. Okay, so we want 2 horizontal mirrors and 2 vertical mirrors. So let's do DT there and DT there. And let's do vertical and vertical as well. They're all going to be of size 5. So here's 5, here's 5. Okay, so now we just have to position them in the appropriate places. So we said float eyes along the x-axis. So the first axis is x. So we want this to be 5, that to be 5, but we want this to be 0. And then over here, we want this to be 0. Okay, so now if I go here and we go here and we do include 2D, and now I try raise is equal to parallel propagate, and we let it go for like 100 steps. And then we do plot raise, and we do check.png. That did not work as I thought it would at all. Okay, well this is good to know. I'm not even sure what exactly we're plotting here. Okay, because the rays start at 0. I see. Okay, I understand now. So let's actually make these be -1. And then -1 as well. Let's see. All music is found. Yep, it's there. I mean, it does look fun. Let's go here. Let's try that again. So we're going to say rays is going to be able to parallel propagate. And now we're going to try plot rays. And now we're going to try mirage. I forgot to include. Try it again. Rays. Plot rays. Mirage. Okay, well let's just see what's happening here. Right. Okay. Right. Okay, so let's do this again. And let's just make it go for 10 time steps. Let's remove the print lines. D. Yeah, we can do just one ray. So yeah, let's do that. So we're gonna do rays is gonna be equal to 100. And now we're gonna do, I probably want to re-include. So let's do include again. And now we're gonna do rays is equal to that. And now we're gonna do mirage check.png. Let's do plot rays. And now we're gonna do mirage check.png. Okay, this just goes from, negative, see what's happening here. So let's do rays of 1 dot positions. Okay, so there's 100 different positions. It goes from, wait, what? Oh, maybe the velocity needs to be a bit, maybe the DT needs to be a bit smaller. So let's do 0.1. So now we're going to try this again. Include, parallel propagate. Yep, now let's try that again. Plot rays and run the last mirage. It still seems like it's doing the same thing here. So let's take a look at rays of 1 dot positions. And it's going from 0.929, negative 0.707 to 1.0 and 0. So it's just reflecting back and forth. How about just 2 mirrors? Both your horizontal mirrors have identical normal vectors. Yeah, you're correct. Yep. Yeah, that's correct. Yep. So the ray is always behind at least one mirror. Yep. Okay. So maybe, yeah, maybe, where's our horizontal mirror? Yeah, okay. So maybe we should just define the mirrors as they are. So we'll do mirror, mirror, 1.0, 0.0, I believe. And then that. Okay, let's just go down here. So then the next one should be negative 1.0, I believe. Wait, that's in the X direction. Yeah, I had that backwards. That's okay, we'll figure it out. So this will be 1.0 in there. Okay, and then we want to change this position to be, the Y position to be 0. Okay, so now let's see what happens if we do the last include. Missing array, yep. Write this, go to include, parallel propagate one more time. And now we're going to do plot rays and mirage. Okay, I think this is kind of what I expected. It's bouncing up and down. But it's bouncing up and down. It's bouncing up and down between 2, 4, 6, 8 and 0, which is kind of weird. So my guess is that both your horizontal mirrors have identical normal vectors, so the ray is always behind at least one. Also, if light source projects away from a mirror, it will reflect as well. Correct. No, wait, no, that's not. That's not correct. Can you explain? But I explain it like I'm stupid, so I understand. Yeah, so if you look at the visualization up here in the upper right-hand corner, what you're going to see at any time step is essentially light coming into a lens with a variable refractive index. So this just means that the lens itself is like very dense at some point, not dense, dense, not dense. So dense, not dense, dense, not dense, dense on the outside. And so the idea here is that light will come in, and depending on the density of that lens, it'll kind of move around depending on that density. So what we're doing today is we're kind of doing a very simple two-dimensional ray tracing example where you see light coming into the lens and just kind of doing a bunch of things. So now we're doing mirrors where we're hoping to have light reflecting off of the mirrors, but we're having a little bit of trouble with that. So we're going to take it one step at a time and try to get that reflection working and then go from there. So I'm just going to remove this and change that here. So if we go to include 2D and we do rays is equal to this and then plot rays, we're now going to do mirage. So it goes up to 0.5. Perfect. Try flipping the normals. I think the normals are now facing outward from the box. Okay, so let's move this over here. So with one mirror, it does go up to 5 and then bounces back down. So what I will do is I will point another mirror. That should be negative 1.0. And it should be at 0, 0. Well, actually, let's make it at negative 1. Yeah, so let's do... did I write this? So we're going to do include. Now let's try rays, and let's try plot rays. And now let's try mirage. Okay, that's what I expected. So now let's move it so it moves so twice as fast. So now we're going to do include rays, plot rays, mirage. Okay, good. This is what we expect. Great, perfect. So now let's get the vertical mirrors going as well. So we're going to do yank, paint space, go over here, there, and there. Okay, so we're going to want it to be 5.0. I need to think about this. Hi, I'm back. Hey, Gibbous, how are you? I had to address a social situation. In the meantime, I worked on my code some more, and now instead of 9 to-dos, I have 8 to-dos. That's pretty good. Keep up the good work. Gabriel Burry, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so this mirror is going to have, it's going to be reflecting 1.0 here and 0.0 there, which means it's going to be facing the left wall, and it should be at positive 5. Okay, and down here it should be the other way around, where it's on the right wall. Wait. So this one's at 5, 5. So it's 5, 5, 5, negative 1. Then it's going to be negative 1, 5. And then, is it, wait, what's the other wall? Y equals 3 now. In size of 6 if you want a closed box. Yes, correct. I need a size of 6. Thanks. Okay. Okay. So, let's see. I think that's right for those mirrors. This one's going to be negative 1, 0. Okay, so now, where is this next one going to be? It's negative 1. It's 5 over, so is this going to be 10? It should be 10 in X. And then 5 in Y. 11 in X. No, 10 in X? No, wait, that doesn't make any sense. I need to think about this. So, the size... Does the size matter? Do we use the size anywhere? I don't think we use the size anywhere. Yeah, we don't use the scale factor. So let's just remove the scale factor entirely. And let's just not use it. Like, what's the point? DT here, there, and there. Size always matters. So x equals -1, y equals 3, x equals 5, y equals 3. Why 3? So instead of 8 to-dos and an error, I have 9 to-dos. Give us your to-do statements. They keep going like up and down all the time. It's like, it's an insane amount of drama. Okay, so let's see. Let's just set it. So 5, 5. Okay. So it's gonna be centered at 5. It's gonna be 5, 5. Fine. Okay. The next one is gonna be 5, 0. Okay. 5, 0. Okay. The next one is gonna be 0 and 5 and y, and the next one's going to be 10 and 5 and y. That seems fine. Okay, so now these positions are going to be 0.1. So they're never going to be on the boundary. So now we're going to include that. Invalid redefinition, of course. Now we're going to include it again, and 1 second. Then after it's included, we're going to try this one more time. Hopefully it works out. And I think I'm going to have to do pyplot again. Loco Padre and Didish Breja, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. I'm sorry I butchered your names. So let's do pyplot here. Let's see. Sure, you don't want all mirrors to be infinitely long. Yeah, but also like we're only using mirrors as a stopgap. We're probably not going to be using it too much. So to do. Yeah, so that's what this to do is for up here. Allow for different shapes and sizes. Okay, so now if I do include, if I run raise is equal to parallel propagate, and now we're just going to do plot raise. Give it just a second, and then we can go from there. Let me get some water. Okay. Also, I have been streaming for about 4 hours now, so I'm a bit tired. 1 second. So yeah, I do apologize if I'm a bit, like, not as responsive as normal. Okay, this looks about right, I think. Like, I think it looks fine. So let's make it move, again, a little bit faster. 0.4, and then we're going to run, let's see, include, raise, and now we're going to make it so we have 10 rays. Well, let's do 5 rays. Okay, and now we're going to do plot rays and mirage. Okay, good. So now we have the rays being created and just bouncing all around. I think this is about what I would have expected. Right, so they're all bouncing around the box. So we have one. Actually, where are they? I don't exactly know where they are, but they're all bouncing around somewhere. Should it increase the number of steps instead of the step size? Yeah, we could, either one works. It doesn't really matter. I just figured we should keep the amount of computation constant. It doesn't matter. Like, I just was doing a quick simulation here. You're missing the mirrors there? How am I missing the mirrors? Sorry. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying that because I increased the step size, that means that I potentially go further past the back of the mirror. Yeah, you're correct. That's why, even though the mirror is at 0.5, or even though the mirror is at 5, it goes significantly behind 5 before it reflects back out. That's correct. Again, this is like a first order approximation. There's, I'm not too worried about that right now. So, yep, okay. So yeah, you can even see that some of these light rays seem to go further past this mirror. So this one goes over here. So can you give a resume? Can you give a resume on Julia? How useful, stable is it for you? Thinking of ditching 4chan and looking after Julia, C? Yeah, so for me, Julia has been good. Like, honestly, Julia is my preferred language. I use it for most things nowadays. Not necessarily because, you know, Julia is necessarily faster than Fortran or C, but just because, you know, if you're gonna write code that does something, usually you want a language that's expressive enough to do what you expect it to do. Yeah, I don't know how to put this. Essentially, the amount of development time it takes for me to write stuff in Julia is much smaller than the amount of development time it would take me to write the same thing in C or C++. However, the speed of Julia is roughly the same as the speed of C or C++. So because of that, I tend to find that Julia gives me the speed that I want. It allows access to GPUs and stuff like that. I can only really give a glowing review for Julia. I think it's a pretty good language. Now, that said, if you feel like you need C or C++ to do, like, for example, application development, where you're going to be developing, like, I don't know, like a game engine or something, or if you're going to be doing something on the web, I would honestly recommend away from Julia. But if you're doing, you know, computational science, like stuff that you would typically be using Fortran or C for on high performance computers, I think it's pretty, it's worth looking into it. The most annoying thing with Julia comes with the plotting. Like, honestly, plots in Julia are just not particularly good. And, you know, a few other things, like pre-compilation time takes a while, all this kind of stuff. Let's see. Speed Julia is not far off from for numerical stuff. Right. It's my mission in life. Bacon, pancake, making bacon pancake. Yeah. Fair enough. Let's see. Is my mission in life understandable? Speed Julia is not far off. I always think of programming languages as tools. You can do pretty much anything with a hammer, but use a chisel to carve wood. It'll go faster to do it. Right. Pretty lines. So it has a good dev cycle. Gotcha. Your insight is useful. Yeah. I mean, I prefer it again for, like, basically Julia has replaced Python, and it has replaced most of C++ for me. There's a few times where I still want to use C++, but it's replaced for the most part Python completely, because I don't do web stuff with Python. I basically only do numerical stuff with Python, in which case Julia is just, in my opinion, better than NumPy for most of the things I need to do. So, however, it doesn't have the same library support. Okay, so we have the idea of mirrors, so now we have to create a similar idea for lenses. Now, for the purposes of this particular stream, I'm going to just say that all lenses are circular, and we're not going to worry about it. So let's see, we're going to do mutable struct lens. And in here we're going to have, I don't need a normal in this case, I don't think. Do I need a normal? Maybe I need a normal. Let's have a normal vector. That's not going to make much sense. Okay, well, let's do a position, which is going to be a lens position. Position, and we're just going to call it P, which again is just going to be a tuple. Float 64, float 64. All right. And then we also need a radius, which is going to be a lens radius. And then in here we're going to say R is of type float 64. Is that all we need for now? I feel like we should have a refractive index. So we're going to give it a refractive index, which I'm going to call IOR, and you're just going to have to deal with it. And we're going to say IOR, which is of index of refraction, which is going to be of type float 64. Index of refraction, I'll modify this. Index of refraction. It's dumb notation. We need to fix that. Kabouter Bard, thank you so much for following. Let's see. It's a bit sad for mostly numerical application dedicated language to be bad at plotting, isn't it? Well, okay. I kind of disagree with that because, I mean, C and Fortran are numerical application dedicated languages, but they don't have plotting at all. You have to like build your own plotting software in those languages. So compared to those languages, it's pretty good. And also, like, even though I am kind of like making fun of Julia for its plotting, it's still, you can still use PyPlot as a backend, so it's fine. You don't have to use plots? Yeah, exactly. You don't have to. I guess you have to somehow visualize your results at some point. Right. So usually I output it to a file and I just use a new plot or something like that. Jimby98, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let's see. I mean, plots library specifically. NumPy is kind of ugly. Let's see. So it has good dev cycles. Okay, so I think we're caught up. So I usually will write some sort of refractive index at function, which would allow for me to say like what the refractive index is at this location. So let's see, what do we definitely need? We definitely need a function to tell if we're inside of a lens or not, because we're doing time stepping. So maybe that's what we do. So we have, so light moves at a particular speed with respect to medium. Let me see what we did in the C++ code, and then we're going to come back to this, because I think we're using the same equations now. We spent a lot of time looking at that today. So I think if we just go cd projects, simuleos, geometrical optics, ls, and we go into vi geometrical.cpp, and we go to refract, I think we can use the same refractive function that we have in here. So here's our function refract. Let's see. Julia was designed a bit more recently than C or Fortran. They might be a bit more, they might have a bit more excuses. Maybe there should be a shape enum. Yeah, we could consider that as well. Can't you just check the index of the current position at each time step? Yeah, so that's what I was gonna do. But I need to think now about... Yeah, so I need to think, we need to tell if we're inside of a lens or not, which we can easily tell based on, yeah, okay, we can easily tell if we're inside of a lens or not, because we'll know, yeah, that's easy. So if we're inside of a lens, we know we're inside of a lens, because, one second, lenses are all circular, and if lenses are all circular, we can just basically, you know, say, if x squared plus y squared is less than r squared, we're inside of the circle. So, I'm going to probably implement this so that we have a few different functions. So is behind, let me do it here. So mutable struct lens, we're going to delete this down here. Okay. So let's do, so we have the mirror stuff down here. So I'm going to kind of split up this code a bit. So we have the struct for the ray, then we have struct for the lens. And in here we're going to have function, is, index. What did I call it before? Refractive. So I said we have all the rays, we're generating all the lights, we're propagating, and then we're drawing the function. Let's go to propagate. Here. So we propagate I begin, I end. Oh man. So here, what's the idea? We have, oh, we're using Cairo as well. Oh man. I have 8 to do. You went from 9 to 9 again to 8, then back to up to 9. Now you're back at 8. Good news. Can't you just check the index? New languages have to mature quickly, though, or they will die. I think Julia has been maturing pretty quickly. I somehow do not trust Julia a lot as it's still quite new, and the benchmarks till now are mainly done by its authors. I see that it might be faster as Python by design and better writable than Fortran or C. Quite tempting sweet spot. Yeah, so you're right in that most of the benchmarks are done by its authors. However, I will say, as someone who has done some of those benchmarks, I don't think they're pulling wool over your eyes or anything like that. Like, for the most part, 1 second, let's play this again. For the most part, you know, they're interested in making the language better, so they provide benchmarks that they then use to make the language better. That's, I mean, at some point, yeah, you have to trust the developers a bit, right? This time my code isn't failing static analysis. Oh, cool. So again, we have about 2 more hours in stream. I think that's enough time to get this refraction done. There's some benchmarks here that aren't done. Oh yeah, benchmark game. Yeah. So these are definitely not done by the devs. So let's go over here, paste that. And you can kind of compare, like, you can compare Fortran and versus, I always forget how to use this site. So maybe I click Julia. And we do Julia versus Fortran versus Java. Julia versus Fortran is usually what you want, right? Something like that. I wonder how Julia benchmarks compare to PyPy, which is faster than the default C Python interpreter. Right, yeah, there's probably a bunch of different ways to speed up Python, like, no doubt. In fact, there's probably a bunch of different, almost most situations you can think of, you probably want to use Python, right? C++ devs wanted to make C better. Yeah, to be fair, C++, I mean, it is kind of C better. Like, it's the same way in which Vim is better than VI, right? Like, you can still use C in C++, essentially. So, it's, you know, fine. Let's see. But see, here's a situation where, like, FASTA, for example, like, Julia is faster. It's also using all 4 cores, whereas Fortran is only using 1 core, and it's using way less memory. You know? Like, there's a bunch of situations where, like, Julia is slightly faster in these benchmarks, and then it's slightly slower in those benchmarks. So 50-50. As the C++ started out, but it's no longer compatible with C. Yeah, okay, to be fair, like, my C++ code is basically C. Completely compatible, I'll give you that. My C++ code is basically C code with additional C++ features, like vectors and stuff like that. Okay, so let's keep going over here. So, I feel like I had a function that was like refractive index at. Normal at. Oh, okay. What was I doing here? We have the lens slab. Refractive index at. We have constant simple ampersand lens. Eh? Okay. I don't remember what I was doing there. So return inside of lens P. Oh, that code's really annoying to read. Okay. I just don't like the ternary operator. I know a lot of people love it. It makes the code unreadable to me. Yeah, so if we're inside, it's going to be 1.4. If we're outside, it's going to be 1. Sure. So if we're inside of the lens, the refractive index is going to be 1.4. We can just do that. We can have an inside of... what's wrong with the font rendering? Is something wrong with the font rendering? Sorry about that. Could you explain to me what's wrong with it? Looks like you're still stuck in the 90s. There's some good post-ternary operator. The formatting really helps. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, okay, so I'm using bitmap fonts because I like bitmap fonts. This is, like, I prefer these fonts. I don't like vectorized fonts. So that's why I use this font. In fact, I use this terminal because of that. I realize if you don't like it, that's totally fine. Like, everyone likes their own font. That's fair. This is just the type of font that I like, and I like the aesthetic of, so I tend to use it. There isn't really much more to it than that. So, but again, if you don't like it, totally fine. You like what you like. This is the plight of me. I really like this aesthetic. It's perfectly readable. I can make it bigger. I've always set every IDE to Papyrus. Oh no. I mean, it's not just the font that's bad. It doesn't look smoothed out. We need no, okay, wait. Thec CC 123. That's exactly the point. That's what a bitmap font is. It's a font that hasn't been smoothed out. That's the point of it. We need Comic Sans. I'm fixing an endless stream of to-dos until I give up. Dude, give up the good work. He's trolling. It's a bit hard to distinguish between dots and commas. Otherwise, I agree with that. I should be using a slightly different font. I used to be using a different font, but I just got stuck with this one, and now I haven't changed it recently. So let's see. There's a streamer that allows changing the font by channel points. Quite some brain hurt fonts. The viewer's fine. Yeah, so I'm not willing to do that. L and 1 are a bit hard too. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I agree with that. You missed a part where I have 9 to-dos again. Oh, did I? I'm sorry, man. Okay, so what I was doing was I was saying if we're inside of the lens, we change the refractive index, otherwise we don't, and then we return the normal at that particular location, and it's just going to be normalized vector 1.00. Now, what is that? Return normalize. Interesting. Oh, I guess because in this simulation, the normal was always going to be pointing... Oh, yeah, we'll know the normal. Yeah, okay, the normal's easy. Because the normal's always going to be pointing out from the center of the lens. I can read the text on the phone, so it's fine. Oh, good. You missed the part where... Okay, so I think we can just go ahead and start going. So we're going to have function inside of... whatever. And we're going to read in ray and then lens. All right, and here. Right. So now we have the ray and the lens, and we're going to ask if we're inside of the lens. And this should be relatively straightforward. We have the position of the lens, we have the radius of the lens. So we should just be able to say if lens.r of 1. Well, how about we do this? How about we say x is going to be equal to lens dot r of 1 minus ray dot p of 1. And we're going to do y is going to be equal to 2. And then in here, we're just going to say if x squared plus y squared is less than lens.r. What did I did call it r, didn't I? Yeah, I did. R for radius. Then we're going to return true. Else we return false. Cool. Okay. CMT Douglas, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Lens P1. Thanks for that. What language is this? This is Julia. So that's our inside of function. So now I guess we need another function to say normal at. So function normal at. Okay. And this will be a normal with respect to a lens. Maybe the lens normal. I don't like the name of this function, but we're going to go with it for now. And we're going to give it a ray so that we can get the ray position, and then we're going to give it a lens, so we can get the lens position, and here. And then essentially what we want to do, isn't it lens? It is. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so we're going to do normal at here, and we're going to say we want to return, I think I can just do norm of, I think I can do norm of ray.position dot minus lens dot position. And that should always return the normal. Let me check just to make sure I can do that. So norm of, can I do 1, 2? That works. So if I do norm of 1, 2 minus dot minus, let's do 3, 4. I think this should work. Yeah, that works just fine. Perfect. Okay. Chat saving the day. Chat is cute. Oh yeah, chat's cool. Okay. So we have return norm. So now we have the normal, and we have whether we're inside of something. So now the next thing we need to do is write the refract function. So D, we'll do D5D and go down here. So we have inside of, and then we're gonna do here. And now let's do the refract function. Function refract. Okay. So let me think, how are we gonna do this? So when we did reflect, we did it this way. Let's see. A good task that should be easily possible with such a simple 2D simulation would display a nephroid caustic. Norm gives you the length of the vector, not the normal. Yes, the normal is going to be the difference between the two vectors. And then we normalize. So then we normalize that. Shouldn't be less than or equal to r squared. You are correct. It should be less than or equal to r squared. Thank you. Okay. No, you're fine. So 8 to-dos now. Hopefully I'll get it to 7 soon. You're doing great. Keep up the good work. Okay, so the idea was that the position of the ray minus the position of the lens will give you the vector from the position, the center of the lens to the center of the lens to the ray. So the idea was, if you normalize that, you should then have the normal vector at that point, because you're already having the vector from the point to the center. Ah, crap, you're right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that I was being dumb. Thanks. That's what I get. Normalize, no method. Of course, there's no method matching normalize for N64 and N64. That's what I was afraid of. That's why I checked it, and then I realized I checked the wrong function. Yeah, so there's no method matching normalize for tuple of float64, float64. Okay, so that's because we're using tuples. I think now is about the time that we move away from using tuples, because I'm tired of them. So let's just do vector of float64, and let's just fix everything. Did I commit everything? Git commit, git diff 2D? Yeah, it looks like I committed everything. So let's just go back and let's just remove tuples and just use vectors. Implement vectors by not using vectors. Okay, I was thinking that, you know, it's a tuple, so we could do a 3D tuple, a 2D, you know, like I was thinking it'd be easier, but it's just turning out to be a pain. So we're just gonna change all the tuples into vectors and just not worry about it. So how about I just change all the, just do this. So we're just gonna do $S or percentage sign S and tuple. I think I have to do this. Float 64. Probably this. Float 64. That's right. And then we want to change that to vector of float 64. And then I'm going to do CG. Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, try it again. S of tuple. And then we want to do float 64. Float 64. And then we're going to try vector of float 64 CG. Okay, never mind. I can't do it. Can you not up key and get the last command? No, I can't. Okay. Let me try it one more time. I don't understand what's happening here. $S. So now we're going to replace tuple of float64. Try this. Float64. So didn't like this before. Then vector of float64. CG. So it doesn't like this because it expects an extra closing bracket. Whatever. I might just open this up in Vim and just don't. Why don't you use Vim with syntax idling off? Why do you not use Vim? I just don't like Vim. It drives me nuts. Can I do this? I can probably. I'll do this in Vim real quick because just don't. Yeah, I hate this so much. Okay, so we're gonna do tuple of float64, float64, and then vector float64, CG. Yep. Yep. God, it's so ugly. Jeez. Yep. Do this if you have curved mirrors. Oh, yeah, I've seen this. You don't need to replace in the replacement, right? I do for VI, I thought. Maybe I don't. I could try it. Yeah, so we could, we're gonna do this with our lens in just a second with a spherical aberration. Okay. Let's go back. Does this run? Let's see what happens. I probably just broke everything. Control D. Julia. Let's just do the last include. 2D.jl. See what happens. What's the worst that happens, right? It breaks? Code's already broken anyway. Okay. Incomplete function. Okay, fair enough. 46. Incomplete function. So function step. Line 46. So an expression starting at. Okay. So this is one thing I don't like about Julia. It's because of all these end statements, it's actually very difficult to read. I very much prefer a C-style thing. I think you need to init. Oh, correct, yeah. So, where was I doing that before? I was doing that here. So these all need to change to this. And this. Here. And here. Okay. Anywhere else where I was doing that? Let's see. Float I1. Yep. So here. Oh, sorry. Okay. And let's see. Vector float 64 on def n should still be fine. Let's see. I love MATLAB till it was too small for me. Now work with Fortran, which is a pain. I like Fortran. Fortran is actually one of my favorite languages. Function refract. End. So this should at least include. Well, no, it won't include. There will be other issues. Oh, does it include? Okay, raise, parallel propagate. Let's run the last plot raise. Give it a second because I just closed and reopened Julia. Okay. Connection reset by peer. No such file or directory. PyPlot. See what happens. Let's talk about the math and what's to be done instead of the tech and tools. LLXOR. What do you not like about Vim? I just don't like Vim. It's just VI is easier. The truth is, okay, so the reason I don't like Vim is the same. We've talked about this a lot on stream, and it's a good point, right? Whenever people come to my stream, right, they see this weird code that's not syntax highlighted, and it's weird, right? Like, there's a question, why would you ever be using VI instead of Vim? Because Vim is clearly superior to VI in every single way, and you're totally right in saying that. And I'm not saying that you're wrong to use Vim either. You're totally right. I'm the one that's wrong here, and I admit that. Oh no. Oh no. All right, we're gonna have to fix that in a second. The reason, though, that I don't use Vim is that it's just too much. It's like, I just... So my main issue is that Vim always has to be configured, and whenever it's configured, it takes time. This is Linux, yeah. And I just don't like doing the Vim configuration. More than that, basically every single thing that Vim adds, you know, like a new visual mode and all this kind of stuff, is not something I want to use. So yeah. No, wait. No one's, for the record, just for the record, please, chillax and chat. I mean, like, no one was accusing me of being like, I'm sorry, the way I'm speaking is very defensive, and I don't mean to be very defensive. The point is, I don't think anyone's mad at anyone in chat, just for the record. Just for the record. I don't think anyone's mad. I think this is a very civil discussion. I just like using VI. That's just the end of the story. I have more important reasons, but the end of the story is I like VI. It's what I use. And whenever I try to use Vim, I get frustrated by something and I end up going back to VI. That's it. Let's see, what do we have here? I missed a lot of chats here, or a number of follows. Number 1, X Alpion. Thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let's see. I love MATLAB. Let's see. I want to argue anything. Yeah, no, I agree. No one was arguing anything. I apologize for that. New plot's better than PyPlot. I also agree. I'm mad. I'm sorry, the baker. I didn't mean to make you mad. The dude, let's see. Is this Linux? What is this process state, process control block? I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm so sorry. Could you iterate or explain a bit more? Okay. So the plot's broken. That's good. So we're going to have to fix that. So let's go up to the top. So we have vector of float 64, vector of float 64, an array of vector of float 64. In principle, the visualization in the corner, I kind of want to see what happens when you crank the parameter higher and higher and higher. So we actually went from a high parameter. Oh, no, you're right. We're going to a low parameter. Well, as you go higher and higher, it just turns into a free space. It just turns into like, it's almost like the lens doesn't exist. Tickle streamer for rant. It's very easy to get me ranty. Like, I don't mean to be ranty. And in fact, I feel like my rants they're never really meant in anything other than just kind of fun, you know, playful humor. But sometimes I feel like I say things that step on people's toes, and I do apologize for that. Okay. So what's happening here? We have, let's see. Plot raise is going to be plot. Oh ho. Oh, I think I see the problem now. Let me take a look at raise. So raise of 1 dot positions. This is now going to be a set of 2D vectors. However, because it's a set of 2D vectors, we want to interpret this as a set of XY positions, and that's currently not what it's doing. So the problem, I think, is in the plot function. So plotting 2D array Julia. Meh. Oh, let's see. We want scatter plot. I want to see what we want to plot 2D array as positions. Plotting the columns of a 2D array. Right. So we're going to do array of 1. Aha. So then we have to turn it into a tuple. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we're going to plot array. So we're going to plot, and then we want array.positions. We have to turn it into a tuple or a set of tuples. So array.positions. Array.positions of colon. Okay, so let's just see what we need to do. So here we're going to do array.positions of 1 colon. That didn't work. 1 array.positions. Array.positions. What does this do? Array of 1 dot positions. Okay, so now we're going to do positions of 1. Okay, so now we got positions of 1 colon. Okay, that also didn't work. It is possible to plot arrays as a 2D set of matrices, but we want to we need to turn it into a tuple so we can plot it like we plotted it before. So what if I just do colon? Okay, so if I do colon 1 colon? No, that's that way. So I want, what? Colon 1 I thought was what I wanted. That is, how is it? What? Okay, so if I do this, that's going to give us in a 100 element array of array float 64-1, what I probably want to do, Julia, yeah, the plotting's a bit annoying, but we'll get it done. At least it has plotting. Yeah, right. That's kind of where I'm at as well. I kind of just want to output this as data and plot it in new plot. In fact, that might be faster. In fact, it will be faster. But also, like, the course is taught in Julia, and I don't want to introduce a new plot. So we're going to have this done. So, okay, what if we do the following? What if we do colon, right? And then we do 1. What if we do 1, and then we do colon? Okay, that didn't work either. So, this 1 colon kind of remind me of the MATLAB heck in some courses at university. Glad it's far away now. Yeah, so this comes from Fortran, this type of stuff, and I do quite like it for Fortran and stuff. At least it has plotting. Okay, so the issue is we have an array of vectors, an array of two element vectors, and what I want to do is I want to convert our array into a tuple. Can I convert 2 element array to a tuple? No, I probably can't. No. So it is an array of vectors, right? So it's an array of two element vectors, and I want to grab all of the x elements here. So 1, 1. So 1 will be the first array element, and then 1 will be the first element there. So I want to grab all of the arrays. How is that only 2 element? Okay, so if I do this, that's going to grab everything. And then what I want to do, so I grab the entire array logic. So I grab the entire array. So now what I want to do is I just want to grab from the entire array. I'm going to grab all the elements in the array. And then I'm just going to grab the first How is that only 1 element? And also, what element is that? Oh, that's this element here. So that's just going to grab... Oh, this is frustrating. Is this not frustrating? What is it used for? Yeah, so the colon here, what the colon does is it grabs a subset of the array. So for example, if I say A is going to be equal to, let's just say 1 to 10. Then if I say A from 2 to 3, what it's going to do is it's just going to grab the elements from 2 to 3. So let's say A is going to be equal to I, for I equals 1 to 100 or something like that. Then A is going to be from this. So I can do A is going to be 20 to 40 or something. And it'll grab all the elements between 20 and 40. So if I do A of column, colon, it'll grab all of them, right? And so what we have now is we have an array, which is a set of vectors, right? So colon, 1, why does this have so many nested arrays? So the reason we did it that way was because, right, so obviously nested arrays are bad. I totally understand nested arrays are bad. The issue there was that we had the vector for the position. I wanted to, yeah, so we can turn this into a 2 by n array. We can definitely do that. But the reason I have it this way is because the inner array is specifically a position vector, right? And so I wanted to keep it kind of set that we have a position vector, an array of position vectors. That was kind of the idea here. So this is one of the few situations where I feel it's important to have an array of vectors instead of a 2D array. Why are nested arrays bad? Because you can't necessarily guarantee that all the vectors in the array, so if you have an internal array, you can't necessarily guarantee that all of the internal array elements are next to each other, right? So, you know, let me go over here and open up Zernal. So if you have a 2D array, you can guarantee that all of the memory is going to be right next to each other in 2D space. But if you have a 1D array, and inside of that you have a 1D array, it could be that each of these rows is stored at a separate location. So you could have a row here, a row here, and a row here, where there's a bunch of gobbledygook memory in between. And this might not sound particularly important, but if you're accessing elements sequentially, what will end up happening is you want to keep in mind, or you want to make sure that you are loading that data in the most efficient way. So it's really important to go through it one by one. With GPU terms, this is called memory coalescence, the idea that all of the elements in memory are right next to each other, are adjacent to each other. I'm not sure what it's called in CPU terms, but the reason nested arrays are bad is mainly because of this, in my mind. There might be another reason for it in the CPU world, but for me, that's the main reason. Does Julia have no end? No, it does have ND arrays. It definitely has n-dimensional arrays. I just didn't use it for this purpose because, again, we have a set of vector elements, right? So we have a set of positions, right? Sugarmouth and Pitless, thank you guys so much for following. So if I were programming C for raw speed, I should have flattened my 2D arrays. I would suggest, I always flatten my arrays, but also a flattened array is different than a 2D array, right? So like a 2D array is a flattened array. Well, actually, wait, C++ does it differently. C++ does it such that, oh, I always flatten my arrays. Because in GPUs, you always flatten your arrays, but I'm not exactly sure what you do on the CPU. Zoe, Eclipse, IOZ, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. ND arrays are just 1D arrays with fancy indexing. Exactly, right? So basically, in my mind, all of the arrays that I create are 1D arrays with, again, fancy indexing. Now the question is, what's actually done in C++? Like, I don't know. I don't remember. In Julia, that statement is definitely true. So, yeah. I don't know. Let me get some water. Optimization will probably fix my stupidity. I don't think that's true. I think optimization in some ways makes people more stupid. I'm not calling anyone stupid. But what I am saying is that over optimization is a problem that you should definitely, you know, not, like everything we did today, we started with something stupid and we make it something pretty, right? So that's kind of my goal. I just do something dumb that works and then you make it better. And that's kind of how I do most things, because sometimes you'll find that after doing the dumb thing and you do some benchmarks on it, you realize you don't really need to optimize it. It's fine. And you don't want to optimize things that you don't need to optimize. That's just wasted development time, right? So I don't know. Okay, so what I might do is I might just flatten this array. I don't like doing that, but I might do it. Because, yeah, I'm just going to do it. Screw it. I'm not going to worry about it. So we're going to say this is just an array of float 64. And we're just going to flatten it. Yep, so positions here. So we're going to plot ray.positions. I'm going to have to fix that in just a second. Ray.positions of I. It's going to be ray.positions of I colon, I think is what I want. So we're going to say A is going to be equal to zeros of 2 by 100 or something. Actually, I think I want 102. Okay, that's what I wanted. And then I want to do A of 1 colon should be, yes, that's that. So now we're going to do that is going to be dot equals this. Okay, and now we're going to move down here. And we're going to make it so that when we have this undefined, it's going to be undefined of size n, n2. Oh. Okay, is that correct? Yes. Yes, that should be good. Okay. Drink some boost, stupid, it's pretty. Optimization will probably fix it. Okay, so now we have that done. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to do some little tricks here. So we're going to do dot minus equals here because we're no longer using tuples. So we just do dot plus and dot minus. Okay, that should work. So we're going to go over here. We're going to do Control D again, open up Julia, run the last include. And now we're going to do that trick that they have over here where they basically plot of array here. So now we should be able to do in the plot function ray.positions. I'm just going to paste it because I totally forgot. There. Okay. So you're going to do ray.positions of colon 1 and then ray.positions of colon 2. And then we need to turn this into a tuple. There, dd, right, we're going to try include one more time. And now we're going to try raise is going to be equal to, raise is going to be equal to that. Now we should have the set of raise. Good. So now the next thing I want to do is plot raise here and see what happens. So Julia has a dot plus operator like MATLAB too. That's neat. Yeah, I get too carried away with over optimization. If I was doing this, I would have added some fancy quadries to speed up mirror and lens detection and spent 10 times the time. Right. Yeah, I totally understand. I do that a lot as well. Like for my PhD, I ended up like writing an entirely new interpreter. Like I was doing stuff in C++. So I wrote basically a compiler for C++ to GPU code, which was incredibly useful because people could just write down the PDE that they wanted solved, the partial differential equation they wanted solved, which was great. The problem was very few people actually used that because I thought I was writing this code for people in the lab to use. So I was like, well, let's make it super usable. Then I found out that no one else was going to use the code but me. So then that was a lot of time wasted for something that was quite cool that I'm using in my work right now, but also was not particularly useful at the time. I wasted like 3 or 4 months on that. There it was. There. Okay, there we have our thing back. So this is great. Now we can go back to the refraction. For Pete's sake. I really suck at GUIs. Okay, so here we have the reflection working again. Great. Robert, adjacent, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. I haven't done ray tracing before, but it looks interesting to use hash maps. Maybe. Do you have your PhD thesis by any chance? In fact, I think I just linked it earlier in stream. This is probably it. It's on massively parallel split-step Fourier techniques for simulating quantum systems on graphics processing units. Admittedly, again, that's not the most recent version. I do apologize for that. I forgot to commit my changes and then my hard drive burnt, so now I don't have it. But you know, it is available online somewhere. You can Google it. In fact, if you just Google me, I might have it up. I do not. But if you just go for James Schloss Google Scholar, yeah, I accidentally set my computer on fire. You have this guy. So this is the actual PDF. So this is the actual PDF of it when it's done. The code most useful, yeah, so this is it. It is massively parallel split-step Fourier techniques for simulating quantum systems on graphics processing units. The code most useful stuff of my diploma thesis were the help scripts I did to visualize how basic stuff worked. Honestly, that's true as well. Like, there's a huge onboarding process for pretty much anyone that works in a lab or something like that, and you know, giving people the basics of understanding the split-step Fourier method in my case and stuff like that was really useful. Again, we talked about this earlier in stream. The simulations were intense. I mean, maybe 3 or 4 days of computation on supercomputers and stuff like that. But it wasn't so bad. I could run it on a GTX 970. We didn't though. I'm saying that you could run it there. It would take like maybe 3 to 4 days, which isn't much. Like it's a relatively small amount of time. Oh, in fact, no, that's not true. There was one figure, not that figure, this figure here. That took 5 days of computation to do. This one figure, maybe longer than that. I remember it took a long time, and I had to do it like a whole bunch of times. Also, like I really. On what hardware? We were using it was either P100s or V100s. I think at this time, I was using V100s, so NVIDIA V100s. Unfortunately, I couldn't parallelize it across multiple GPUs at the time. I could only use one. But even so, using multiple GPUs until you get to 10 doesn't really give you speed up for this type of stuff. So it was kind of, we could fit everything on one GPU. And so if you can fit everything on one GPU, you use just one GPU. You don't use multiple ones, just because data processing between GPUs is kind of annoying. But yeah, so we were using the latest NVIDIA things at the time. Would you do that again with Vulkan? No. I would never do that again with Vulkan. So the reason is that Vulkan is primarily a graphics API. And you don't usually use graphics API for computing. Now, I will say that the OpenCL and the Vulkan compute APIs are kind of coming together. So in some ways, maybe I would use OpenCL, which would kind of be Vulkan-like. So there is something to that. But it's not too... I would not use this Vulkan for this. I used CUDA, and I think using CUDA was the right choice at the time. Nowadays, I might use Julia because the Julia GPU stack is pretty good. But again, it didn't exist at the time. So anyway, Yeah, they're expensive. We used a supercomputer. So let's take a look at the refract function I have in the C++ code. Up here, refract. Okay. So we have refraction, index of refraction. Here we have this. I'm actually just going to copy this, and we're going to modify it to make it look like Julia code. Okay, so let's go in here. Where is our refract function? It is up here. Okay. Paste there. So we have double C, which is going to be the dot product. The dot product of negative N and L. So in here, we're going to have to read in a couple different things. We need to read in the ray, the normal, and maybe just the ray and the normal. Oh, and the index of refraction. So let's actually just read in the lens. That'll be easier. So here we're going to do ray dot velocity v, and n is going to be a refractive index at, and then we're just going to have to read in the ray and the lens. Okay, 1 second. Is that correct? I think that's correct. Oh, lens normal at. Let's just define that up here. N is going to be equal to lens normal at, and we're going to read in the ray, and then we're going to read in the lens, and then in here we're going to do a negative N here. Over here we're just going to say C, and then we're going to do D is going to be equal to 1.0 minus lens dot index of refraction, lens dot index of refraction, and then C. What is C? C was defined up there. That should be fine. Yeah, this should all work just fine. I suppose because, yeah, I suppose we can just do this squared and then that squared. Okay. Oh, let's try that one again. Perfect. Okay. So now we have that, and we're going to say if D is less than 0, we return that. That's fine. And now we're going to say return index of refraction times L. Now L is a light vector, but this should still be fine. Plus index of refraction times C minus square root of D times N. So this should just work. Yeah, quadros are the top stuff. Did the top end stuff go up in price because of the Bitcoin stuff, or was that just like the 1080s? I don't know, because I wasn't really keeping track of the prices. I have not bought a GPU since my 970 6 years ago. Don't get me wrong, like, I use GPUs a lot, but usually those GPUs are bought for me. Sparky Lux Ray, hey, how are you? Let me get some water. Okay, so we have the idea, we have the concept of a lens, we have the idea of refracting, we know if we're inside of a lens, so let's do it. What I'm going to do is for our propagate step, I'm now going to read in lenses as well. And these are going to be a vector of lenses, and I'm just going to move this down to the next line because I feel like it and you guys can deal with it. Okay, so now we have the vector of lenses. So we're going to first ask, are we behind a mirror? Then we reflect. And we also need to ask simultaneously if we are in a inside of a lens. So we're going to do this, and we're also going to say for lenses in lenses, and we're going to say and here if I think it's inside of if inside of ray lens refract. I don't remember this at all. I need to see what I wrote. Refract here, and it's using me rays of J lens. So what did I say above? Inside of, I did say inside of ray lens. Maybe. Quadros, Tesla's GPUs are expensive because they are a target to corporations who will spend this kind of money. That is true, but usually I would argue they're not really. Is the target corporations or is the target supercomputing? I always thought the target was more supercomputing than corporations. What distro is this? This is Arch Linux, but also the distribution doesn't matter as much as the Windows manager. So Arch plus OpenBox. So the OpenBox is the Windows manager. You can use OpenBox in any distribution, whether that be Ubuntu, Manjaro, anything really, anything but Windows. I mean, Windows is a Linux distribution as we discussed earlier, but you know, for some reason they're behind on the GUI department. So let's get some water. Arch is pretty crazy. Are Quadros still targeted for fixed function rendering pipelines? Old CAD software? I don't know. I have no idea. I will say that in the HPC space, we're running into a situation where, like, where, how do I put this? What am I saying? I'm confused. Oh, 64-bit precision is not as used as it could be. Okay, so I think we can just define everything in here. So if inside of, so we also need to find the refractive index at, I suppose. No, if we're inside of the lens, then we have a refractive index. We're not going to worry about it too much. We could extend it to have like, if we're inside of a lens, we have a specific refractive index at a particular location. We're not going to worry about that for now. We're just going to use the lens's refractive index. And up here, we're going to say to do, extend to variable refractive indices. Okay, so we're just gonna do it, and then after we do it, we're gonna figure out where it's gonna go. Okay, so in here we have mirrors, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna create lenses, which is gonna be equal to just a single lens, lens, and I believe it needs a position, and the position we're gonna give it is, let's do 2.5. Oh, come on. 2.5. 2.5. Okay. Then its radius is going to be 3.0, and its index of refraction is 1.5. And that over here, so we're going to do mirrors and lenses, and let's see how it breaks. There we go. Perfect. I'm dumb. Just don't. I'm just dumb. That's what I am. I'm just dumb. That was C++ code, and I just didn't even think about changing the freaking brackets. Extra at end of expression. Okay, now that's interesting. It's going to be on line 123. Oh, it's not interesting at all. I'm just dumb again. There we go. Perfect. Missing separator in array expression. Lens of 2.5, 2.5. That's because this should be that, and actually this should be just a vector now. Right? Lens vector, yep. Okay, seems to work. Let's try parallel propagate again. So we're going to say raise is going to be equal to parallel propagate. It does not work because the ray is not defined. Perfect. Okay, we'll get there one step at a time. View equalizer, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Is the refractive calculation only done with one refractive index? At this point, yes. We'll do variable refractive indices in just a bit. I don't know if we'll do it today or not. We'll figure it out, you know? Not too worried about it. I suppose in essence, we just need to create like a function. Actually, it would be really easy. Let's do it if we can. But also not too focused on it for now. Okay. So the issue is we don't have array defined, and that's going to be on line 107. Inside of ray lens, so it's going to be rays of j, sorry. Oh, hello. Of j. Try it again. Include rays equals parallel propagate. Index of refraction not defined, that's fair. Let's go to 56. This is because it should be lens dot. And there should be another lens dot in here. Try it again. Include rays equal parallel propagate. L not defined. L, what is L? L is ray dot v. Okay, let's try it again. Include parallel propagate. No method mentioning vec float 64 float 64. That's because this should just be. Okay, let's try it one more time. Include rays equals parallel propagate. And it did something. Eh? Alright, let's do the last plot raise, and now we're going to try looking at that. I don't think it worked. Yeah, I don't think it worked at all. I'm like 25% sure it didn't work, and that's relatively high for me. Okay. So what were we expecting to see? Let's just kind of draw this out and figure it out. So what I did is I created a lens that was at position 2.5, 2.5, and it was a size 3, so it was a bit big. But what I was hoping to see was that the light would bend as it enters and bends again as it leaves that lens, and that did not happen. So we've got a bunch of stuff to figure out. It's cool. So let's make it so the lens is actually going to be at 5 and X, 2.5, and then its size is going to be 2. So we should have a lens in the center of the screen. We do have the lens there, so let's just see if we're actually entering this at all inside of. So let's just print. Yo, yo. Inside of a lens. Dog. Oh, I don't know why I said. Oh, it's so lame. I'm sorry, I'm so lame. Include. Raise. Yo, yo, inside of a lens, dog. Nice. Okay, so we are in the lens. So refract. Good old print debug. So let's delete that because I think I know what I did wrong. In the refract function, refract. Here we are. I was returning something when in fact I should have just been setting the ray.velocity to be equal to that. Let's try this. Include again, and now we're going to do raise is equal to that. And now let's see what happens if we try plot raise and we do this. Something happened. We now have abstract art. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, so what I need to do now is I need to visualize the lens so we can actually see the lens on this diagram, so we can actually tell if something's happening as expected. But this is a different visualization than we had before, so I'm happy enough with that. So the next step is to actually make it so the plot will draw a circle at that location, and then we can go from there. Oh man. And you guys thought I didn't know art. Okay, so let's draw that circle. We'll fix up the plotting script just a bit. Make sure this is actually doing something that we would expect. I'm not really sure right now if it is or is not, but hey, we have things that are changing. And then we can try the variable refractive index, because I think we have time and I think it should be relatively quick. He said and lied. Okay, so what am I going to do then? I'm going to modify the plot raise function so that this also will take in the lens. Next, you should compress this horizontally with that algorithm you did earlier. Wait, which algorithm? Compress it horizontally. Oh, the seam carving. Yeah, we could do that. Okay, so we have plot raise, and I suppose what I also want to do is plot lenses. But actually, now that plot raise, why don't we just put plot raise into parallel propagate? So now we're going to do, I'm just going to do plot raise here. And in here, we're going to read in, we're going to modify some stuff really quick. So plot raise is going to take in raise, and then it's also going to take in the file name. And up here, we're going to actually read these in as optional arguments. So we're going to read in an optional argument, file name is going to be equal to check.png. And then we're also going to read in dt, it's going to be equal to 0.5 or something like that. Let's just do 0.1, and let's increase n from now on. Okay, so now if we do this and we write that, what we should be able to see is if we include this, and we run raise is equal to parallel propagate, and we make it run for 1,000 steps. And then we look at include, or look at the last mirage. We should get that was not what I was expecting at all. So let's fix that. So in here we're gonna have to do dt. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I think something escaped the mirrors. Could be. Is behind. Let's look for plot raise. Yep. It takes in the vector of raise, and then the file name. Well, let's see what happens if we plot raise here. And then we take a look at that. The axes were way off. It is times 10 to the 11th. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Right disk over here. We're going to run the last include. Let's just try. Raise is going to be equal to parallel propagate. Oh, we did 2. Is it because we just... Yeah. Why did it work that time? Whatever. We have something that's... Meh. I don't know what happened. Some division by near 0 might have happened. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. But we have our abstract art again, so I'm happy enough with that. Now, what am I going to do next? That is a good question. I'm going to modify the plot raise function so that it also reads in the mirrors and lenses. Okay. Still not drawing a circle. I'm working on it. So plot raise. Yeah, whatever. It's here. So now we're going to read in the mirrors, which is going to be vector of mirror. And then we also want lenses, which is going to be vector of lens. All right, and then the final name. Okay, good. So we have the rays being plotted. So I guess now we want to go through all the mirrors. So for all the mirrors, what we're going to do is we are going to, I suppose, okay, it's fine. So for all the mirrors, we're going to go through and we're just going to plot a line. Yeah, we're just going to plot a line. So let's go. So for mirror in mirrors, and here, we are going to draw a line. We're going to plot on top of PLT. And then we just need to find the extents of the mirror. But we don't have an extents of the mirror. So maybe, See, this is where it'd be nice to have some sort of scale for the mirror. So I'm going to go ahead and define a scale for the mirror. And in here, we're just going to say, mirror, how do you freaking do, what am I looking for? Inner constructor Julia. I always forget the, outer constructor method. Yep, of course. Inner constructor method. Ordered pair XY is equal to, yeah. So I should be able to do mirror of 2 values, which we'll say is in N in P. It's gonna be equal to new of in N in P and 5. Okay, we're gonna have to close Julia and open it up again, and we're gonna have to run the last include 2.jl. At this point, everything should work. Well, almost, except for the fact that I'm dumb. D4, well, let's just comment this out for now. So at this point, everything should work as it did before. So if I do raise, I'm going to be equal to parallel propagate, and we visualize the output, we should get the same output as before. Why did it take so long? Did the include time? Because the plots package takes a long time to work. So let's do here, and I'm just going to do pyplot. Now we're going to do raise, parallel propagate. Give that just a second. But yeah, it's mainly the plots package that takes so long. Unfortunately, that's like, the plots aren't even that good, which is why I don't know, it's just a pain. Okay, Mirage check.png. Let me go ahead and remove that file, just to be safe. What am I looking for? Check.png. And let's just run it one more time just to make sure. And now we're going to do Mirage check.png. Okay, good. So we are getting the same image. Great. Okay, so now let's figure out that plot command. We need to plot the mirrors, and then we need to plot the lenses. So where's our plot raise function in here? So for mirror and mirrors, all we're going to do, since we have the extents of the mirror now, is we have its initial position. So all we're going to say is we're going to plot We need to plot from one location to another location. So it should be, can I do it this way? Let me just see what I can do. So PLT is going to be equal to plot there. So let me try to plot something. So now I'm going to do plot exclamation mark on a PLT of let's do 1 1 2 1 2. Does that work? Not sure. 2 2? I'm not seeing any lines being drawn. So I'm suspecting it's not working. What if I do... How is this done before? So what if it's a vector of these two guys? So here and there? Okay, that's what I need. Great. So we're just going to create a simple vector that's going to be... Oh, come on. That's going to be the two positions that we need, which are going to be mirror dot p. So we need a mirror position, and then we need it to be extending out. Oh, this computation is actually kind of a bit of a pain because we only really know the normal vector, right? So the normal vector is going to be the perpendicular to the normal vector is going to be perpendicular to the direction of motion. So I suppose what we need to do is we need to, okay, this isn't actually so bad. So it should be, it's going to be mirror dot position, minus, mirror dot normal. Can I permute mirror dot normal? Because I think I want to do mirror dot normal times mirror dot scale times mirror dot normal, and that'll be perpendicular. So I want to just, can I just, how do I, let's just try this. So we're going to say t is going to be equal to 1 2. Can I just do perm 1 2 permute? Okay, I figured it wasn't. Can I do, so t of, can I just do 2 1? No, of course that doesn't work. Permute and negate one of, right, so that's what I have to do. So I'm trying to think here. So the normal is going to be coming off the surface, right? So again, here's the issue. We have some mirror here. Well, let's change the color so we have some mirror here. And then what we have is the normal vector coming off the mirror here, right? They say 2000 party over, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. So we have a normal vector here, which is perpendicular. So what I want is to have a non-perpendicular vector. So if this is 1 0, then the non-perpendicular vector is 0 1. Now, do we have to negate? 1 second. Perpendicular. Rotate by 90 degrees? Right. Yeah, you're right. It should be negative yx. Yeah, you're correct. So I guess I'm just going to have to do the following. I might have to do the following. T of 2, negative t of 2, t of 1. Maybe that's just what I do, and I just don't worry about it. So we're going to say direction is going to be equal to mirror dot n of 2, mirror dot n of 1, and then we should be able to do that. And then we're going to say scale times direction, and then we're going to have to do the other one's going to be plus that. And I think we need a dot plus, so let's just move this down to the next line. Mirror.p, and it's going to be dot plus and dot minus. And I think that'll work. Obviously, they aren't both perpendicular, they are horizontal. Hey, how are you, Oniru? I hope you're having a great day. What even is a ray trace? So right now we're doing kind of something we see up here, where just rays are bouncing around in a box. So in principle, this should now plot the mirrors. So let's do, and actually let's go here and let's add some labels as well. I think I have to do, label equals, we're just gonna say ray. And then down here, we're gonna say label equals mirror. Okay, so let's see what happens if we do include. And now we try the parallel propagate again. Here. Error. Of course there's an error. A new method matching times for float64 tuple. Float64, float64. Okay. Mirror P is going to be a vector. So let's turn this into a vector as well. Because, oh no, but it has to be a tuple in the end. Ah, right, because we have to turn the vector into a tuple in order to plot it. Right, so mirror.position. Oh no. Okay, so we're going to have to turn it into a tuple to plot it. What did I do before? I said ray.positions 1, ray.positions 2. Let's just do it out here. So we're just gonna say extents is gonna be equal to, and we're just gonna do it out here, and we're just gonna worry about it. Vector, right? So let's do this. Nope. And then we're gonna go here, mirror.p there. Okay, so this should give us our extents. And then in here, we're just gonna say plot $, it should just be extents of :1, comma 1, there we go. And then extents of :2. Put that into a tuple, label equals mirror. All right, see what happens there. Now we need to turn that, I missed a parentheses. Okay, so we're gonna include this again, and let's try raise equal parallel propagate. Attempt to access 2-element array at index 1, 2, 2. So what I was trying to do here was I was trying to make it so we have the mirror.position minus equal to mirror.scale times direction, where the direction is now a tuple, which corresponds to the orthogonal normal vector, which is the vector along the surface, so the surface vector. And then we say one's minus equal that way, the other's plus equals this way. So that should give us the extents of the mirror. And then we have the extents. The extents are going to be attempt to access 2-element array. Does not eat booty. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Attempt to access 2-element array float64 at index 1, 2, 2. Why are we grabbing 2 indices there? Oh, maybe I have this backwards. Maybe it's supposed to be this. Include, raise, it plotted. So let's see what happens if we do the last mirage. Okay, so it does look like we have 4 mirrors. Can we look at them? So we have a mirror from here and there, and I was expecting to see a mirror drawn along here, but I do not see that mirror. I do not see the mirror over here. So my assumption is that the mirror drawing, so I don't see the horizontal mirrors is the issue, but I do see the vertical mirrors. Let me try flipping this. Okay, let's do include. And now we're going to do raise. And now we're going to do mirage. Right. Okay, I don't think that's right. So I think I had it right before. All right, 2 here. We kind of got the lens to work. We're trying to... I was trying to figure out how to plot like a circle in the middle of the plot, along with, like, you know, a box for the mirrors. But I'm not doing a very good job of that. Tinchian, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we have the direction is going to be negative mirror n2 mirror n1. Okay, seems fine. So we're going to say mirror.p dot minus mirror.scale times direction. Okay, let me just go up here and also say the scale. Yeah, the scale's fine. 5 is fine. Let's do 2.5 actually. 2.5. Okay. So now we're going to try this again. What I'm trying to figure out is how do I find these points here, this point and this point. So let's just use this, draw a new page before. So we have a mirror that is like pointing in some random direction. We know the normal to the mirror, which is going to be obviously perpendicular, right? So what I'm looking for is the edge here. I'm looking for these 2 points, the extents here and the extents here. So what I thought was, if we have the mirror's position, and we have the normal vector, right, so we know what n is, then what we should be able to do is we should be able to say the direction is going to be equal to basically the perpendicular of n, which should be n dot y minus n dot y, and then n dot x, I thought, but maybe I have that wrong. And then we have the direction of the surface. And then what I was going to say is that we take the mirror's position, which is going to be this element here, and we're going to say that the extents are going to be plus or minus this, some sort of scale factor, which is going to be the length of the mirror, times the direction. That's what I thought we could do, but I don't think that's working correctly. So let's see, what do we have here? I'm just going to perpendicular, yeah, sure. This should do it. What is a perpendicular line? Perpendicular vector? Yeah, I know, I went back on my word. A and B and X and Y are perpendicular if A times B plus B times Y is equal to 0. Remove the rays for now and just draw the mirrors. Yeah, we can do that. A and B and X and Y are perpendicular if A dot X plus B dot Y is equal to 0. Right. Right. So let's perpendicular is when the dot product 0. Right. So what I'm trying to think now, how do we, so yeah, so negative xy, that's what I thought. Negative yx should be fine. Okay, well maybe I did it wrong. Yeah, so we'll take the suggestion of not showing the rays and only showing the mirrors. So let's go here and comment that out. And then we're gonna comment that out as well. But how do you know the extents? The extent would just be that, again, the extent is just gonna be the mirror's position, which is point P here. And then you move along the vector somewhere up and you move along the vector somewhere down. That was kind of my idea. So, and again, the extent is via some sort of scale. It's somehow calling in my heart that even a doctor has to look up basic math stuff. Yeah, all the time though. It's defined based on some scale that we create with the mirror, or right, y minus x. Okay, so let's just plot the mirrors that we have right now. Write this, go over here, and now we're gonna run include rays, and now let's take a look at the last mirage function here. Whatever I was just drawing there was wrong. Let me try this. Those mirrors were supposed to be like boxing in the object. They were not supposed to be all over the place. Okay, so this is gonna fail, I think, but I don't exactly know why it's gonna fail. So I think I just need to make this not fail. I think that's where I'm at. So we're gonna say that the direction is gonna be mirror.n2 and mirror.n1. Okay, so then we're gonna say mirror position is gonna be, oh, I see the problem then. Okay, great, because mirror.position is gonna be a 2D vector. So this is again the vector of vectors situation that we had before. Great. Yep, great. So this is the vector of vectors situation that we had before. So now all we have to say is extents is gonna be equal to array. Ooh, this is super ugly the way I have to do this though. Something like this, I think. Okay, right, so we do have... Meh. Meh. It's not so bad. Let's plot the rays. Okay, so, right, okay. So the mirrors are located correctly. They're not scaled appropriately, but we do have the mirrors located at the right positions. They just have to be the appropriate scale now, which they're not. So, isn't just extents 1 and extents 2? Well, okay, what I did worked, so I'm not too worried about it. The reason it can't be just extents 1 and extents 2 is because then we get an array of arrays, whereas we needed, could we do that? No. So if we did extents 1 and extents 2 in there. Okay, honestly, I'm just not willing to really mess with this. It's working. It's fine. I'm happy enough with that. Yeah, I think we move on to the next thing. Stigel Ghost and also Denilu, thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let me get some water. I don't know if okay, yeah, we could have done that with the transpose and everything. I just don't know if we used extents 1 and extents 2. What that would have done is it would have created a tuple of 2 arrays on the inside, but we needed a tuple of tuples. Yeah, we needed a tuple of tuples. So that was why I did it this way. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's just try this out. Zeros of 2, 10. And now we're going to, oh, sorry, 10, 2. And now we're going to do, shoot. A is going to be equal to that. And so now we want to do this. And we're going to do that there and change this to A. And change this to A. Oh, no, it's just a... Oh, that's different than what I thought it was. Okay, maybe we could have done that. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for the 100-bit cheer. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much. Please keep up with your amazing work. Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. I'm doing the best I can. We're not getting very far, but that's okay. You know, sometimes you don't get very far, and, you know, you spend all day on something. Like, we've been working on this for almost 5 hours and 30 minutes, which says a lot. I appreciate you guys being here. Like, some of you guys have been here, like, the whole 5 hours, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, we're going to hopefully get the time stepping stuff done today. And then we're going to move on to kind of the more traditional ray tracing approach tomorrow. And then we'll hopefully do 3D the day after that, so we can have kind of all the code that we need ready-ish to go by maybe Tuesday, so that we can show the other lecturers kind of what we were planning to do for the class. And then hopefully I can write up an algorithm archive article on this. I'm not really sure. We'll figure it out as we go along. Okay, so we're going to say extensive 1, colon. So what I was doing is I was creating... Maybe you're right. Maybe we can just do... Yeah, let's go back to what we had before. I think you're maybe onto something. So I'm going to comment these guys out. And now we're going to say extents is going to be equal to this. And I think I need to add a something in there. And then I want to add a comma and add something here. Let me move down to the next line. There. No, I think you're right. I think I'm just dumb. So let's go there, and now let's yank and paste this, and let's try plot extents 1 and extents 2. Okay, so now we're going to include it again, and we're going to try raise is going to be equal to parallel propagate. It seems to work, so let's try check.png. But now the mirrors are all dumb. Crap. Why do you need a contiguous array if you're plotting just a tuple of 2 points? Right. So I don't know how to do it another way is the main problem. Yeah, I don't know is the thing. So the answer is I don't know why. I just know that this works, and I'm happy enough with it working at this point. Okay, so let's go ahead and adjust the mirrors so they're at the appropriate location. Because as high as you can go is 5. So that means we really don't need any of the mirrors at 5 in the Y direction, honestly. They can all be at 2.5. We should be fine. And then 2.5. Oh, wait. No, this one does have to be at 5. But this one over here can be at 2.5. Okay, so we're going to do include again. And now we're going to try raise the parallel propagate. And we're just going to take a look at that check.png. Okay, this looks like it's kind of bounded. I think what I want to do is move this to be at 5 maybe. Now we're going to do include, raise this parallel propagate, mirage. Okay, they're all being bounded, but the question is, it's fine. Let's just leave it as it was before. So we're going to do mirrors of 10. Include, mirage, 1 second. Include, raise is equal to this. And then we're going to do mirage. Whatever, I'm happy enough with that. Let's just make it so these guys are all of size 5.0, and then we're just not going to worry about it at all. 1 second. Mirror in here, and we're just going to make it so when we initialize these guys, they're all initialized to be of size 5. Does that actually work? I feel like it's not going to work. Raise. Mirage. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay, so the question is, how do we create a circle now? Plotting a circle in Julia plots. Plot a circle in a given radius, plots.gl. Unexpected partial circle function. Okay, so here's the circle. So what do we have here? Oh gosh. Function circle shape. So plot circle shape 0, 0, 1. So they defined a circle shape, which is going to be HKR. You have a theta, which is going to be this is ugly. Plotting a circle equation. Nope, that's not what I need either. But maybe I could use it. We have the contour. With plots, you can do a contour. So X is going to be, you need to multiply it with the mirror with ratios of, you need to multiply the mirror with the ratios of plot. This Makey plot library seems okay-ish. Yeah, we could take a look at Makey. I haven't done it in a while. Xanthos King, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we have contour f dot. I just want to show, like, this is super easy to do new plot. Plotting in Julia, plot a circle with a given radius. Plotting a circle. Maybe I just do that. I mean, let me just see if we can understand that code. Plot cosine. Try plotting a circle. It comes out to look like an ellipse because the grid spacing is different along the x and y axes. Okay, well, let's just see what this does. I think this might be what I want. So let's go over here. Irrational pi are not callable. Okay. Objects of type irrational pi are not callable. So maybe we just do pi without the calls. Because this is probably some really old code. Okay, no mathematician cosine of, yep, okay, that's what I thought. Does plots have primitive shapes, polygons, or is it all just line plots? I'm not really sure. Apparently it doesn't have primitive shapes. I thought it would, but apparently I'm wrong. It seems to imply using parametrics. Right, so we can do a parametric stuff. That's fine. Like we can just create an array that goes along the circle and then we just draw all those points. That's fine. We can do it that way. So like we'd need like a draw circle. Let's just do it that way. I think that'll actually be a bit easier. You can specify the window. Juju. I think everyone's just using parametric equations, so maybe that's just what we do. How to plot a circle in Julia. Yep. Yeah, that's just what they're going to do. So using PyPlot, they do x is going to be 506. Ooh, what is all that? how about we just do the parametric stuff, and let's just do it that way. Okay, so we're just gonna do draw circle function. We're gonna create a function to draw circle. Plot something. What was it called? Plot raise. Plot raise. So in here we're gonna create function draw circle. All right, and we need to give it some sort of radius r, and we need to give it some sort of position p. So we're gonna do p and r, and I think that's all we need. End here. Okay. So what we'll do then is we will, how about, yeah, draw circle will just return the circle in the end. Okay. So I guess we also want a resolution of some sort. And I guess we're going to say for I equals 1 to resolution. And here, I am blanking on how to do parametric equations. This plot's, it seems to apply using parametrics. So we're going to say circle. It's going to be equal to, I guess it's got to be an array of tuples. Because we're going to have to plot it, right? I guess we'll just do a 2D array. So we're going to say resolution 2. Zeros of resolution 2. I believe that's what we need. Nope. Okay. G down here. Undefined N2. Yep. And in fact, let me fix that. Because now I can actually just use zeros for this. So we do zeros of N2. Is a resolution meaning how many segments the circle has? Yeah, that's what I was calling it. Maybe I should call it something else. Okay, well this should run at least. I'm just gonna make sure I didn't break anything. Raise parallel propagate. And now we're gonna just do, look at the last check file. Okay, fine. Again, I don't really, it doesn't really matter too much. Let's go up here and I'm just gonna make the mirrors a bit smaller. Let's do this. Change that to 2.5. If you draw lines from one point to the next, you have a general function for a regular polygon of resolution sides. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna draw a circle. Oh, correct. Yeah, yeah. If we change the resolution to be like a triangle or something like that. Yeah. So yeah, true. Okay. So how does this work again? It's like cosine of. It's r cosine theta plus parametric equations for a circle. I'm sorry, guys. Parametric. I have a video on this. It's like sine theta, cosine theta. So we have to define what theta is. Yeah, x is going to be r cosine t, and y is going to be r sine t. Okay, so then we just go through all of these guys for I. So x is going to be equal to the radius times sine of theta. All right, well, we have to define theta. And then y is going to be r times it's going to be cosine. All right. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I recognized I did it wrong. And so then we want to do p. I guess we're just going to do p of 1 minus, and then p of 2 minus. 2 minus, and then we want theta to go from 0 to 2 pi. So in principle, what we should do is, I think we actually want to step through theta. It's going to be equal to 0 in steps of 2 times pi over resolution to 2 pi, I believe. And I think what I want to do is resolution minus 1. So there's one extra step. Yeah, please don't tell me this is Go. This is not Go. This is Julia. Okay, so this should draw the circle. I feel like we're one element too few. So let me do something like that should work. And so then this should work okay. It probably is vectorizable. How does it look anything like Go? I don't know what Go looks like. It probably looks a lot like Go. Programming languages look the same. Okay, so in the end, we're going to have to return the circle. And in here, we're just going to say that... maybe I want to do... I think I do want to iterate through I. Because I need to keep the index somehow. Because we need to say circle of I 1. It's going to be equal to X. Oh, I'm sorry, this is so dumb. This is probably the best way to do it. And then we're going to do X, Y, something like that. Just found hidden function. Plots partial circle. Okay, let's see. So what's N in that case? N and R. N is going to be... Well, let's see what happens. So if we do plots dot partial circle from 0 to 2 pi, what's N and R? Give an array of N tuples for a circle of radius R centered on the origin. Given an array of N tuples. Oh, I see. So if we do 100, and then we do 0.0, something like this, maybe? Error, no method matching tuple in 64 and 64. Methods of plots dot partial circle. What? I just had it. Partial. I misspelled plots. Okay. So it looks like we have 3 methods. We have start theta, end theta, N, and then R. Okay. But what is R is my question. You still have to add the position to each. Wait. Gives an array of N tuples for a circle of radius R centered on the origin. But you still need to add the position to each. Add the position to each. Oh, radius. I see what you're saying. I understand now. I understand. It's a radius. So this is going to be 2 pi 110. Right. Okay. And so if we plot, circle is going to be equal to that. And then we do plot circle. Should be a circle. Nice. Okay. Good. Good. That's exactly what we need. So we're going to say circle is going to be, we can just delete all of this. Circle. Well, we can probably just go down to the return. Plots dot partial circle. And we want 0, 2 pi. Come on. We want the resolution. And then we want the radius. Right. And then what we're going to want to do is dot plus position. Is that going to work? Let's see. So we have circle and we're going to do dot plus 1, 2. Cannot broadcast to common size, got dimension 100. Circle is going to be equal to that. So now we have to add all the elements. Okay, so we do have a circle. Does Julia interpret have tab completion? Yeah, the REPL does, yeah. Okay, so we've got all of these. And I want to just go through each of these elements in the array and add a tuple to it. So we're going to try this. X dot plus P for X. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, and I'm just gonna give P, for X in. And let's do, this is just 1, 2 or something, just for the sake of the argument. No method matching partial circle, no method matching partial circle. Oh, wait, let's try this. Circle let's turn this into an array. Oh, and maybe we do... We want to go through all of these guys, so we want to do... No matter... Oh, wait. It doesn't like the... This? No, come on. Okay, so x... Okay, well, yeah, maybe we try that. So, x dot plus position. Wait, what? For x... Oh, I gotcha. It's for x in partial circle. So we should be able to do this and that, and then we do the partial circle function from 0 to 2 pi. Ah, okay, great. I think that worked. I'm not really sure exactly. So if you do 1, 1, it should be different. Ah, that did work. Perfect. Okay, so that definitely worked. So we want to return... So this is now going to be a 20 element array tuple. Yeah, that's what I want. So I'm going to do... Oh, but I have to turn the... Anonymous, thank you so much for following. I think I've got to turn the array... Yeah, so I don't think I can do this with an array. Let's try. Maybe I can. Yes, I can. Perfect. Okay, so now we want to do... thanks for this, guys. You're super helpful. So we're going to do x dot plus p for x in that, and that should do it. So now we have draw a circle. Okay, so now we have for mirror and mirrors, and now we're going to say down here for lenses, lens in lenses, end here, and now we're going to say circle is going to be equal to draw circle, and we're going to want lens.p, lens.r, lens resolution, which we're just going to say is 100 or something like that. Doesn't really matter for now. And now we're just going to do plot exclamation mark, and we're going to do circle, and then we're going to do label equals lens. All right, let's see what happens. Include rays are going to be equal to parallel propagate. And now we're going to do... Where is it? Come on. This. No! It did not work. It did not work at all. Dang it. Okay. Oh man, everything's lacking in documentation. It's Julia, that's a problem. Okay, so that didn't work. There was supposed to be just one lens. What it did is it plotted each of those points as a separate lens for some reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here. I'm going to say circle is going to be equal to that. And now let's do plot circle. That's what happened. I see. It again turned it into an array of arrays, which is not what you want, but that's okay. We can figure this out. So it turned it into an array of arrays. But what happens if I change this to a tuple? Now it should be an array of tuples, and now if we plot the circle, it'll work. Great. Okay. So what I need to do then is I need to turn this position into a tuple. That's fine. So now we're just going to say p of 1. Oh, well, let's try that one again. P of 1. P of 2. Oh my gosh, this has been a pain. We're going to include. Now we're going to do raise parallel propagate. And now if we run the last mirage. Okay. Yeah, so what I want to do next, I don't know if this worked or not. We can now see the... Okay, let's just do like a single ray. So let's just do one ray. Okay, so now we're going to do mirage check.png. Okay, so the ray comes in, it refracts off, bounces off. Okay, goes in, refracts off this. Not quite what we were looking for. Sympaceptic, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Maybe this is what we want? If we remove the mirrors... it should be obvious what's happening. So let's remove the mirrors. This has been a marathon of the stream. Yeah, we've been streaming for a while. We're almost done. We've got another maybe 20 minutes or so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove these guys. So what we should see after this is okay, so we should see all the Wrens of Light coming in, and then we should see Spherical Aberration afterwards. Okay, so we're going to go here, we're going to run include raise, no method mission propagate, ray. Why does it bend in the middle? Yeah, I don't know. There's something weird going on there. Something super funky. I don't fully understand what just happened. DD here, DD there. Comment this out, like that. Include, raise. So that works. So now my question is, why did this not work? So now if we include that and we run raise parallel propagate, no method matching propagate array of any. Oh, I see, because this has to be specifically an array of mirrors. Okay. Let's see. I think because of the time step. I think it's because it's a type issue. So if we just change this to, like, if we just change these so that they aren't specifically array, mirror, and lens, it should be fine. But instead what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say array of mirror, can I just do, I just don't want a mirror. Okay, well, what if I just change these to vectors of any? That'll be fine. I just don't like the fact that you could, yeah, but then you can mess it all up. So what if I just do the following? What if I just take one of these mirrors and I paste it up here? Well, and we make it the mirror that's on the bottom. So it's gonna be 0, it's gonna be negative 1.0, and it's gonna be 5.0, 0.0. And then down here we're gonna change this also to 0.0 because, you know, why not? Okay, so we have one mirror that's at the bottom of the screen. We're going to include. We are going to include, and now we're gonna run raise. That should work. Okay, so now if we take a look at the image. Okay, so now let's run with a bunch of them. So let's do 10. And now we're gonna do mirage check.png. Maybe we make the lens a bit bigger, because right now it doesn't look like it's working right. I'm almost positive it's not working right. Okay, so let's see, what are we gonna do? We are going to make the lens bigger. So now we're gonna put it at, we're gonna make it, let's see, it's at 5. The reflection check of the rays within less than a DT. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Okay, so we have the lens 5, 2.5. So some of these guys aren't even hitting the lens. So let's make it a bit bigger. There's 10 rays. So let's move it so it is now at 5. Well, let's move it to 1010. And now we're going to make it of size 5. And now we're going to do Control C. Include raise equals that. Now we're going to try check.png. Okay, so here what's happening is I still need to move it over a bit so all the rays hit it. Okay, 1010, so let's try 1510. Raise equal that. And now if we run the last mirage, we should get this. Okay, so now all the rays of light are basically hitting our lens. And if we go closer here, we see that, yeah, they're refracting the wrong direction, I think. Yeah, I feel like they're refracting the wrong direction. So let's try to fix that. Can you kill the array once it goes out of bounds? X equals 10? Yeah, we could also just do less time steps. And propagate if the ray position X or Y is more than 10 break. Yeah, this is also fine. We just did less time steps. Okay, so, right, it feels like, well, first of all, the time resolution isn't particularly great because they're entering the lens and then doing weird stuff. But it feels like they're refracting almost the wrong direction. Because they should be bending towards the normal and they're bending away from the normal. Okay, so that says to me I just did something wrong with the refract function. Okay, so let's go up to refract here, and we're just going to say ray.v is going to be index.refraction ray.v. Is this supposed to be a minus? Include rays equals that. Check. Let's see, Mirage. Yes. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. They are leaving the lens and going incredibly fast. So I don't think that's right. And propagate if the ray position, yeah, we could do that. So this was working. Are we getting the wrong normal? Okay, so right, we've got stuff to try. The refractive index is going to be, let's see, what do we have for the refractive index? We are defining the refractive index to be 1.5, which is fine. We're saying its size is that. That's also fine. Okay. So let me remove this to-do statement. Refract. Okay, so I've got a feeling that maybe we take a break and try to figure out what's wrong with the refract function tomorrow. I'm a bit shot. Again, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours at this point. Yeah. So maybe we take a break for now, and we come back to this tomorrow. We know that there's basically an error with refraction. So let me go up to the top. Let me go here to do error in refract function. Okay, so we know there's an error here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and commit what we have, and let's do git add 2d.jl git commit -m error in refract function, but time stepping methods mostly in place. Okay, git push origin master. All right. So that is a good place to stop for now. It's not the best place to stop, but it is a place to stop, and it is a place that I think I will stop because I'm a bit tired. I'm going to try to stream tomorrow, maybe also another long stream, 6 to 7 hours or something. And tomorrow what I'd like to do is I'd like to come back, finish up the time stepping method that we have here, maybe do some variable index of refraction stuff like we have up here in the corner. And then from there, maybe move on to doing more traditional ray tracing methods where you don't have time stepping. And in fact, you do it a completely different way. Tiny Duckman, thank you so much for following. If there's anybody that you want to raid at the end of stream, feel free to let me know. We have, let's see, Oh Bother is live, playing Among Us, which is, am I full screening my stream? Okay. Caitlin V3 is live. Let's see, they're doing PC builds, which is quite fun. Tierzu is playing Among Us with friends. Tayunui, we raided them yesterday doing some math. If there's anybody in particular you want to raid, let me know. Where's Caitlin? I tend to like her stream a lot. Yeah, she's live. We could do Caitlin. Let's do that. So she does a lot of hardware stuff. She's really cool. Definitely check her out. Send her a warm welcome. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Let me go ahead and start that raid on Caitlin V3. Raid Caitlin V3. So thank you guys so much for coming in. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. And I will see you guys around next time for the next episode of Simuleos. Should be a lot of fun. We'll be working more on the 2D ray tracing, and then we're going to come back and do a bit more math, try to figure out how people do ray tracing without time stepping, and go from there. So thanks again, guys, and I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.